what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny, what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back.
Meow.
Open your heart and show your understand. Your destiny. And cry out loud, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your understand. Your destiny.
chat. I like extra preparation today. I don't know, we got a big one. We've got a lot to talk about today. A lot to talk about. Good to see you, Dragon Princess. Good to see you, Red Bro. Good to see you, Toadsa, Taco Cat, Zera, Phoenix, Rising, Vamps, Armus, Meow. Did I miss anybody? Yokio, Jamie. Oh, on the Twitter, I'm on the side that doesn't call black nationalism and white nationalism the same thing. That's a tough concept for some people to grasp, apparently, right? Yolkio, Natalie Marie, good to have you all here. How is everybody today? Cyan Scientist, oh my god, everybody's here. Everybody's here. And like, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't like my hair today. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm mad. I'm mad at my hair. I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. It's got too much product, and there's just nothing to be done, is there? Like you just gotta deal with it. Like, I don't know. I just know that every one of these streams that I create makes a VOD, and that VOD makes videos, and like, you know, it's just, I'm gonna look this way for all of these, all of the above. There's more Hogwarts Legacy boycott. Discourse. Vaush and Keffals both released new videos about how, yeah, I saw that. That's interesting. Yeah, Vaush and Keffals, Hogwarts boycott is R-slurred. Yeah, they love using that. It's their favorite word. Where's my cat chat? Meow. Do you just want more meows in chat in general? Oh wait, and also, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's my thread for today. Let me pin that in YouTube, because I haven't done that yet. Somewhere here. There it is. And that if you want to, if you can, if you have a Twitter, you know, go interact with that. Likes, comments, retweets, whatever, what have you, right? Quote retweets, yeah, that's fun too. People really like interacting with that that particular stream alert for some reason. I think it's because like people, it's mood. I think that's why people are responding this way, right? Lately, No Comment Chick has been mood for a lot of us. A lot of our frustrations, right? I'm speaking to those, and it's funny because I'm not really saying anything different, right? I've been saying kind of the same thing for almost 2 years now, right? We have a problem. We have a problem in the so-called online left, in that a lot of it's not really left, and it's not just that, right? All it takes is kind of like one Vaush to get to where he is, and then reach down and pull up other people that'll support him. And that's what a clout network is. That's what I've been talking about for these like past 2 years. Yeah, it started out like with just like people massively unfollowing me, right? Mostly like Dylan fans massively unfollowing me. And now it's ending up with people massively unfollowing Keffals, and some of them are ending up here. So if you're one of those Keffugees, is that okay? Can I call them Keffugees? Does that work as a portmanteau? Keffugees, yeah, if you're one of those Keffugees, welcome to the cat cult. We have coffee, right? I'm sure Keffals has coffee too, but it's probably the expensive kind. Anyway, I just have the cheap coffee, but it's good, okay? I promise you, it's good. Bad Empanada doesn't believe me, because I guess you can get better coffee in Argentina, maybe? But, I mean, this is fine for me. I'm drinking Monster Java Irish Blend. Well, that's really funny because we got Irish Laddie. Oh my god. Okay, no, that's not that funny. I thought it was funny. For a second, I thought it was funny. And then you just made some Cafe Bustelo? Taco Cat, what's up? Keffals wine is slurs. It's looking like it. It's looking like it, right? And I don't know if you noticed. Oh my god. I don't know if you noticed, but Keffals has been stealing my tweets. What is up with that? I thought she was ignoring me. I was perfectly fine with her ignoring me, right? Espresso made like drip with oat milk. Oh my god, that sounds good. Yeah, she's stealing my tweets. She's stealing my tweets. Wait, do we have to look at this? I feel like we should look at this really quick. Let's take a look at Twitter. I'm not usually, like, I'm not as much of a Twitter streamer as like, oh, there we go, random small streamer chick. That's my friend, my ally. She retweets me sometimes. Come on, load up, load up. Yes, you're very slow, thank you. Okay. So there she is. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about, right? Oh my god, Kali A, welcome to Weird Champs. Welcome to Weird Champs. Yeah, that's a good idea right now to be getting memberships or subs or whatever. I'm gonna be trying to do a members only stream coming up here, right? I know you members, like, I've been concentrating so much on just the stream, and I haven't even been getting videos out regularly. I massively apologize for that, but it feels like I gotta strike while the iron is hot, and the iron is very, very hot right now. My voice seems to be very much needed. My voice seems to be filling a place that is unfilled, right? There's people, I mean, like, I'm not the only one who realizes that there's a problem with debate bros, right? For instance, yeah, Ask Vera. Ask Vera has been onto this shit for a long time. That's a pretty based account there. Ask Vera TTTV. No, not TTTV. TTTV. Ask Vera has nothing to do with TTTT as far as I know. I don't think Ask Vera is edgy like that. Anyway, but yeah, like, look, so here's what happened, all right? Oh my god, you can't see that. I can't scroll down. Am I gonna have to do this? I'm gonna have to do this. For just a second. Okay, look, we're gonna take a look down here. All right, so yeah, there we go. There's the whole tweet. Okay, so Ask Vera commented, Ian Miles Kaczynski is the Nick Fuentes to Keffals Kanye West. See the parallels? Change my mind. In parentheses, it's not a perfect comparison, but I'm struggling to think of another example where a celebrity kept shooting themselves in the foot while their new friends egged them on. Now, the only thing that she gets wrong here is that Vaush is not exactly a new friend. Like, Vaush and Keffals have been kicking it for quite some time by now, but, you know, we'll let that slide. It's a good tweet, right? So I quote retweeted it, of course. Nice comparison. Now, somebody tell me, who's the Alex Jones? Who's the Alex Jones in this analogy, right? So what I want to know is, like, who is disgusted and freaked out by Keffals and Vaush's shenanigans? Keffals being the analog to Ye, I guess, and Vaush being the analog to Nick in this equation. But still outwardly supportive, all right? Who do you think fits that description? And I think I got a few, somebody said Lance from the Surfs, somebody said, wait, who else got mentioned? I feel like somebody else got mentioned in there. But yeah, you know, like, I mean, this could fit a few people. This could fit a few different people, right? I just wanted to see what my audience thought, and, you know, got a few guesses on there, right? So, I mean, you know, it's not my best tweet. Like, NCC's not sending her best, but that's okay. We'll forgive her. We will forgive NCC despite the fact that she's not sending her best, right? Because they can't all be bangers, right? What does Steven Universe's dad say? If every pork chop was perfect, there'd be no hot dogs, or something like that. It's wisdom, right? Oh, Adderall. That's relevant to my interests. I'm actually on ADHD meds, and I just do a horrible job at keeping current on my prescription. Because it's kind of a wild ride for me. I think it does help, though. I think it does. Oh, Milo Energy Water Enhancer. I was drinking that with seltzer water. Sparkling caffeinated seltzer water is like my favorite treat now, right? And then if you put Mio in it, then it makes it sparkling soda with extra caffeine, and it's so good. coffee with extra energy that tastes like Bailey's. Oh, to take Adderall with. Okay, so you're not putting the Adderall in the coffee. You're just like using it as a chaser. That's good. She stole your Alex Jones. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I almost got distracted here, right? So that's the other part of this tweet. That's the other part of this tweet, right? Is that like, look at this. Look at this. Now, so we look at the times, okay? We see 2 hours at 2:51 a.m. here. All right. Then we go back here and scroll back down. And what do we see here? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. $2:25 a.m. $2:51 a.m. I thought, oh my god, I thought that I was copying Keffals' tweet for a second there. I like read that as 2:15. Yeah. Okay, so 2:25, and then like 30 minutes later, same idea from Keffals, right? Like I said, I thought that, Keffals blocked me, right? Right when the White Nervosa stuff went down. And honestly, I don't know why. It could be because of White Nervosa. It could be because I followed Twink Bride. There's like there's a million different reasons for Keffals to block me, and I'm not really super concerned about the exact reason, right? That's on her. She can, she can block me all she wants. It's kind of nice for me, right, to not have to worry about, because like that she's name searching herself, right? So I when she name searches herself on main, like I don't pop up. So that's kind of nice, right? I appreciate that. I'm not mad at that, right? I'm totally fine with that. But yeah, now she's stealing my tweets. So apparently she's still looking at my feed. Who knew, right? I don't know. It could be a coincidence. It could also easily be a coincidence. That's a possibility, right? Keffals is an NCC alt? Confirmed. Or am I secretly a Keffals alt? I don't know, chat. What do you think? Yeah. It's like somebody snitched. It feels like maybe somebody snitched. Wait, do we have an answer for who snitched? Most likely she went into her other accounts and went to your page. That's so weird, though. Why does Keffals care about a random small streamer chick, right? If I was Keffals, Lance is the best answer. Lance is the best answer, says Chat Alpha. Yeah, Lance is a pretty good response. I'm sure that's the weird thing about Lance. Look, I'm not trying to talk shit about Lance right now because obviously I've had my issues with Lance, debating Lauren Southern in the past, right? And obviously Lance is on that same White Leaf network with Keffals and Vaush and all the rest of those sussy bakas, right? But like Lance is like the least of my concerns. Like Lance is pretty innocuous, right? It's hard to hate Lance. Can we admit that, right? Even if you disagree with Lance on stuff, it's like hard to hate Lance. And I don't have any like bad feelings towards Lance, right? But I feel like if he fits this description, right? I've known Lance, right? Lance was a booster of my career early on. Like he withdrew when all the Dylan stuff went down because he didn't want to be associated with that. He unfollowed me, at that point, right? But Lance was, a big supporter of NCC for a certain amount of time, had me on the stream, etc., right? And Lance is, in general, fairly wholesome. Surprisingly wholesome for a member of the Vaush Clout Network. It really kind of sucks that Lance ended up bending the knee to that network. I mean, I guess I get why he did it. It doubles your money, but it kind of sucks, and you end up fucking over your friends who are on the other end of that equation by supporting those people. But like I said, I'm not mad at Lance or anything like that, right? But yeah, Lance probably Lance cannot say shit, like cannot really say like using the R slur as a pejorative is a problem, right? Can't say it, might lose the website, cannot say it, right? Lance can't say like Vaush makes me uncomfortable. I don't like this that Vaush, did this. Like, right? It's too risky, right? Lance can't say the things that I say, even though I think Lance probably thinks a lot of the same things that I think. So Lance, I mean, Sorry it ended up this way. I wish you weren't in that situation, but yeah, probably right now Lance is kind of horrified by what's going on with Keffals and Vaush, and even more so horrified by the fact that he can't say anything about it. He can't speak up. Twitch Plays Pokemon is also a toxic place, by the way. Wait, is that a Reddit? Oh, TTTT. What is TTTT? Did somebody explain this already? We're talking about, the real name of it is LGBT, and it is a 4chan subreddit? No, it's not. 4chan doesn't have subreddits. It's like a channel on... what do you actually call those? It's like a // right? It's /LGBT/, right? So it's like a board. That's what it's called. Yeah, they're image boards, so it's called a board, right? It's a board on 4chan, and it's LGBT, but it de facto became TTTT because it seems like most of the people on there are trans, or, like want to transition or want to know about transitioning, or boy motor, right? It's like that. That's the demographic of it. And there's a lot of self-hate there. I have in the past criticized this board of 4chan, but I don't do it anymore because I found out that through TikTok that they actually like it. They actually like it. They love it when I criticize them. They're like, step on me, mommy, and it kind of feels weird, right? Because I wasn't trying to step on them, mommy, but it ends up step on me, mommy, nonetheless, right? And they're not as bad as like I kind of thought that they were, right? Like, for instance, like I mentioned, I insinuated that Blair White was popular, and she's not. They don't like Blair White. They're not like that, but they are a little bit self-hating. They are a little bit brainwormed. They are a little bit Blanchardian, right? And so that's yikes. It's a little bit yikes, but that, not too yikes, because they like it. They want me to call them yikes. Adderall makes me fall asleep. That happens to me too sometimes. Mio is wild. Mio is delicious. Crisis averted. She'll just say she came up with, of course she came up with it herself. She's a genius, right? She's a shit poster. She doesn't need to rip off NCC to be funny. She's plenty funny on her own. Anyway, she was reading the quote retweets. She was like, hey, what's this one I can't see? Can somebody show me this one? I can't see this one. Oh, it's NCC. Oh, shit. Let me steal that. No, I don't know for sure. Are you part of the Cutie Coalition? Wait, am I? You tell me, chat. Don't get stun locked on TTTT. Yeah, I shouldn't. Did I already get stun locked though? I feel like I kind of did. What's up, Gilmandra? 4chan doesn't have subreddits. True. Does, however, have a disgusting... those disgusting egg sacs that the Urukai are stored in. If you use a 4chan board, there's a high likelihood you've got some issues about how you feel about yourself. That's true. That's true. And I only really interface with these people through TikTok anyway. So, they apparently like NCC and they don't like Blair White. So thank you for letting me know, TTT. I won't criticize you for, things that you don't actually do, since I don't really browse. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, like I said, we've got a lot going on today, including, well, a lot of it's Vaush. A lot of it's like Vaush related today. Like, look at this. This is FD Signifier's video that he's been trying to put this video up for a long time, right? So if you don't know what's going on with this video, this drama video, he uploaded it, it got demonetized. I think he uploaded it again. Like, each of these times he uploaded it and premiered it, and then it got demonetized, right? So he's finally, like, edited out all the, F words and anything that might have been problematic, and I think he's got it monetized now, right? But a lot got chopped out of this, right? There's an interesting story about what was in this video to begin with and what's in the video now. I would say that overall, as far as drama goes, this is a pretty mild video. FD Signifier's video, right? Pretty mild. FD Signifier is not throwing bombs, figuratively or otherwise, right? FD Signifier is talking about how, dogpiling and drama have affected different streamers, and even includes some people that are more on the Vaush side of things, like Merrick DeVille, right? Talks about DJ Mule and his experience, Professor Flowers and her experience, Lindsay Ellis. He talks to Lindsay Ellis. He talks to Hassan, right? Hassan's got some takes. So, I mean, I don't see this as being something for Vaush to be mad at, right? If anything, like, let's be real, okay? FD Signifier's video was a olive branch. And you could maybe argue that it's an olive branch that Vaush doesn't deserve. That's a valid point if you want to say that. But Vaush's point seems to be that, like, FD Signifier's, like, going after him or something, or hates him, or I don't know. It's really weird. Like, FD Signifier's, you know, playing peacemaker with some people who obviously don't want peace. So, you know, like, that's right. I don't think FD Signifier is going to end up watching this, but if you do, I mean, like, I'm sorry that it turned out like this. You were obviously not trying to start a fight here. You were trying to, if anything, quash the drama, right? As much as this, you know, video says drama and the thumbnail's, like, you know, kind of provocative or whatever. Really good art too, though, right? Whoever did the art for FD Signifier on this video, hats off, right? But this is it's just I'm sorry that you got this kind of blowback. You definitely didn't do anything to deserve it, FD. Like, so we're gonna take a look at this. Speaking of people who got blowback that they didn't deserve, yeah. Jessie Gender became subject to the Vaush onslaught too. And here's the weird thing. It's not just Vaush, all right? It's Vaush, it's Keffals, it's Xanderhal. All these debate bros taking this stuff super personally. And like, I don't think that they got, like, I don't think they really got, like, insulted, right? It's so weird to see this. It's almost like it doesn't matter what FD Signifier posts. You're still gonna get the same response from Vaush. I really hope you can squeeze in Vaush's videos. Oh, we're definitely watching that one, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that's where he goes after Jessie Gender, and then Keffals went after Jessie Gender as well. I think Xanderhal has gone after FD Signifier. Did Keffals say anything about FD Sig? I feel like Keffals said something about FD Signifier too. Neville is eating his edible toothbrush, and it's so cute. Wait, what is the edible toothbrush like? That is adorable. I wish I could eat a toothbrush. Like, I wish I had an edible toothbrush. Yeah, it's a great thumbnail. I agree, Vamps. Ian is gonna make up a reason to get mad. FD had to know that they'd react this way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My feeling about FD Signifier is that he's different than Vaush. He's not looking for drama, right? He just wants to make videos. And same thing with Jessie Gender, right? Jessie Gender only talked about Hassan and Keffals because they made such a big deal about this Hogwarts Legacy thing, and they basically attacked the side of things supporting trans rights, right? And I don't think that Jessie was attacking anybody. She was just showing, like, look, this is the kind of, you know, pushback we're getting even from supposed allies, right? And you know, other trans people in Keffals' case, right? Good morning, NCC. I had my coffee and dumplings ready to relax. Nice. Okay, so everybody's ready for this. Yeah, I got started early because I know some of you might disappear when the football game starts. The sports ball, the American football, right? It's not football to the rest of the world. I saw Aiko last night criticizing this video and saying FD bad. What did FD do that was wrong? Look, this video is controversial, okay? In circles that I follow, but for a very different reason. For a very different reason than it's controversial with Vaush. And I do kind of want to watch it, but at the same time, I'm wary of, like, FD's getting a dog pile, and you know, I want to watch the video behind a paywall. That's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to watch the video behind a paywall, right? Because I'm definitely, you know, like, I don't want anything that I say to be taken as a criticism. I do think that, like, there's some stuff that FD doesn't know about, and he's entering into this sphere, maybe with a little too much good faith, right? So it's not really a criticism, but I know that kind of thing gets turned around, it gets clipped, it gets taken as a criticism. So we're gonna try to do that as a members only stream. And like I said, I want to reward my members, right? Right now, members, if you're a member on YouTube, there are some VODs that only you can see. Only you can go deep back into the NCC Wayback Machine and see like my old VODs, because those are just for you. I'm trying to make more content that is exclusive to members only, because the people that support me, I have so much love for you, okay? You have given me so much support and gotten such little in return. I really want to make it up to you. I really want to, like, you know, make sure that my Patreons, my Twitch subs, and my YouTube members are getting their money's worth and then some, right? Because y'all are amazing. Y'all are fantastic, and I appreciate y'all. And I feel like you haven't gotten enough. I feel like you haven't gotten enough in the past, and that's just like I said, because I'm grinding hard. Trans and NB Reddit is kind of like that too. Oh my God, Jasmine Renee Jordan, thank you for the Weird Champs membership. There we go. Yeah, you can sign up on YouTube. You can sign up on, or you can sign up on Twitch. I'm gonna do this, the members only stream. It's gonna be like subs only on Twitch, and it's gonna be members only on YouTube. And then I gotta figure out some way. Oh, I think I know how I can sneak the Patreons in the back door too, right? Because we don't have a way to stream to Patreon. But I think I know what I can do. Yeah, it'll actually be going out as 3 separate streams: one for Patreons, one for subs, and one for members. And then it'll be available to those of you who, if you know it's not a good time for you or something, don't worry, it'll be up as premium content, and I'll release it eventually, right? But like I said, this stuff is hot, okay? There's criticism for FD on both sides of this. From the Vaush side, obviously, really disingenuous, bad faith, gross criticism. And then there's some people that, have some other concerns that, we'll look into the validity mostly of those concerns when we watch the FD Signifier video. But for now, yeah, I wanna make sure that, because I feel like FD Signifier and Jessie Gender, like, they're gonna try to dogpile these people. They're gonna try to do the whole bit where they dogpile them, they try to ruin their reputation, everybody attacks them at the same time, and so, I mean, I gotta be supportive. I gotta be 100% supportive, during these times. Because it is tough. It is tough when the whole clout network comes at you at once. And I was kind of surprised with the speed of this, right? It doesn't, I don't know. Can anybody figure out what is his reasoning? Like, what's the reason to attack FD Signifier here? It's just bizarre to me that such a mild, forgiving video with so much like understanding and looking at things from Vaush's perspective, like, right? It's just so weird that this would get this kind of reaction, but that's what we're dealing with. And same thing with Jessie Gender's video. Jessie Gender just wants people to realize that, here's how I see it, okay? Allyship is not a state of being, okay? Oh my God, I love this song. Sorry, I love this song. Rawr. Anyway, I got sidetracked by music, wow. What the hell was I even saying? What was I even saying? Meow. Chat, can you put me back on the train tracks? I just got completely distracted by music. Yeah, Jessie getting attacked as well, right? So yeah, allyship, right? I'm talking about allyship, right? People tend to think of allyship as a state of being, right? You are a trans ally, and that's what you are. I like to think of allyship as a state of doing, right? You're an ally when you're on the side of trans people, when you're standing up for us, when you're debunking lies by transphobes, you're an ally, okay? And I would never take that away from any of you, no matter what your feelings are about Hogwarts Legacy, all right? But like I said, it's a doing, not a being. And when you're prioritizing wanting to play a AAA Harry Potter game for nostalgia over trans rights, you're not doing allyship, right? But that's not to take away from the other stuff that you've done. Does that make sense? And I feel like that's what Jessie's trying to say too. Jessie's not coming at anybody. Jessie's not attacking anybody. Jessie's not disparaging anybody. Jessie's not calling people transphobes for playing a fucking video game, right? But she's speaking the truth, and the truth is that's not allyship. That act is not allyship. Even if you do do some kind of a charity event, for a trans charity, right? It's not allyship, okay? That's all she's trying to get across. I don't know, but yeah, this is the week of people who are, what is the word for it? Very conciliatory, very understanding, very, non-confrontational, getting attacked by the clout networks, right? Jessie got attacked. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Oral Chai? I feel like I always mispronounce your name. Am I saying it right, Oral Chai? Jasky, allyship is not a state of being. You were remarking how... oh, thank you. You're keeping me on track. FD and Jessie were... Yeah, I found my way back to the take that I was trying to make there. Vaush thinks marginalized people should be kissing his ass, and FD is not. True. He doesn't like being de-centered. Yeah, well, you're gonna see how, much he centers himself in this content. Like, his interest is specifically, what did FD say about me? So... I think we're ready to get into it, right? Oh my god, this song is so good, though. That's Persona Q2. I've never played that game. Meow. But it makes me warm every time I hear that song. I don't know. I feel good. Okay, I'm ready to go, chat. Thank you for being patient with me.
I think. Okay, so not 3 years then. I guess a year and a half?
That's the end of the video. There we go.
Left tube has a drama problem. Not FD Signifier. Left tube does. Pay no attention to the 2.5-hour video.
I see this a lot. I see criticisms of drama based on how many videos did somebody make about something, even when it's like pushing back against attacks against them, right? Making multiple videos is like a huge crime. Making long videos is a huge crime. That's kind of weird for Vaush, right? Because he's a streamer. He's a streamer, and like a stream segment is going to be a long video. A lot of this video is conversational in the same way that a stream segment is. I feel like you could have a little bit more charitability for FD Signifier.
It's the left.
And there's a lot to talk about. He doesn't do a lot of videos, about Vaush, about Xanderhal. I think hasn't he done 2? There's like Breaking Bread, and then this one is Left Tube has a drama problem. Wait, no, is this a re-upload? Oh, I think this is like a re-upload. So I think isn't his video called like Broken Bread or something? So he's done like 2 videos on this. How many segments has Vaush mentioned FD Signifier in, right?
That has the problem with
Meow.
drama. So you agree with FD Signifier? Yeah, I guess I do think that the left tube has a drama problem, yeah. They feel safe only going...
And boost those Twitter threads if you can.
After other leftists. Yeah, it's scary going after right-leaning...
Hit that like button on YouTube.
People.
Oh, that's good stuff that I forgot to tell you.
Watch the Professor Flowers debate? You need to watch the whole thing. It's a holistic thing. 2.5 hours. This would be more than an entire stream just to cover one video. Hey, it's me. Dun, da, 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 da.
Okay, so that's gonna be a theme. Hey, it's me. What? What's the reference?
Good picture of me to use, too.
This site basically allows its users to learn about anime. There's nothing necessarily...
Somebody please center the white dude, right?
In order for that to proceed smoothly, you'll need something.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
What's the actual... What are we complaining about?
Not enough.
Okay, that's the wrong video. Has anybody seen that video? That video is actually about like Vaush's like my anime list or something like that. Like somebody found an Irish laddie my anime. Irish laddie used to be Vaush's name. Somebody found an Irish laddie my anime list and remarked at all the loli themed animes that were. I haven't really watched that though. I can't speak to that. Right? Vaush doesn't even play Smash. He is pretty annoying. Vaush must be reacting to the edit shortened version that's 45 minutes instead of 2 hours. Oh, maybe. Yeah, the other thing I thought about is since FD has uploaded this multiple times and there were edits, there was stuff taken out of it, maybe, you know, he just wanted to go with the original? I'm not sure. Oh, it's Super Smash Brothers. Okay, sorry. I should know that. I just suck at fighting games, that's all. What's up, Chat Alpha? What's up, 1000 G2 G3 G4 G8 00999? Yes, I said your entire name for once.
There's a reason people don't focus on that, and I'll come back to it later. I remember after the drama.
From what I've seen, he also clips you out of context. Clip me out of context. Wait, hold on. You're telling me that a left YouTuber clipped me out of context while making a video?
Literally any criticism of Vaush using a clip is going to be considered clipping out of context. This is like a Jordan Peterson thing. If you ever hey, what's up, Ninetails? If you ever criticize Jordan Peterson and get his fans in the comments, right? Their first thing is going to be like, you didn't watch him in context. You don't understand the context. No. You're being disingenuous, right? You haven't watched this like 7-hour lecture that he gave like 8 years ago that would put this into context. And it's like, you're right. I haven't, and I won't. I will not.
Attacking other
Vaush is a right-winger.
people on the left? That's crazy. I don't believe it. I'd have to see it to believe it. All right.
You can see there's a lot of
actually, that's a good point, Chad Alpha. Right. So, you know, Chad, like people joke about Vaush being a right-winger. FD refers to this too. That some people think that he's alt-right and reframes it as like, I don't think he's alt-right. I think he's controlled opposition. And that one fits. That one actually kind of fits. Like, that's what he is. He's an element of reactionary politics that has insinuated itself upon the left and that is Pied Pipering people away from intersectionality. That's my issue with Vaush in a nutshell, really. He should at least get to the clip before he says it's out of context, right?
I'm involved with this guy. It was the drama with Noah Sampson, which came somehow before and after a lot of this. All the drama that I'm speaking of, for a moment, maybe this is me projecting, I feel like I saw it on his face when he talked to Noah Sampson
controlled opposition.
on stream.
Harass me because it makes me out to be the instigator, the eternal arbiter of harassment, who can never ever have too much done against them.
I do think a lot of it is a narrative-based thing. The
What's up,
issue is that
Carlos?
a lot of people do view me as some kind of big, bad, scary antagonist, a person who's representative of the rot in the online left, and also because people constantly talk about this alleged harassment.
Wait, what does SH mean, Carlos? Does that stand for shithead? I can't tell. Vaush, in order to have context, I would have to engage with you more. Your videos need to come with a warning from the Surgeon General. Warning, this product may cause brain rot. If you watch the whole 12 hours, he only mentions 5 minutes of your response out of context.
Community, a person who mobilizes this massive wave of hate that people will get after.
Several months later.
All right, thank you guys. Keep it up though. Don't get complacent. The more of you are in the replies being like,
Jasmine Renee Jordan. I don't think if I'm not sure if I thanked you, but thank you for joining Weird Champs. Yeah, thank you for.
that's not what's happening right here. Like,
Membering
this is
up.
necessary, okay?
Puppy
Publicly shame
Bowl.
her
Ooh, the
into
Puppy Bowl.
Changing her mind on this. Move you. What? This isn't harassment. She came out of nowhere and was wrong.
Off this site and into I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
Wait, Natalie Wynn. Oh my god. Wow, that's an interesting we caught FD in the middle of a transition. Let me roll that back a little bit because this is like a okay, so let me also turn this to 1080 for a second just so we can read. Is that easier to read? It's still hard to read. This is this is what happened. So yeah, last year, and I compared what Vaush is doing right now to last year's Drama Apocalypse. If you don't know, this was a whole series of events where Vaush attacked Non-Compete, then Noah Sampson, and then Cat Black. And when he went after Cat Black, he kind of bit off more than he could chew. I don't know if you even looked at her numbers, but she's actually bigger on YouTube, or she was bigger on YouTube than Vaush was, right? So, you know, usually Vaush just punches down. This time he tried punching up and it did not go well for him. Yeah, Natalie Wynn, ContraPoints, who in the past had done content with Vaush, had been, you know, pretty... there was a little bit of the camaraderie of the accused between Natalie and Vaush, and that they've both been canceled, right? And so they kind of hung out. They were kind of cool with each other, but Natalie did not like the misogyny that, it's all started with Vaush being misogynistic to J.K. Rowling, which in my mind is like feeding J.K. Rowling. Like, that is like, you know, if you're going to be on my team in an FPS, like, don't get clapped. And he did. He gave J.K. Rowling like an easy win. And that's just like, that's bad. Like, you know what I mean? That's not just like, I disagree with your point of view there. That's like, you know, what are you doing? What are you even doing? Like, right? Because it's maddening to watch you pose as the savior of the transgenders, then do edgy misogyny in the name of that. Yeah, that's the problem. TERFs are trying to call trans people, trans women specifically, misogynist, and Vaush is entering on like our side to argue with J.K. Rowling, and he literally does misogyny. To then do edgy misogyny in the name of that, and finally melt down when a trans woman, that's Cat Black, who knows more than you about this, criticizes you for it. So, and that's all that Cat Black was trying to do. Talk about Vaush should become part of the discourse. Cat Black wanted to talk about the discourse. That's what got Vaush mad at Cat Black. So that was the Drama Apocalypse from last year. It seems like he's learned nothing, though. It seems like he's consciously trying to repeat that, and that with like the you know, kind of train wreck that has gone on with Keffals recently. Like, you've got the whole Clout Network just, I don't know what they're thinking, right? That's why my tweet was like, let's try to figure out what's going on, because, like, you know, is there a strategy behind this, or are they just going off? So Vaush's response was, "This is not verbatim what the woke skull. Is this not verbatim what the woke skull type said to you? Almost down point to point. The people who drove you, yeah." So
Nowhere was wrong.
So ContraPoints was wrong. Okay, great.
Off this site and into, I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
I've heard it seen a few
So
times.
how is that harassment? Wait, how is me saying I don't want to... Contra engaged in behavior that when done against her made her descend into an opium addiction. Like, I said I wouldn't bring that up, but that's true.
But do you see what the... Do you see what the logical conclusion of your stance on that is? You can't criticize anyone who says that they're on the left, or else you're a woke scold. And that's apparently the biggest sin out there, right? So, you talk about gatekeeping, you talk about the left is not your friend, it's not your social club. Vaush, let's be real, it's your social club. It's been your social club for a while now. You gatekeep, okay? You drive people off. You dogpile people, right? You are the gatekeeper. There's so much hypocrisy just baked into this, right? And the end result is that, like, there's more of an incentive not to do woke scoldery than there is to not be a reactionary shithead, right? And that's the problem with somebody like Vaush, who's coming from a fundamentally reactionary place, whether or not he realizes it, being ensconced so deeply in the online left.
It's not like bullying that happened.
He then gave that British turf streamer, what's-her-face, Observer, the same exact story. Wait, same exact victory? British turf streamer. Wait, do I know who this is? We're not talking about... Maybe I don't know about this scandal. Like, I still wouldn't watch him, but if he just stuck to games instead of hurting people, the world would be a better place. On Contra, was suffering from addiction, and now she is... So she's now a lesser person. Yeah, there's that. That's baked into it too, right? Like, I'm not going to say anything about the substance abuse, but, you know, right, whatever. Like, right, you know, he's putting the... That's like some cloak and dagger right there. You know what I mean? That's like a...
She talked about it, you know?
Oh, what's up, Another Lost Druid? Welcome to the stream. Cutting deadwood by letting the deadwood reveal itself. By saying he doesn't want to bring up the substance abuse, he's literally bringing up a substance... Yeah, he's literally bringing it up. That's...
Yeah, what? How is he
Goku's
deciding
hair.
against it? Okay.
I've seen him watch a black woman's video, pause it, look into the camera and say, okay, we're going to watch this, and then I'm going to make her point better than her. Oh, no. Yeah, that's what he's been saying. Like, right? Or that he can make trans rights arguments better than trans people, right? He's full of this crap, right?
Yeah, the clip is so out of context that it was incoherent, so he had to add some in. It was so lacking in context. He had to.
So the authentic voices who we're talking about, she was a small streamer who did a video calling out Vaush during the J.K. Rowling ironic misogyny drama.
Add a text box being like, okay, I know I'm really like shoddily scraping these together, so like you need like a little bit of patchwork glue to even understand anything about what's going on right now.
People refer to debate bros as the new
Authentic observer sounds like a robot from the Wolfenstein universe that spies on people and sees if they're doing anything verboten.
right. Initially, I agreed with
I'm always saying that.
this uncritically. They're definitely cut from the same cloth and occupy many of the same spaces on
Out of context, right?
definitely
That's extremely true. Debate bros love.
Okay, wait, let's
Cole
just
and Storm
aren't the alt-right.
Nope.
They're not that
Nope.
and Armor
Can I get a-
Skeptic.
Okay, sorry.
world where figures like the quartering or armor.
So, like, I mean, I don't know what Twitch's deal is, right? Because, like, they're literally showing somebody, bringing on a banned streamer there for a panel. You're not supposed to even have banned streamers, like, on, you know, screen. I mean, the big thing they don't want you to do is, like, watch them or bring them on as guests, right? But I mean, like, that's why I was fast forwarding through that. I'm not entirely sure what Twitch's policy is, though. The original policy, as I understood it, is that you don't bring these people on, you don't watch these people. I'm sure they, forgive you if a banned person ends up on screen for a split second, but, like, if you're consciously doing it, I think, that's a no-no, right? But I've been seeing more and more people do it more and more brashly. Like, everybody seems to watch Destiny. Like, I don't know if that's okay. I don't know if I'm the silly one for, like, not watching banned people when they do notable things, or if or what's going on. But yeah, that's why I scrolled past that one streamer. That's the streamer that got banned from Twitch for saying some stuff about child exploitation materials, right? That's tomfoolery, who got banned for something that he said about that. So yeah, I'm not trying to platform that.
skeptic are no longer relevant. And
Winking at his audience and telling them, I don't want to bring up the addition, but yeah. Well, I mean, you saw how they went at Xanderhal's ex over her supposed substance issues, right? And that was not just Vaush. That was like White Nervosa, like trying to
I haven't... Okay, I don't know if you can really compare the quartering and armor skeptic. The quartering feels pretty relevant to me.
Yeah, like, I'm not trying to dry snitch anybody, but I really wish that Twitch would clarify its policy on banned streamers, because if I'm avoiding content that I would be able to watch, I need to stop avoiding that. You know, like, I'm just not sure where they stand on that, honestly.
He gets higher views than I do, certainly higher than FD Signifier. He's got a pretty huge channel.
Okay, so...
Does he know what controlled opposition means? Let's find out.
What do you think about that? Is the quartering relevant, right? So FD Signifier kind of implied that the quartering is not exactly relevant these days. I think that the quartering had maybe a bigger influence before. And yeah, like Vaush is pointing out, he still gets 500,000 views on his videos. I didn't he used to get bigger numbers than that? He won't even let FD finish his point. That is the worst sin of a React streamer. When they pause it, and don't let you... Isn't Vaush banned from Twitch? Vaush used to be banned from Twitch for some comment that he made about... wanting to see a certain country get nuked, but he got unbanned, right? It was supposed to be a lifetime ban, but I think they changed their mind on it, or something, or he was just like... Quartering is not relevant to the left now. Most leftists don't care about him. But yeah, the quartering's kind of a joke, right? What is Vaush trying... Why is Vaush trying to be nice to Jeremy? I don't know. Hey, I mean, if you want to get him on, you could talk to Keffals, maybe. Maybe that's why
one of the OGs of the anti-SJW world, the amazing atheist, has kind of turned over a new leaf. Plus guys like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson being outside of the sphere where you can kind of farm content. Some of the most valuable figures for the attention economy are debate bros. I know for a fact that if I put...
What does that mean, outside the sphere where you can farm content? Because I have noticed that the videos that I've done on Jordan Peterson they don't do numbers. They don't get views. And it's really strange to me because obviously Jordan Peterson is a well-known figure. And yet, yeah, those are some of my least watched videos and some of my best videos. It's almost like somebody that like, it's almost like you can't talk about the people that are making YouTube money. He could be letting the deadwood expose itself to the blade. Oh my God. He could be.
His face.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the concept of controlled opposition? Does he not know what controlled opposition means? Controlled opposition is when one group controls both sides of discourse by fronting the other side. What is that?
On the thumbnail for this video,
he doesn't realize how useful he is to the right wing, right? He doesn't realize how useful he is to the right wing. Like that's the tragedy of Vaush. He actually thinks that changing the left from being solidarity focused to being dominance focused is an advantage. And it's like, no, that's a fundamental selling out of everything that the left stands for, right? So essentially you have a big chunk of the online left that's not even coming from a place that's leftist at its very core, right? Vaush at his very core is about dominance paradigm, right? He doesn't understand solidarity. He's missing a big piece of intersectionality, right? He is actively creating an atmosphere that makes solidarity impossible to form. Like he's gatekeeping the people that we need most on the left out of the left.
Video, it will get more clicks. I know this because last April, I put his silhouette in my April Fool's thumbnail, and that shit hit 1 out of 10 by a wide margin until people realized it was a prank. I know this because I get so...
We call this the Vaush bump. It's because I'm amazing and popular and everyone loves me.
Oh, Humandra's pointing out a certain common interest between Vaush and the quartering. Interesting.
I am the content. Look at me. Say my name.
Many emails and comments and tweets asking
Wow.
me to talk to Vaush or talk about Vaush and other debate bros. And since the beginning, before
Never forget, after this guy made his first anti-debate bro video, which was full of, like, lies, the only debate bro he would talk to was Shark. I'm pretty sure because Shark is black. He walked back everything he said in the debate bro video, and then he kept making videos saying the same.
Was that like jealousy or something? Like, okay, so Vaush is not above accusing people of reverse racism. He almost sounded a little aggrieved. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Does he sound a little bit aggrieved there? Oh yeah, he talked to Shark because he's black. Oh, like, right? Okay. FD did not walk everything back. FD hadn't really dealt with people from the debate sphere before Shark, and Shark, it has those kind of like real-time rhetorical skills that that kind of put you in a place of maybe sounding like you're either where you're exposing yourself to a critique, or you end up sounding like you're walking stuff back. And in FD's mind, I think what he was doing was trying to find common ground with Shark, right? And that got taken in the eyes of the debate sphere. Doing that is conceding, even though there wasn't really anything conciliatory about FD's statements. Vaush the Posh. Wait, did you get that from Lucy Hayes? I think that's a Lucy Hayes meme, isn't it? Cisco, is that right? We watched Lucy Hayes take down Chud Logic, and it was very enjoyable. We got to get Lucy Hayes on our side, right? I think Lucy Hayes is awesome. That I enjoy watching her reactions to the debate bros from time to time. There's a lot that's a lie, and also racist. Also, FD wasn't lying. He was misinformed because there is so much bad information out there that pits the toxic in the pits of toxic dishonesty surrounding debate bros. What FD does more than anyone else in the sphere is lead with empathy. Yeah, Ducky. Yeah, exactly. Ducky gang.
Stuff. He's a fucking coward. He literally, like, all of it just fell apart to Shark.
Did I see Bad Empanada's video on Bo the Fifth Column? Not yet, Shaxba, tell me about it. FD didn't walk back anything. Actually, Shark left that conversation sulking. 7 minutes.
Like just base.
Wait, which comment did I misread? That's a lie, and also... Wait, that's a lie, and also not racist. Also, FD wasn't lying. He was misinformed because there is so much bad information out there in the pits of toxic dishonesty surrounding debate bozos. I feel like that's what I said the first time, though. I'm confused. Wait, is Vaush reacting to the new video? Correct. That's what we're dealing with here. Not just that, but like I mean, if you've seen the new video is, it says drama, right? It's about Vaush, but it's not highly critical of Vaush. It's, if anything, it errs on the side of being too forgiving. It errs on the side of being too good faith, I guess, and that's something that I can relate to. That's my issue as well. Vaush is lying and being smug about it. I'm shocked. Oh my god, me too. You originally said that. Okay, so I didn't read the not racist. Okay. Yeah, I didn't catch that word, which changes everything. Nice catch, Sarah. Video. There you go.
Socratic method. And then he just kept saying it. It's fucking spineless. Yeah. He said it was because Shark is black. Oh, did he admit it was because Shark is black? Like, he actually said that. Okay, great. That's fantastic. Truly the height of intellectualism on display here.
Okay. I don't know what to do with that. The hell was that, Vaush? What the hell was that? How am I supposed to interpret that in good faith? That sounded like you said that like a black streamer or a black content creator talking to a black streamer like preferentially was dumb? Is that what he's trying to say? There's nothing actually wrong with FD wanting to talk to Shark because he's black. Yeah, what is he implying there? What the hell is he implying? That's weird. I mean, it's not weird. I mean, right, I'm trying to be good faith here. I'm trying to be excessively good faith so that when Vaush, fails, when Vaush stretches my faith to its maximum, stretching capacity, it snaps back and hits him on the nose and he goes, ouch, right? That's kind of my style, right? What even is that? Yeah, right? Oh my god, okay. Well, he's mad. Like I said, Vaush mad. Or like Vamp said. Vaush mad.
When I first had 100,000 subscribers, this was people saying, FD, choose a side. And obviously, I chose not to side with Debate Bros because I don't like them. But they're not monsters. Neither is Merrick.
Thanks.
Neither is Professor Flowers.
Wait, Merrick? Wait. Which Merrick? What Merrick are we talking about?
Yeah, that's right. Did I only have Ninetales on because she's trans? Oh my god, I must be cisphobic. Yeah, that's the word. I'm like...
Merrick is very publicly... Merrick DeVille? Yeah, but Merrick is very publicly on our... Okay, whatever.
Does anybody have... Oh my god, cat ears. Yes. Does anybody have the... Can anybody get me the tweet? Right? So, Vaush is lacking a lot of information about this video. Yeah, Merrick was in the video. Also, Xanderhal has cut ties with Merrick. Xanderhal was so offended by Merrick doing content with FD Signifier that he cut contact. I think he blocked Merrick. Does anybody have that tweet of Xanderhal going off on Merrick? No, that's actually funny to me because no, you know what it is though? Because I think of these people as being, staying kind of like that they usually communicate with each other, but because of the streamer lifestyle, because of the amount of time spent on stream, maybe he just missed that. If he would have just watched the video first, right? Xanderhal is such a baby, right? Yeah, that's absolutely. Yeah, we're toggling the cat ears. That's true. We are toggling the cat ears. Yeah, so like yeah, Xanderhal cut ties with Merrick. That happened. I don't know if anybody's got the link for that. Maybe wait, I probably have. Somebody probably posted that in Discord. I know I saw that it's somewhere.
Merrick's in the video? Merrick isn't a debate pro. Okay, whatever.
What is a debate bro then? I mean, obviously, like, you could say that, like, if you could, the bro thing is slightly gendered, right? But in practice, it's not. In practice, like, people call, female, people call, like, you don't have to be a man to be called a debate bro, right? But as far as, like, does she do debates? Yeah, she's done debates. I don't know what is his criteria, because honestly mine isn't even about debates. My criteria for what is and isn't, there it is, thank you Zara. My criteria for what is and is not a debate bro is basically it's a social club. Like I said before, Vaush says the left is not your social club, and I agree with him, but for a different reason. I think it's his social club. I think he's turned it into his social club, right? So let's take a look here. That's not helping. Let's try slightly bigger screen. And scooch. Okay, so this is Xanderhal's tweet. Don't let people shame you for respecting yourself enough to not keep friends that hang out with people who unironically hate you. So this is Merrick replying to Xanderhal, saying, I have done nothing but stick my neck out for you and defend you. Even in this conversation I had with FD, when I went out of my way to say nice things about you and Vaush, unprompted, and this is how you're going to treat me? What is down below here, though? This is interesting. Let's see what's going on here. So we got some more explanation from Xanderhal. Okay, so here we go. The reason I blocked her wasn't just for her collab, but the fact that she refused to understand why it may upset me that she did that, and why the outcome would upset me too. She insulted me for it. Please quail your parasocial internet desire. Yo, Xanderhal, your machine runs on parasociality. I hate to break it to you, all right? But you're in no place to criticize people for being parasocial, right? You wouldn't exist. What's up, Cryptid Mage? Good to see you. Also, how I interpret Debate Bros is as Vaush's social club. Yeah, like Friends of Vaush, basically. Not just Vaush, but Vaush, Destiny, or the Twitch poll scene. So the people that appear on like panels like Wix panel, Prime Kai, those are debate bozos. That's why I try to say bozos, right? Because some people take issue with the term bros, and I don't think it's entirely about debate either. I don't think that what's wrong with these people is like listen, I don't actually have a problem with debate, okay? Now, it's not to say that I really like it or I think it's particularly useful in finding truth, but if you go and have a debate with somebody, I'm not mad at you for that. If you're a reactionary leftist, if you're fundamentally like obliterating understanding and consciousness of intersectionality, that's when I have a problem with you. That's more to the point of my definition, even beyond the whole, like it does have a social group aspect, but it also has like an ideological aspect for me. So yeah, anti-intersectional, reactionary leftist. That's what I mean when I say debate bozo, right? And maybe we need a better word for that, but whatever. Quail your parasocial. Oh, he said quail. Quail. Oh my God, do people know about Xanderhal's quail farm? Like, if you watch Xanderhal's stream, he, like my little sub point thing down there, which, if you sub to my Twitch, that thing goes up and things get unlocked. Like this stream that we're going to be doing, this bonus stream, that got unlocked by people getting to 100 total points. Now, it's gone down since then because, it's like subs, expire at a certain period of time. But, like, instead of that down there, what Xanderhal has is, like, a quail fund. Because he wants to move to where is he moving? He wants to move to like Oregon and raise quail, and like he needs money to raise the quail. And so if you're donating to Xanderhal, you're donating to the quail farm. But anyway, sorry, I just got to that's a derail. That's a stun lock right there. Please quail your parasocial internet desire to see all your favorite lefties be friends and realize there are actual people behind the screens. What? Really? You don't treat us like that. You don't treat us like that, but whatever, Xanderhal, whatever. With actual human emotions and standards for friendship. Oh my God. What is the word for this? Like, there's a word for this. Self-righteous is one word. I'm looking for a different word, though. Wait, I can't think of it. It starts with a P. The quell. Okay, so he said quell. Quail is the bird. Okay. I thought he said quail. quail your parasocial interest for just 1 second. Xanderhal is a guy that vomits, oh my gosh, because he can't make it to the bathroom, right? Hypocrisy, that's part of it, but like there's like a petulant, I mean that works too. Pretentious, that also works. You all are saying things that are true, but not the word that I'm looking for. I can't remember what this word is, but it's like yeah, self-righteous is essentially what it gets to. So I mean I'm not gonna be I'll stop being a nerd. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with. So yeah, Xanderhal, and is that the last of it? Yeah, FD Signifier is literally friends with DJ. Whoa, are we privileged? That works too. PP head, that works too, right? Oh my god, chat, you're on fire. Presumptuous, that also works. Wow. Perspicacious, I don't even know what that means, but it sounds good. But yeah, the TLDR of all this, right, is that over Merrick appearing on a video with FD Signifier, Xanderhal has burned that bridge, right? That's all it took. And like the final straw is he's literally friends with DJ Mule. We have a rule here, okay? Nobody's allowed to be. Does it mean sweaty? Pedantic. I mean, wait. I think pedantic kind of fits. Was that what I was looking for? No, it's like being up your own butt and self-righteous at the same time, but I can't think of the word for it. It doesn't matter. It's chat. You've got better vocabulary than I do. Okay, should we call them DGGers? I mean, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. They would hate that though. The Vaush people would hate being called DGGers, right? That's their big claim to fame, is that we're not Destiny. We are not as bad as Destiny, right? That's their only way of calling themselves leftists, is like compared to Destiny, we seem like leftists. Chat flexing their dictionary and thesaurus skills today. True. Persnickety. I mean, that, you know, he's kind of persnickety too. Pious. I can't think of what it is. Pedantic, pious. It'll come to me. It'll come to me in a dream. This just goes to show that FD's video is 40 chess. Yeah, I guess so, Rogue Dyke. I guess it had that outcome. That's pretty amazing, right? Because Xanderhal and Merrick, like, ever since I've known either of them, have been really close, right? Xanderhal was the initial person who brought Merrick on to rehabilitate her after her PR disaster, showing up for a BLM protest as a combat medic with, like, what was it, 6-inch acrylic nails? So in other words, she showed up for, an important duty in a protest, functionally unable to perform that duty, right? And that's just the beginning. I don't want to get into like Merrick's whole, rap sheet, right? Yeah. So like a lot of what Merrick did, how Merrick became famous, was showing up to protests, during the George Floyd uprising, right? And selfie, right? And like, she was showing up supposedly to help, right? But there's that story where she just was not in any state to actually render any sort of help. So all it was like a way to center herself in what was a very, important, like, massive understatement, right? Peevish, pompous, these all fit. That's how she made herself famous before she got canceled for being awful. Yeah, so she got, kind of canceled or whatever. Like people, then the other thing was there was a tweet about a farmer's protest in India that ended, like, the last thing that she tweeted was like her, was a self-promo thing. Pernicious, that also. I don't know who Merrick is. I mean, I haven't really talked about Merrick in a long time, right? Merrick basically backstabbed me during the Dylan thing, right? I didn't know her that well, but she came out and she leaked DM, and I say DM because I mean she leaked one DM between myself and her, which seemed to imply that Dylan and I were working behind the scenes to create the drama. Hey, what's up, Millie? Good to see you. Yeah. So the tweet that she leaks, like, right, it basically is like the I don't know what you want to call it, right? If you take this tweet seriously, right? Because, you know, here's an example of something that was out of context. I think I said I talked to Dylan. Yeah, I was talking about, like, I invited, you know, when Dylan came on the stream, and that's, you know, when the whole blow up happened, right? I had talked to Dylan, like I did a reaction to one of his streams. He, I think I said I challenge you or something like that. He's like, challenge accepted, right? So I was telling her that I talked to Dylan before that. She thought that, you know, I don't know, he came out on, like, you know, just randomly or something like that. And I was like, no, I talked to him. But when she leaks just, I talked to Dylan, what it sounds like is that me and Dylan, like, planned this out, right? And like, you know, if you know Dylan and how central he was at the time to the entire debate sphere, to the entire panel scene, right? It almost implies that everything that goes on, every bit of drama is actually kayfabe, which, you know, some of Dylan's stuff is kayfabe. I think Demon Mama and him have done, you know, kind of, you know, some of it. It's weird because with Dylan, it is kayfabe till it's not. Like, he really did, like, come at Demon Mama at one point, right? They really did have a real falling out. But before that, there was a lot of kind of fake falling out that went on too. So, but yeah, if you take the Merrick tweet, Merrick's you know, leak of my DM, right, seriously, like, it seems to imply that everything is fake. And God, I wish, God, that would have saved me a lot of suffering if it was all fake, right? You know what I mean? Like, the harassment definitely was not fake, right? The people, you know, trying to dox me, the people, like, ruining my streams with hate raids, like, all that stuff, like, I wish. Love that you're using kayfabe. Only ever heard that as a wrestling term. That was Dylan's thing. Dylan's a big wrestling fan, big Vince McMahon fan, and people have been noting more and more how, like, the Vince McMahon thing kind of, like, isn't just a metaphor. Like, it seems to be more... Am I saying it wrong? Does kayfabe mean, like, quid pro quo? Well, kayfabe is in wrestling when they pretend to have a conflict and the conflict isn't actually real, right? And what I was saying is that if the conflict between me and Dylan hadn't been real, then, like, the fallout from that conflict, which, I mean, I don't know if you people know, right? But, like, I lost, like, 500 subs on YouTube, right? I got massively harassed. I got, you know, hate raids for years, essentially more than a year after that. Like, I mean, we still get harassment, right? Yeah, Dylan's a Vince fan, right? So like, you know, if only this was, like, you know, Dylan was serious, like, right? If you look at my clip channel right now, the video that's up as the trailer is Dylan going off about how I am the biggest scumbag on Twitch, right? And he's not kidding. He is not kidding at all, right? He's 100% serious about that, right? That's why I'm saying, like, you know, God, like, but anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to derail with that. That's my experience with Merrick, and ever since she did that, like, you know, I just haven't really been paying much attention to her. Kayfabe is an illusion in wrestling. I'm a wrestler in training. Oh, that's cool. I wonder what that's like. Also, kayfabe drama stuff was invented as a term by the drunken peasants. Okay, so Dylan didn't just come up with that on his own. It's a drunken peasants meme, I guess, in their debate stuff. Okay, so that's definitely where he got it then. Yeah, his whole thing was that he thought that debates and politics on a platform that's for video games were not interesting enough, right? That there needed to be a storyline, and that, you know, he thought that, like, some kayfabe, and really what he meant was, what Dylan meant was, like, what do they call them, promos? When a wrestler comes out and says, "Listen here, other wrestler, you think that you can beat me? Ha ha ha! I'm gonna take you and I'm gonna slam you! I'm gonna slam you at SummerSlam! What are you gonna do? What are you gonna..." You know, that's what a promo is. Yeah, right? That's like a really bad version of one. I don't know anything about wrestling outside of Glow, right? I did watch all seasons of Glow, and I really wanted season 4. I still want season 4. I know it's not going to happen, but I want season 4 of Glow. Like, Glow should have ended at season 2, or it should have had a 4th season. Ending at season 3 sucks. Like, I'm kind of pissed about that, right? Because I watched it, I binged it, right? And like after season 2, I was like, oh, this is a pretty good leaving point. This is a pretty good ending point. And I'm like, what? There's a whole new season? Oh, great. Okay, let me watch that. And then like I watched that, and like that's where you really want it to go on, but it doesn't. Anyway, chat, I am getting completely, what is it called? Stun locked. Yes, I'm getting stun locked. Don't need that to happen right now. Let's get back to FD Signifier and Vaush. Sorry about that.
Neither is Hassan, neither is DJ Mule, neither is Rewired Soul for that matter. But we overstate the possible badness of these figures to
This is cat ADHD. I think you're right.
justify treating
You watched season 1? I love that show.
them inhumanly. We call it accountability, but that's not really what we're talking about 90% of the time.
People like literally 2 minutes ago, this guy was like, yeah, I used to accept uncritically that all debate bros were neo-Nazis. But now I realize they're not that.
So he said alt-right, right? He said alt-right. And what he's talking about is people noticing the parallels between debate bros and some alt-right takes. You can find it with Vaush, in fact, right? You can find echoes of Lauren Southern's great replacement theory in Vaush's debate with Professor Flowers. This is not coming from nowhere, right? This is not an imaginary vapor trail, right? They're you know, and what do you expect when somebody comes from fundamentally a different place at their very core than the left, which is about solidarity? Like that's, you know, if you want to boil it down to something, it's solidarity. And Vaush is not about solidarity. He's about dominance paradigm, right? He looks at the left and he says, okay, I agree with you for the most part, but you're weak and you're losing and you look like a bunch of soy cucks. You look like a bunch of soy cucks, and you got to be a big, strong person like me if you want to beat the right. And so here's how we're going to beat the right. We're going to go into the kill stream, and when they try to say something racist to me, I'm going to just say straight up the N-word with the hard R and show them that I'm not cucked. I'm not soy. I'm not one of these lefties that they can push around. And, you know, like, I mean, call that what you will, but you can't really call that leftism, right? So his problem, much like kidology, although on to a different degree, much like kidology, Vaush's problem with the left is that it's not the right.
That bad. What level are we operating on here? When it comes to like essentialist enunciations, there is no comparison, like at all. Why are the crypt?
I ordered a double. I'm the one who ordered the double shot of soy cock. My God, I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I should be trying to keep this stream monetized, but it's hard when you're reacting to Vaush, right?
So why are the clips so crispy? I have no idea.
Well,
What? What does he mean by crispy?
make it seem like you're a bad person, you're a villain, you're
Right.
immoral.
Like, is he talking about the sharpness? We don't serve that until 7 a.m., ma'am.
have to moralize their content consumption, and they have to also moralize like the kinds of content that they don't like. And this is ironic because this is a very liberal tendency, because liberals have no way of doing materialist analysis. It's antithetical to their worldview, and therefore they like to harp on cultural signifiers. And
I just look, okay, this isn't relevant to the video at all. I feel so jacked today. Oh my God. Was the bagel that I lifted up to my mouth earlier?
Well, look, if you're using cultural signifiers like as a fig leaf, you know, for something more meaningful, then yeah, true, right? But what I worry about with the sort of reactionary nature of debate streamers is that they hate liberalism so much that they end up being scared of its shadow and looking at intersectional analysis as being fundamentally liberal and rejecting, you know, things that are completely compatible, in fact, instrumental to intersectional leftism, because it feels liberal, right? So that's another way that you can go off the rails. I will absolutely admit that there are people that value that will try to show cultural signifiers to portray themselves as left, and it's hollow, it's empty, right? It's just a like it's a right-wing term usually, but virtue signal, it's there's nothing beyond the use of that as a signifier, right? That happens. But also what you're seeing with Vaush, and to a lesser degree with Xan, is a reaction to that, and I would say like a little bit of an overreaction, more so in Vaush's case, less so in Xan's case, but it's definitely there in both cases.
You're like super ultra heavy and I didn't realize. I feel like my shoulders are busting out of this shirt right now. Is it just a smaller shirt? I feel like oh my God.
They're more afraid of communism than liberalism.
Me, when I walked over to the shower and stood up for 20 minutes in a row while washing my body, oh my God, I'm fucking yoked over here. I'm getting jacked. Was it an everything bagel? No, it was just a regular plain bagel. Oh my God, take it off, take it off. Sorry, I'm being stupid.
Ironically, that's why you get this, like, my consumption is saying something about my morals. That's why I'm consuming good things and not bad things. That's why there's so much cultural analysis. And not in like a Gramscian sense, but instead in more so like why is there a bad character in in this new movie that's doing bad things, but he looks kind of cool?
That's just a caricature. Like, I don't know where he's getting this, honestly, right? There's a bad character in my movie, and they are the bad guy, but I'm offended that the bad guy is saying bad things. I don't know where these leftists are that are supposedly doing this stuff, right? It doesn't seem real to me. It feels like a straw man is honestly what it feels like, right? Like, I have not seen somebody get mad because the villain in a like in a movie or a show does yikes stuff. Like, I don't know where this happens. I don't know what he's talking about.
Which is almost like this puritanical 90s era, anti-violence momentum that you're
we talked to Xan. Yeah, because Xan is black.
Seeing both from the left and the right, because no one has
move it along.
The press they achieve. All of it revolves around consumption.
Oh wait, these are my videos.
Systemic change is really difficult to achieve, impossible as a matter of fact. So they just pick apart like whatever they can and just hyper focus in these like little communities.
And the other thing about media, like media analysis takes like that, if you're seeing them, there's some chance that is a that's propaganda from the right. There are like right-wing sock puppet accounts that will go and
they've created on the internet, and
there are right-wing sock puppet accounts that'll go around with horrible takes to make the left look bad. That does happen, right?
What is it? It's true. I make YouTube videos as a YouTuber. That is true. Xan is criticizing the liberal tendency.
Do people know what puritanical even means? Because nothing I have ever heard Debate Bros use as an example of being puritanical has actually ever been puritanical. They are making a metaphor, and I would say this is like a stretched metaphor. I would say that they stretch this metaphor way too far, right? And the metaphor is this: like, just like the Puritans were known for going hard on anything that was seen as like anti-Christian or unchristian or sexually permissive. They're trying to say that online leftists go hard against anything that's seen as reactionary, right? And that's the metaphor that they're trying to draw, but it just feels like a right-winger trying to use lefty logic against the left. And Vaush, you wonder why people call you controlled opposition. There it is. There it is. You act like a right-winger a lot of times. And why do you act like a right-winger? Because you're not coming from a place of solidarity. You're not coming from a place of intersectionality. You're coming from a place of dominance paradigm and, I don't know, like ego gratification. If I'm being real, right? And that's how you end up with these Frankenstein monster takes that you give, right? I said right-wing accounts are constantly in Hassan's chat 24/7, which is part of why he's so rough in the way he deals with things, even though he often smooths it over later. I am active on writing Twitter. I am friends with many writers. A few of them are known in the niche. The debates that take place in that space are out of this world.
To form social in-groups without any, like, interest in broader social change, which is the opposite of me, because I'm constantly critical of people who turn the left into an insular social group, and I'm always looking to maximize.
That's why I turned it into my own social group.
Like, the possible gain in pulling people over. And, like, why show my videos here? Scroll through Hassan's channel. Like, what?
And he says pulling people over, right? Now, so pulling somebody over to, like, an intersectional leftist framework, that's a great idea. Good, you know? But there's a lot to unpack. If you're coming from the right, you don't just, like, get intersectional leftism. And what Vaush seems to want to do is pull right-wingers over, maybe even right-wingers who are, like, disaffected with Trump. And there are some, especially, you know, as you go younger, there's more and more people that they hate liberalism, they hate wokeism, but they also hate Trump. And, you know, good on them. Like, that's better than somebody that hates liberalism and hates wokeism but loves Trump, right? But yeah, that's kind of who he's trying to court. And the reason for that is, right, is if there's more people like that calling themselves leftist, then it gives him more breathing room for his reactionary takes, right? It makes his reactionary takes seem more reasonable. So essentially, he doesn't like the left. He thinks that the problem with the left is that it needs to be more like the right. And so he brings on over, you know, people that are slightly to the right and say, hey, do what I did, and you can just call yourself a leftist, right? And, you know, like, you know, it's left is not your social group. That's right, because it's our social group, and we're taking over, and we're going to push out all the woke scolds. We're going to push out all the tenderqueers. We're going to make this place incredibly hostile for anybody that's marginalized, right? So they can come and they can join, but they got to take a back seat. If you're trans, you are not in the front lines of trans issues, because you cannot be trusted to have the good takes that this guy's going to have. This guy's your savior. This guy's your defender. If you're black, you know, great, join the Vaush gang, but you cannot put yourself out in front. If you ever, like, speak up, speak truth to power to this guy and say, like, hey, you know, like, I don't think that reverse racism is really a thing, you're going to be, you know, you're going to be excised from that community. So yeah, that's right. The left is not our social club. It's your social club.
Like, what is the implication here? Like, Hassan is referring to any YouTuber? Wait, hold on.
All possible, as a matter of fact. So they just pick apart, like, whatever they can, and just hyper focus in these, like, little communities that they've created on the internet, and all of it revolves around consumption. It's never about, like, genuine move.
Hold on. Let me get FD Signifier up here. This is so dumb. I can't believe. Why is everyone who criticizes me dumb? Incredible every time. It's so stupid. It's such a reach.
It's and just hyper focus in these, like, little communities that they've created on the internet, and all of it revolves around consumption. It's never about, like, genuine moves. It's never about, like,
it's about who you watch. What does who you watch say about you? We'll say stuff like they're harmful to the left or to social movements, which maybe is true to an extent, but
I think Hassan's point was more about Twitter mob stuff. It was obviously not about me, because if the point was about me, then it would have been equally applicable to every YouTuber.
to what extent? DJ Mule, again, less than 10,000 followers. Professor Flowers, less than 30,000. Xanderhal, less than 100,000. Vaush has over 400,000 subscribers. When you look at the view counts of his content on YouTube, he rarely breaks half of that. I don't think he's...
Do you know what uploading 1 or 2 videos a day means? Wait, seriously? Find me anyone who uploads 1 to 2 videos a day who gets a view count equal to oh my god, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. Chill out, it's not an insult. But this, well, I mean, it's kind of an insult by implication. But also, like, it's very, very dumb. Between my two channels, I get 10 million views a month. Between them. Vaush, don't engage. In the video that I'm looking at?
Done it, but
It literally, like, hey, I have 200,000 Twitter followers, and I can't help but notice my last tweet did not get 200,000 retweets. Elon Musk, sir, watch the whole video. You sound dumb as fuck right now. What? So okay, really quickly, out of curiosity, like simping aside, how is it dumb as fuck for me to be like locked in linear time like you? Okay, I don't know if you're like Dr. Manhattan and you're watching the tachyons move in both directions.
Hello, Iron Orchids. Oh my god, I can't pronounce anybody's name. I was about to like say your name. Anyway, yeah, Iron Orchids. I read it correctly this time. Hassan embraces it though. Wait, Hassan embraces what? Hassan is far less of a putz than Vaush, but still kind of a putz. Oh yeah. Hassan embraces it though. I do think Vaush might have flew too close to the sun this time. So like what I'm looking at, what this is appearing like, we've seen this before, right? Like this kind of like overreaction. I almost said like reactionary, but like, you know, there's several like reactive, I guess is what I'm trying to say. A little bit of criticism in this video. Actually, this video is mostly like an olive branch to the debate bozos, right? More than anything else, this is FD trying to quash the beef and get past it. FD doesn't want the drama. FD doesn't want the controversy, right? And that's why he brought somebody like Merrick on along with people like Professor Flowers, DJ Mule, Lindsay Ellis, and Hassan, right? Like this isn't a video that's like saying drama, like, yeah, let's do drama. This is a video that's complaining about drama and trying to move past it. Now, I actually think that if there's anything that FD can be criticized for in this video, it's for being too good faith. It's for giving these debate bozos a little too much of the benefit of the doubt, right? But that's not what Vaush is criticizing him for. And that's not what he's currently getting dogpiled, right? Because it's not just Vaush. It's Vaush, Xanderhal, I think Keffals, like, right? It's the entire Vaush Clout network that's coming down to dogpile FD Signifier over this video, which was honestly like a peace offering, right? Like to me, this is milquetoast. This is absolutely a mild set of takes from FD Signifier. There's nothing provocative. There's nothing confrontational here. It's a call for, you know, understanding, if anything, right? So yeah, it's strange. This reaction is really strange. 10 million views. Yeah, I guess, right? But yeah, so what he's saying is that, like, okay, so there's a calculation that people do sometimes on streams, which is like your views on an average video, how does that compare to your sub count, right? And like 50% or better is considered good. If you're getting relatively, like if you're getting like more than your sub count all the time, that's really, really good, right? And if, you know, you're getting like, if you got like 10 million subs and you're getting 1 million views, that, I don't know, is that actually considered bad? That sounds like good numbers to me, but like no, if it's like you know, 1 million subs and 100,000 views per video, then you know the idea is that maybe some of your audience has tuned you out. Maybe they subbed to you back in the day, and you're just not doing it for them, or they moved on. They're into other things now, right? For whatever reason, you're not getting their attention. That's and Vaush is pointing out that there's a difference between a creator like ContraPoints who uploads like once a year. A creator like, I'm trying to think of somebody else that, like, you know, there's other creators that upload like once a month, right? And then there's a creator like Vaush who uploads multiple times in one day. And so even though his videos might get a fraction of his subs as far as numbers, he's saying that overall his numbers are really good. Overall his numbers are strong. And when you upload that much, you're gonna get necessarily like lower number of views on every video. His example for comparison is the Majority Report. Vaush thinks all criticism directed at him online, on his online persona, is aggressive. This is one of the weakest points in an otherwise good video.
And you can see everything. You're watching the tachyons hurl in from the future, and you're collecting them and learning about what's to come. But unfortunately, I have to experience things.
Yeah, I was confused because he was too nice to them. I don't see all these situations as the same thing, but he seems to be looking for common ground. Yeah, and if there's any mistake on FD's part, it's not that he's it's that he's talking about a sphere that he doesn't have as much experience in as some other people. Like, right, this is not his sphere. These are not this is not stuff that he would watch, right? This is not he is related to them because these people criticize him, and he's asked to comment on them, but this is not his cup of tea as far as content goes, right? So as such, you're not going to expect him to understand the inner workings of all this stuff, like the way that somebody that deals with these people all the time, like I do, would. So I don't really hold him to the standard of having to have perfect knowledge of a scene that he's just kind of tangential to, right?
Linearly, which means that when I engage with stuff, it has to happen before I can engage with it. You see.
Wait, Ruffles, Keffals, she's just gonna get caught in the blast radius.
Difficult concept to understand,
so to speak,
for you higher dimensional beings.
Once or twice in the last couple of years, and one of those is the video with Professor Flowers. 75% of
it's useless to try to find common ground with a reactionary white boy. Usually, but FD is smart enough to know that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, or somebody said, he's kind of playing, fourth dimensional chess, like, right? And you can see the results already. You've got Xanderhal burning the bridge with Merrick over this.
Community, at least on YouTube, has checked the fuck out because he's kind of like the entry point for a lot.
His view counts have gone down substantially since Professor Flowers and Cat Black, and that's probably what FD was trying to point out, is that compared to what his influence once was, what his reach really is what we're talking about when we're talking about views on videos. Once was Vaush is, not really reaching that many people.
A lot of people until they figure out.
See, who's saying this isn't an insult? He's saying that because my videos get 100,000 views, that means the other 300,000 subscribers don't watch? This guy, is this a joke? He has no idea how YouTube works. Dog, you have a channel. Check your analytics. That's not how that works. Not everyone watches every video. This reeks of jealousy. I'm giggling. Yeah, like, oh my god. I can't help but notice that you have 200,000 Twitter followers, but your tweets usually get around 10k likes. Sorry that the other 190,000 people who follow you have checked out and never engaged with your content. Good on you for the remaining 10,000 people, though. Jesus Christ.
So it's not much about the spreading.
Wait,
isn't FD larger by now in terms of subs? I'm not sure. Can we get a check on that?
Hold on, let me check Markiplier.
Yeah, that's what he said. Jealousy. Yeah, I don't think he's not. Well, I mean, he's mad. Vaush mad, right? That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with an angry Vaush here.
I guess it's kind of nice because it seems like a reaffirmation that in order to disagree with me, you have to be kind of like a retard. Because this isn't just like an analytical failure or an emotional bias against me. This reveals a basic misunderstanding of the platform that he also uses, which is very weird. You can check your analytics. All right, here we go. Damn, Markiplier has 34.4 million subscribers, but I can't help but notice that a lot of these videos get maybe 2 million views at most. Shame that 32.4 million of his subscribers have moved on. That's like 95% of them or something. Cool that the other 5% of his viewers watch every single video every time, though.
He's like trying to find something to be aggrieved about, right?
The Majority Report has over 1 million subs and less views. Yeah, well, the Majority Report, The Majority Report releases more videos a day than I do. Like, they release like 6 videos a day, which means that they get a ton of like...
FD has 427, so that's pretty close to Vaush's sub count, right? Vaush has gone back to dropping the R slur all over the place. Yo, Keffals is making that easy for him.
Variance in how many views they get, you know? 1.2 million subs, but their videos rarely break 100K views. But that doesn't mean they aren't getting a lot of engagement. It means that if you're a fan of the Majority Report, you're probably not watching like 8...
I bet my next paycheck that no one could find Vaush reacting to a white creator with dog. He's even trying to tone match in the worst way.
Videos of theirs a day, it means that you appreciate their stuff and you check out maybe like 1 or 2, you know? That's the point of releasing it in a bunch of small segments as opposed to like one big block video.
Of bad ideas either. But I'm sure some will try to say for whichever one of those figures in that
I cannot criticize him for burping on stream. I do it all the time.
list that they hate the most. That is not about some tribal behavior. It is about accountability and the spreading of bad ideas and setting an appropriate example for the community. That these various communities have the...
Also, you're a streamer. A lot of people already see your stuff and it was live. Actually, the majority of people see my content from YouTube videos, not streams.
right and the necessity to protect themselves in their spaces, which sometimes means making an example out of transgressive behaviors within and outside of community. And I agree with that to an extent. But without a critical eye on this behavior, we all have created not so much a cancel culture, right, as it's often employed by conservatives, but definitely a culture where we incentivize outrage. It gets us clicks, it gets us likes, it gets us clout and attention. And because it's so closely tied to identities within these communities and dissension within the community.
Why does it feel like so many of these soak graduate wannabes take so many words to express a point that everyone understands?
Wait, what graduate wannabes?
Yes, YouTubers make YouTube content, and yes, that forms online community. I feel like this gets repeated in every video, and it's a way to drag out like the runtime. You know, I don't know if like the Adam and Eve sponsorship was contingent.
Would he like be wanting to draw out the runtime
Upon a given like total length of the video, but
that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense, right? Now, like the sponsorship was in the beginning of the video, right? The sponsorship, like I watched the FD Signifier video. I'm trying to remember the Adam and Eve thing was in the video, the beginning of the video, right? I don't know why the runtime would affect that. He has a doctorate, Vaush. He was a professor. Yeah, I mean, like I've never seen somebody flex a bachelor's degree as hard as Vaush. I've never seen somebody do it, right? As if Vaush isn't verbose. Yeah. Well, over like to the point of malapropism, right? So one of my favorite things about Vaush is his tendency towards malapropism. A malaprop is when you use a word and you say it like wrong, but it ends up being funny. Like, right? You say you mix up the word that you're trying to say because it's not a word that you usually use. It's not a word that you're comfortable with. It's not really part of your lexicon, but you want to sound smart. So you're using kind of a fancy word and you end up kind of saying something that you don't really mean. And he's so good for malaprops, right? I try not to be like, I'm not trying to be like elitist myself there and act like I'm, a walking thesaurus or anything, but
I like, it's so weird.
Yeah, he's probably got a word calendar, yeah.
Because they're essay pilled. Yeah, the problem is like good essays have editors. It's oh man.
It is dangerous. We have little to no critical framework on our own behavior and whether or not
this is one of the things that made Contra good, by the way. That makes Contra good if she ever made videos, which she doesn't. But if she did, it would be one of the things that makes her.
He's still mad at Contra. That was like a year ago, Vaush. That was like a year ago.
We're doing the right thing a lot of times. All the analysis of problems gets edited out the discussion.
Spoken like somebody who doesn't read books. I'm so mad at all these words.
We just want to keep community intact. And what that does is prime us
I
for
feel like Vaush has 3 10-year-old boys in a trench coat. Are we sure that he's not? Not entirely.
doing too much and really being manipulated sometimes by people who know this about us. Keep our
Ooh, that's what always happens.
Oh, hey, it was the person who was bullied off of YouTube by the same kind of people who hate me. That's great.
And you always have to approach it with nuance because you can't say you never did anything wrong.
intro.
Oh, wait. Okay, so he just said Lindsay Ellis bullied off YouTube by the same kind of people who hate me. Anybody in chat hate Lindsay Ellis? I'm guessing that Vaush has got this demographic wrong, right? There's a lot of people who like Lindsay Ellis and don't like Vaush. Yeah, see, we got some people that love Lindsay Ellis, right? And for the most part, like, you know, if people have criticism of Lindsay Ellis, it's like circumspect, right? It's like one thing, and it's not like an overall, like, you know, I hate what she does. She's doing damage to the left, right? She's she's kind of like more of a like movie book, you know, culture. She's like a cultural critic, right? Like her content is very different than Vaush's, right? We don't have any hate. It doesn't seem like we have hate. We have some people that are not a fan. We have some people that, you know, don't like certain things that she's done. But like she's a culture critic. We have people that love Lindsay Ellis in this Woke Skull chat, Vaush. In this Woke Skull chat, we've got people like, I haven't heard any support for Vaush be, you know, brought up yet. But there's a ton of support for Lindsay Ellis. So she was, I mean, like there were definitely some right wingers harassing her off the internet, and that's where the toxicity tends to come from. I'm not a huge Lindsay stan or anything, but her impact cannot be overstated. She is an important person. She's an author and a media critic. She's done. Oh yeah, I always forget that she does. She's also a writer. Done some stuff I don't enjoy, but I liked her perspective.
Other influences, Lindsay was canceled a couple of years ago. But understanding Lindsay's cancellation from a couple of years ago and looking back at it with hindsight is the most like potent evidence that this holding people.
I don't want to get too into like no comment chick stories, but I can somewhat relate to like, you know, I can relate to some of these people, right? I had a bunch of other intersectional leftist streamers like come at me and criticize me over stuff like debating Xanderhal, for instance, right? You know, they didn't like that I debated Xanderhal. That's something I can kind of understand, right? But at the time, it hurt me because I was definitely not siding with Xanderhal. I was definitely not pro Xanderhal, but I was picking my battles with things that he'd said that were just like really harmful. Like his take on genital preference, for instance. I really thought his take on genital preference was kind of gross and harmful. So I went hard on him on that, but I guess they wanted me to go hard on him on other things, right? And for a while, I was a little bit aggrieved, right? And I bought into some of this idea that there's like more toxicity on this side of things than there is, you know, in the, you know, reactionary debate circles. That's probably why I ended up, you know, doing, you know, going on the hippy dippy and stuff like that in the first place, right? Was that I felt like I was being, you know, criticized in bad faith. But the more I look at it, and especially after my experience with Dylan, like cancel culture is primarily coming from reactionary leftists, not from intersectional leftists, right? There's toxicity everywhere. There's toxic people everywhere. There's disingenuous people everywhere. And I ran into some of those people, right? and some of them still have me blocked by from certain chats that like that I probably have more in common with like somebody like Carpe Pax than I have to disagree with. But I'm banned from Carpe Pax's chat because of one of the mods that that Carpe has still holds a lot of hate for me. So and that's whatever it is, right? I'm not gonna dwell on that. But I can somewhat relate to this. But I feel like just like Contra, like I saw the other side of that. You don't want to be sharing the camaraderie of the accused, all right? Because even if you were accused disingenuously, that doesn't mean that everybody, accused of, right, it is like that doesn't go for everybody, right? So if I let my, if I let my aggrievement at being, accused of things beliefs that I didn't really hold, right, blind me to, and just say that, yeah, there's all these woke scolds out here, right? What is that? That makes me Keffals. That leads me down the path that Keffals has gone down. Luckily, I saw the light before then. Luckily, I realized, what was going on. I even had like right-wingers, after kind of expressing some of this aggrievement that I had, I even had right-wingers trying to recruit me to the right wing. Yeah? Being like, well, the left will eat itself and this is what you're going to deal with, right? And it kind of made me realize that, this whole leaving the left thing, it comes from a certain place, and it comes from, centering yourself as a victim, when in reality, it's like, you're not going to agree with everyone. You're not going to, not everybody's going to like you, and that's okay. You don't need to turn around and be reactive to that, right? And I got there a lot quicker than some other people, and I'm so glad that I did, because like I would not want to like chat, like I'm not even exaggerating that hard, okay? When I say that they're but for fortune, like it could have been me. Now, obviously, like, me and my feelings on things, and there's like a world of difference between myself and Keffals, right? But I was offered a White Leaf website, right? I was offered, the ability to right? They, all I had to do in that Dylan debate was like roll over for him at the end to actually do kayfabe, right? I didn't do kayfabe right because I wasn't supposed to pin Dylan. I wasn't supposed to win that match. And because I went into business for myself, as they say, right? Because I actually fought him tooth and nail on that and won, right? That's why I got alienated from the rest of that group. And at the end of the day, there was two roads I could have gone down. I could have bit my tongue on things like Dylan platforming a transphobe and letting him go, do a whole gish gallop, or I could have, I could have spoke my truth, right? And in speaking my truth, in actually bringing an intersectional viewpoint to the debate sphere, I was destined to be dogpiled, okay? At the end of the day, you have two choices, and that's to be true to yourself or to be cool with these people. And a lot of people choose being cool with these people, right? And when I talked about like earlier, like the whole joke about Keffals, okay, so there was Ask Vera compared Keffals and Vaush to Kanye and Nick Fuentes in that like Vaush was egging Keffals on as Keffals was just saying ridiculous stuff and shooting herself in the foot, right? And destroying her, destroying her brand in social media. And then the question is like, who is Alex Jones? Who is sitting there shocked and horrified by what Keffals and Vaush are saying, but that can't outwardly oppose that. And there's a lot of people. I'm not going to call out names. They know who they are. They know that they're biting their tongue. And if they've got a White Leaf website, they're going to have to keep biting their tongue. But yeah, Chad, I was almost there myself. I just it's not in my character carry water for people. It's not in my character to suppress what I feel. And there was some point in which the intersectional leftist ideology I embodied was going to come into conflict with the rest of the online left. And, you know, like that happened for me in that confrontation with Dylan Burns. Anyway, God.
Accountable. The accountability myth that I've been talking about is incredibly flawed and hard to make sense of under any type of heavy scrutiny.
True.
And
I will never be held accountable. God, this video essay is like infinity length long.
So because of this, DJ Mule isn't just a guy who made...
I'm just skipping to the part where I see myself in the thumbnail because I'm the only interesting part of this video.
Look at that. His love for himself, his desire to see, you know, to see his own image is outweighing his distaste and disgust for DJ Mule. You know that all these people, they hate DJ Mule's guts, right? DJ Mule's like Satan for debate bozos. And it's funny that he's not biting on this bait, because anytime they see DJ Mule, it's usually catnip for them, but he just wants to see himself. I got a major flack on a old Twitch channel / Discord for even questioning exactly how useful reactionary leftists like Vaush and Ruffles are. So many people want to be Vaush and have his exposure, but I just don't see anyone to admire. He's going to either flame out like a skeptic anti-feminist community did in 2015, or he's going to pull an Onision and someone is going to release a content cop-esque takedown of Vaush, and that'll be his end. But he is on a timer either way. Interesting. NCC lore stunlocks are interesting, at least. Okay, well, let me know if I'm going on too long, okay? Because some of the stuff I can relate to, and I bring it up not to like glorify that or not to flex that or not to say that because I was tangential to the debate scene that I'm going to have better takes than somebody who wasn't, okay? I'm not trying to pull that shit on anybody. And there's nothing cool about it, right? I am admitting to flaws that I showed earlier in my career as a streamer. The fact that I was so gentle with these debate bozos for so long, let me, like, you know, not like, I don't want there to be any confusion. That was a mistake. That was a failing on my part. I'm not trying to, you know, glorify that or give you some kind of redemption arc or, you know, you know what I mean? It's not cool. There's nothing cool about it. All right. I learned the hard way that you can't insert an intersectional left viewpoint into the debate sphere. That there's a mechanism in place to stop you from doing that. So yeah. Oh my god.
Insensitive comments.
Oh my god, thank you, Jules. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Transgender. City of Doors, Renell Priest, Sorachi H, Gas Station Macbeth. You are all getting gift subs thanks to Jules. You are all, and like if you stick around, I'm gonna try. If we can work through this content, I want to watch the FD Signifier for the subs on Twitch, right? So it's gonna be a subs only stream on Twitch. It's gonna be a members only stream on YouTube, and then I want to put a link to a stream for Patreon. So anybody who's like, you know, donating to me monthly, whether that's, you know, through subbing on YouTube, through being a member subbing on Twitch, being a member on YouTube, or being a Patreon, right? I want you all to be, you know, this is like a gift to all those who have kept me, you know, from completely dropping off the map out of lack of funds, right? I appreciate you so much. It's because of you that I'm able to do this. It's because of you that I'm able to go on. It's because of you that I'm able to, you know, afford to like fix my computer when that breaks down. And I appreciate you so much. And I feel like I haven't given you enough in the past. So we are going to do like a members only, subs only stream. Hopefully after this, if not that, then Monday, right? Because like it takes a lot to get through this content. And I want to make sure that as many of my as many of the members and subs as possible are around to actually enjoy the stream. And if you want to be one of those, you can. There's a bunch of ways you can go about that. You can connect your Amazon Prime to Twitch and get an Amazon Prime sub. That's just as good as any other sub. You can buy yourself a sub yourself if you have enough money. I don't want anybody spending money that they don't have, money that they need to support themselves or those that they love on me, right? or you can hang out for long enough where somebody who's giving community subs or gift subs actually ends up giving you a sub, and then you get a sub just by virtue of being a great chatter, right? Same thing's true on YouTube. Either way that you want to do it, it's great for me. I appreciate my members. I appreciate my subs. People ask me, do I want, would you rather have me subscribe on Twitch or be a member on YouTube? It's actually about the same to me. The memberships on YouTube are cheaper, but I get more of that money. Whereas the subs on Twitch, I got like cut is lower, so it ends up being about the same. So it's really what you like. If you like to watch me on YouTube, then be a member on YouTube. If you like to watch me on Twitch, then get a sub on Twitch. That also gets you out of the ad breaks, right? We have 2 ad breaks during the hour, and those are really annoying. So if you don't want to get sucked out in the middle of a really good part or an NCC lore story, right? An NCC stunlock, then you too can sub up. Got way too high last night while shopping at Target. Oh my god, that's interesting. Yeah.
It's about another
Target's an interesting place to be late at night.
guy and his ex-girlfriend. No, he's an abuser, or at a minimum, an abuse apologizer. Professor,
he's objectively an abuse apologizer. That's true. That's not an exaggeration or an abstraction. That is an accurate and direct description of what he is. Yeah.
So like I said, I mean, I wasn't comfortable with everything in the DJ Mule video. And in terms of discussing Xanderhal's personal life, like I try to stay away from people's personal life and not talk about that. However, this guy's got no room to talk about that. This is Vaush talking about abuse apologia. This is the guy that, this is the guy that abused somebody in Destiny's Discord. He's not just an abuse apologist. He's an abuser, okay? And people don't want to talk about this, but it's absolutely true, right? What he did to this person was horrible, okay? This person in Destiny's Discord just wanted to debate Vaush actually about religion, right? She wanted to have a debate about Jesus, and Vaush kept on turning the conversation sexual in a way that's really gross. And then even after that, he and his friends attacked this person, tried to silence this person, tried to intimidate this person, right? What he did is really gross. Vaush, you got no room to talk about DJ Mule being an abuse apologist, you fucking abuser.
Not to say he's not would
right?
be a false statement.
Let me go grab some
isn't
coffee.
just a person who didn't perform well in a debate.
She actually did better in the debate than she did in her follow-up videos. Her follow-up videos were her burning an effigy and chanting "Kill Whitey, kill Whitey." The debate with me, she at least didn't have an effigy or a match. Yeah, I don't know.
With a hostile audience, they are a reverse racist
Okay,
who
I'm gonna
wants
be
to
right
genocide white people.
True. Also, no, just regular racist. There's no such thing as reverse racism. Also, apparently he just still hasn't watched that video, so he doesn't even know. He hasn't watched the video with me and her.
Hassan isn't just a young, successful leftist who is just indulging in his money and fame. He's also somehow a sexual predator and everything that's wrong with the left.
When has Hassan ever even been accused of being a sexual predator? Did I miss that drama? When he went to a brothel? Didn't he just go to a brothel? That's not when he was 20? The 19-year-old girl when he was in his 20s? Who gives a okay, sure, all right, whatever. Somebody lied about him doing stuff with a 17-year-old. It was DGGers who accused. Okay, all right. Adjacent to a Destiny drama. Okay, yeah.
And Vaush isn't just a guy who has some very clear racist tendencies in his analysis.
I like how we're doing the reconciliation bit at the end. It's hey man, they're not all that bad. They're just people. And then it's Vaush is okay. Listen, I will acknowledge the fact that Vaush is indeed basically a neo-Nazi, but he's not literally Hitler. He's more I don't know, Goebbels or something. Very clear racism.
and regularly says offensive things because he wants to be seen as edgy. All good reasons to critique Vaush.
I don't even say offensive stuff that much, I don't think. I feel like my stuff is pretty above board, honestly. I think it really just indicates the fragility of the left, that saying retard is some kind of like ultra edgy, hyper distinct. No, like really, it's pretty pathetic, you know. It's like, oh yeah, what an incredibly edgy warrior of controversy. He says the Xbox Live word.
No, he's also a pedophile, a CIA agent, and sexually attracted to horses. Yes, these are real things people say about this dude.
It took a long.
Dog, if you're gonna call me racist, just call me a pedophile too. They're both equally wrong. You know, it's like I don't know why you would do this like ambivalent. Well, I'll give him some charity shit when you're not going to give me charity on the points that I care about. You know,
Long time to kind of pull out of the predominant negativity that dominates.
Is he defending you or attacking you? He's attacking me while pretending to be sanctimonious, which is one of the most annoying things people on the left do.
Oh my god. Okay.
God, I
I've
wish
got
he doubled
so
down
much
and
food
said all
now.
these things are real. That would have been funnier. That would have been way funnier.
Wait.
Yeah. It's probably also something he thinks, to be honest.
Oh wait, did I
know.
miss the Pedialyte drinker part? Oh my god, no, this is like the best part.
Fragility of the left, that saying
Damn
retard
it.
is some kind of like
Oh
ultra
god,
shit.
right into the slur.
What an incredibly edgy warrior of controversy. He says the Xbox Live word.
No, he's also a pedophile, a CIA agent, and sexually attracted to horses. Yes, these are real things people say about this dude.
So now that stuff sounds ridiculous, okay? And some of those claims are overblown. Like there's exaggerations in there. The problem with Vaush isn't anything about, like, I don't know about his personal life, okay? I don't know, what about like his attractions, and I don't want to know about his attractions. Frankly, as long as he keeps those to himself, it kind of doesn't matter to his social media persona. But what does matter is the excuses that he makes for those things. And yeah, he did basically say, he did basically give the Milo take. The Milo take is that it's possible for, for somebody to be, for a minor to engage with like an adult without it being harmful to the minor, right? So essentially what Milo said was that sometimes CSA is not harmful. Vaush echoed that. Vaush said something very similar en route to making the point that this stuff needs to be illegal, even though it could be, you could conceive of a case in which it's not harmful, right? I disagree with the could conceive of a case where it's not harmful. I think that's a yikes point of view. That doesn't mean that Vaush is a Pedialyte drinker. Wait, did he have to take the Pedialyte stuff out? Is Pedialyte coming down on people like for that? Right. So we're talking about like euphemisms that people use instead of saying things that get you demonetized, right? And Pedialyte is one of those things. I think Noah Samson has used that term before. But yeah, the metaphor of Pedialyte drinker would be somebody that engages in CSA. That seems like a claim that there's no support for, right? And to call somebody that, is over the top without any sort of evidence, right? But what I can say is that he has some really yikes views on exploitation materials of children, right? That's the actual rap, and that's not nothing, okay? That is really, really, really bad. But yeah, I don't know. I think what's happening is FD Signifier is looking at these allegations, right? Which, like I said, some of them are overblown. Like, is he into the horse thing, or is that like is the horse thing just a Is the horse thing a joke, right? I don't know. He said stuff about it. I don't know. I don't care. It's gross either way. How about that? He's gross about horse stuff, okay? At the very least, he's making like in fact, he even did this to me, right? My experience with Vaush on Twitter was that when I posted some cute little, I think they were baby alligators. I posted baby alligators, and Vaush said, "Is that your gator? Is this your gator?" Like he tweets at me like once, and like I'm in class, right? So I don't even see it. Like I'm busy in class, right? He tweets again, "Excuse me, ma'am, is this your gator? Are these your gator?" Like, right? And I didn't know what it meant at the time, but what he's doing is he's making a joke about something that he posted about putting a lizard on his junk, right? Like, he joked around about gratifying himself by putting a lizard on his junk, okay? Now, I didn't realize it, but he made me part of that joke. He brought me into that joke, and to me, it was just like, I think little gators are cute as heck, right? Like, I love my small pool of gators, right? I would go to the mat for my small pool of for my little dudes, right? That's what I was talking about, my little dudes. And Vaush like brings me into this old school meme of his, right? About him putting a lizard, in a place where a lizard should not go. And I didn't even know that. Yeah, right. To me, it was little dudes, right? To Vaush, it was like a really gross joke about a very inappropriate subject that I had no idea I was made a part of by him posting on my Twitter, right? I didn't even know about that. Yeah, exactly. The lizard. Anyway, there's so many things wrong with that. So is Vaush as bad as the most over-the-top characterization of how bad Vaush is? No. Okay. People do tend to exaggerate this, like the Thought Slime saying that Xanderhal had, a sex cult when it was actually a yikesy Discord server was a little over the top. It was an exaggeration, but it's the point remains that, Xanderhal is being irresponsible with his platform. Like, right? That's the point that does need to be made. There was a lack of responsibility with his platform. But they'll use this stuff. So I will caution you, all right? If you're going to criticize these people, don't take it over the top. Just state the facts, okay? Because every time somebody takes something that one of these debate fuckers has done and they go over the top with it, they'll use that shit to say that these are all lies. They'll use this stuff, the fact that they did not do literally what you said that they did, as proof that you're disingenuous, and it works with their community. It vaccinates their community against stuff that really should make them question being a part of this community, right? If you know what Vaush did to that person on the Destiny Discord, you might question being a part of what Vaush is doing online. If you knew what his take was on CSA and whether it can possibly have positive outcomes or non-negative outcomes, which is, basically when he echoed the Milo take, you might question being a part of what he's doing, right? People need to know the truth, but making exaggerating the claims is not helpful, and they will absolutely use it disingenuously. Vaush is a pretty bad person, but he benefits from having things that he's done exaggerated, right? So don't fall into that trap.
Dog, if you're gonna call me racist, just call me a pedophile too. They're both equally wrong. It's like I don't know why you would do this like ambivalent. Well, I'll give him some charity shit when you're not going to give me charity on the points that I care about.
Long time kind of pull out of the predominant negativity that dominates.
Is he defending you or attacking you? He's attacking me while pretending to be sanctimonious, which is one of the most annoying things people on the left do.
Yeah, good point, transgender. There's plenty of stuff that Vaush has done that there are receipts for. If you just make the claims that are true, right, that should be enough. But yeah, like I said, do you see what he did there? If you're going to call me this, why not just go ahead and call me this as well? Like he wants people to go over the top, because anytime that he can find an example of a critic of his exaggerating what he's done, he'll use that to call everything that he's accused of bullshit, and it's not. It's real. The harm that Vaush has done is real, okay? And this guy has no room to accuse DJ Mule of being an abuse apologist when this POS has literally gotten away with abuse, okay? Anyway, sorry. Stunlock City here. I got a lot to say about this stuff, but...
God, I wish he doubled down and said all these things are real. That would have been funnier. That would have been way funnier, yeah. It's probably also something he thinks, to be honest. I don't know.
That's so weird. That's so weird. After what FD said, which I think what FD said, if there's any criticism to be made of it, is that it lets Vaush off the hook a little too much. But he accuses FD of believing everything about him. Oh, he probably thinks that. What? Based on what, Vaush? Based on what? Based on what? This lesson here is that Vaush will characterize even the most good faith criticism as bad faith. True.
Dominated the
True.
Oh, what was it? Augie, the Augie sphere. The Augie sphere of the early.
I don't see my face anywhere else. Did we do it? Did we defeat the video? Is that me? I see red.
And do you see how he thinks about this? Did we defeat the video? So in other words, anytime somebody brings up something about him, he has to defeat it. Like people talking, criticizing him is like a challenge that has to be overcome, right? And that's all he's worried about. It's like, all right, is there any way that I could be held accountable here, and how can I vaccinate my audience against that accountability? What's up, Campos? Probably he thinks so. Yeah, no, this is so weird. This is look, he hates Lily Orchard, okay? But he did kind of the same thing. Like Lily Orchard famously talked about her haters, talked about the people that are critical of her, and accused them of wanting to violate her autonomy, okay? Like, right? Some weird shit, Lily. Like, I appreciate Lily's criticism of as a Steven Universe fan, I appreciate Lily's criticism of Steven Universe, but that is some weird shit. And it's like the same thing with Vaush here. It's like you are putting words in people's mouths that, like, based on nothing, right? Nobody said that. Why are you why does your mind go there? That's super weird.
That within his community, it's
right, Jules. All he cares about himself, not any of FD's
running
points.
Joke. Like, it's a running joke that Vaush is actually a CIA plant meant to derail the radical potential of breadtube, which is laughable on multiple levels. There's also
Keep
lots
laughing.
of accusations that Vaush is, I'll say, if you catch what I'm getting at there.
Wait, didn't he already say the words? Didn't FD already say the words?
I'm trying not
We that sensitive? Oh yeah, okay.
to get this demonetized.
It almost feels like there's more of a concern about, like, the metaphor of the certain drink for people that are sick, right? Than there is for the actual terminology.
Now, this is because
What is this?
Vaush has said some ridiculous things about Pedialyte drinking in the past.
No, I haven't.
No, wait.
It's all pretty above board.
Wait, so he can say Pedialyte. He said Pedialyte drinker, but then he...
See, this is what I mean with, like, this.
I'm really confused about where the line is for YouTube demonetization. I'm sure FD is too. Like, he's spent a week, like, trying to get this video to the point where it could just stay monetized, right? He wants to rark his fans up to attack FD. Yeah, no, that's what they're trying to do right now. That is absolutely, you're right, V. He has cultivated followers that love his posturing. I mean, the CIA does have a history of working with... Well, and here's the thing, like, here's my take on Vaush as far as, like, that CIA stuff is like some Caleb Maupin conspiracy garbage, right? Like, but what I will say is that if Vaush didn't exist, all right, it would be beneficial for the powers that be to invent him. Understand what I'm saying? So regardless of, like, unknowable things like or accusations with no evidence, right? He ends up being useful, very useful, to the status quo. Him getting in the way of the left having solidarity, him getting in the way of the online left being at all useful, being welcoming to marginalized people, is useful for those people, is useful for the people who want the left to go nowhere, right? So I don't even care about, you know, speculation like that. I'm not trying to mop and post here. But I will say that regardless of whether, you know, anything like that is even true, he is beneficial. He is beneficial to the status quo. He is beneficial. I'll say it to the right, right? I don't know who that is. He beeped himself saying the real word. Oh, I see. Okay. When he does the job for free, exactly, right? Wouldn't it be more of an... oh, yeah. I don't even know. Oh my god, thank you, Cryptid Mage. Up, dummy, you just got a gift sub from Cryptid Mage. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're almost back to 100 again. Love to see it.
The sanctimonious attacking bullshit. The like people who come away from this, like the kind of people who watch FD Signifier, you know, not the brightest. Vaush, please watch the whole vid. No.
But Vaush viewers, on the other hand, there's just some brainiacs. There's some real brainiacs there. Yeah.
The whole vid isn't about me. Why would fuck would I care about the other parts? Aren't going to come away from this being like, well, I've now been given a more nuanced view of it's always like you know, denunciation through like a paternalistic condescending.
FD is being incredibly good faith with you, right? Incredibly non-confrontational, incredibly charitable, I'd even say. And your accusation is that, like, by being charitable, he's somehow damning me, he's condemning me. Like, right, like, that's some conspiracy shit, Vaush. You were just talking about people mopping posting and, you know, accusing you of complicity with you know, 3-letter organizations in the government and such, right? That's a conspiracy theory right there. Like, you've already said that he thinks these things about me when he says he doesn't. And now you're accusing him of trying to condemn you by saying that you're not a monster. Like, who's the conspiracy theorist here, right? Are you a mind reader? Vaush accusing other content creators of being condescending and paternalistic. That is legit hilarious. What am I eating? I'm eating, it's like oatmeal with, bananas and berries. And here's the weird part, right? I've also got some kale, right? So there's kale in there too. I'm a weirdo, though. I'm legitimately a weirdo. Vaush literally called Jessie one of the sweetest content creators out there, the R-slur and brain dead. Okay, we're gonna get to that in a second. Oh my god, Stevie D, thank you for the $5. Vaush refuses to watch the whole video because he can't paint a narrative for those in his audience who won't watch it fully either. Yeah. I mean, a lot of what this is just taking something that he thinks might be harmful to his brand, that might convince members of his audience that like, you know, to not be part of the community anymore, to disengage with him, and he's trying to inoculate his community from it by reacting to it, and then he could say, well, we beat the video, we have defeated it, we have defeated FD Signifier, right? Because we got through the video, and, you know, I didn't get embarrassed or stun locked. I had an answer for everything. So I guess there's nothing meaningful of criticism here. And to be fair, this video isn't really about criticism of Vaush or anybody else, right? The fuck? How do you hate on Jessie Gender, right? Honestly, don't agree with some things that Jessie said, but this is really uncalled for.
Ending that bullshit. Yeah, if you're gonna attack me, just attack me. Please watch less of the vid. True!
So do you hear that? He wants you to go over the top.
Be better? Yeah, I love that. I love be better.
It is possible for an
Here we
adult
go.
and a child to have a relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the.
Okay, so now here's something that they call they call this a disingenuous clip. They call this an out of context clip. Because when I talk about this clip, I focus on what he just said there. Now understand, just so that I'm not accused of lying about Vaush, he's on the road to saying that although it is possible for this relationship, this, you know, which, you know, is legally considered CSA, right, to exist and not harm the child, because we are rule utilitarians, we support laws against it, right? So they'll say that what I'm saying when I say there's something wrong with his statement is that I'm ignoring the fact that he says that the law should be against that, right? That he's up in this take. Let me just make this clear. His goal is to give his justification for upholding age of consent as it is, right? Okay, so I give him that. But he just said that in some case it is possible. And if you don't believe it, you know what he calls you? He says, like, uncuck your dumb lib SJW brain for a minute and admit that it is possible for an instance of CSA to you know, either be neutral or beneficial to the child. Okay? Now, Vaush, I disagree with you, and I think that's fucked up. All right? I'm not talking about your drinking or non-drinking of Pedialyte or anything else. I'm not saying that you are asking for age of consent laws to be abolished. All right, I'm not making any of those claims. I think that you just made the Milo Yiannopoulos take. This is what got Milo canceled from the right. The right wing had a problem with Milo Yiannopoulos saying that. That's why Milo Yiannopoulos is not a huge, you know, social media entity on the right anymore. Oh my God, I didn't grab my coffee. Why didn't I do that? I just got a cup of coffee. I should have brought the pot along with me. I meant to. Anyway, sorry, distracted, right? But like that's what I have a problem with. That right there. And it is so hard to have this conversation with Vaush fans because they immediately accuse me of saying that he wants the age of consent to be changed. I didn't say that. I heard what he said. I'm acknowledging what he said. I'm acknowledging where he was going, but understand that in his run up to that, he affirmed something that I think is gross. And if you believe in that, if you agree with that, if you think that, like, you know, that individual instances of CSA can be like neutral or beneficial for the child, then fuck you. Okay? So either you got to say one or two things, Vaush fan. Okay? Which way, Western Vaush fan? One of two things. You either got to say Vaush wrong, which I never hear you say. It's almost like there's a rule against it. I never hear you all say Vaush is wrong about something. I disagree with that. That is Vaush's take. That is not my take, right? I never hear you say that. I would love to hear somebody say that, okay? That's a perfectly valid thing to say, I think Vaush was wrong about that. Or you got to say, that's true. It can be neutral or beneficial. Okay, and if you want to say that, just understand that's the Milo Yiannopoulos take you're making. That's the Milo Yiannopoulos take that Vaush made, and you're cool with that. You think it's so in your mind that, you know, Milo should have never been canceled for this, right? If that's what you're saying, then say it with your chest, okay? Because you people are so weaselly. You're so goddamn weaselly that I'm going to have to ask Zara to give me the link to be able to play the Weasel song, because we need the Weasel song right now. We need to hear that Weasel song. That's how weaselly this take is, right? I think you know what you're doing there. And I think that your first priority is defend this guy, no matter what. I think a lot of you disagree with them about this, but you won't say it. You won't actually say it because you're weasels. Can we get that weasel? I'm gonna have to look for that weasel. Oh my God, look at me being so demanding of my mods. You have to give me this link right now. Oh my God, Zara's already done it. Zara's beat me to it. Okay, let's take a look at this. What a weaselly little liar. And this gives me a chance to eat too.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
We gotta throw in a little Tai Chi.
Weasel.
Wouldn't be
Weasel.
NCC if there wasn't Tai Chi mixed in with it, so.
Weasel. What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
Ooh, more coffee, yes. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Grab my coffee. Oh my god. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Oh my god. I missed the part where Logan Paul tries to give Keffals cat an abortion. Anyway. There is yeah. That song is goated. This song is very, very goated. Anyway, that's like how much of a weasel Vaush fans are. Like unimaginable weasels. Incredible weaselly garbage.
Child as well.
Damn, that's a lot of context we're adding in right here. That's crazy. I wonder what was happening before and after when I know this clip.
If you want to see, check on no comment clips because I uploaded like, I don't know, I think it's like a 3 to 5 minute clip of Vaush before and after showing clearly what he says and also illustrating that the problem isn't the conclusion that he reaches, right? I agree. You know, age of consent laws should not be changed. I agree with that. That's the conclusion that he reaches through his, philosophy 101, theories on stuff, right? And, but the problem with it is that, like, before he says that, he makes that claim that, like, it could be neutral or beneficial for the child, right? So it could be non-harmful to the child. And if you disagree with me, you are an SJW libcuck. Like, so you got to uncuck your SJW lib brain before you accept this pill. So I mean, still a problem. Still problematic. Not as problematic as maybe some people claim, right? He wasn't saying what some people. Oh my god, we got some dance combos. Hell yeah, chat! You just got a combo.
Was going to end because this was clipped out by a
The
neo-Nazi.
context, yeah, makes it worse. I mean, kind of, but like, I mean, if you use that clip to say that he supports like abolition of age of consent laws, then you're wrong. Okay, that's not what he does. But what he says is bad enough. What he says is bad enough, and if you don't have a problem with that, I'm gonna look at you funny. Okay.
And posted on Twitter, deliberately removing the before and after part where I was constructing a consistent utilitarian argument against having
rule
relationships with children.
utilitarianism
is possible.
And nobody should be saying those types of things publicly. And
Yeah, this FD Signifier guy is definitely engaging in good faith and definitely trying to convince people that I'm not a pedophile, which is why in this 2.5-hour video, he's made apparently just a bunch of out of hat like, hey, so this is crazy, but like, here's why other people say he's.
I have never seen somebody refuting claims against them be used as proof that they believe those claims. This is the weirdest champ of all, Vaush. Vaush, you got something going on this issue, right? You just can't help yourself, can you? He's exonerating you. What do you want? What do you want? Wait. Scott Ritter Coalition? I don't even know. Who's Scott Ritter? Every once in a while, Demon Mama will say she disagrees, but she's careful to frame it as a disagreement without saying that Vaush is wrong. She does the agree to disagree thing, right? I don't understand being mad about this. I don't get being mad about this, right? He said he's exonerating you. He's bringing up the claims that people make about you, and he's saying, like, I disagree. I don't think this is true, right? And there are problems with what, with these takes that I have. I don't know if FD Signifier is trying to parse it that close like I am, but yeah, he's not. This isn't like this isn't an attack. This is a defense. Vaush has got some kind of, I don't know what. Most normal people find it weird when people talk about, yeah, that's true. That is true. He does kind of obsess over certain issues, and that is one of them. But yeah, my problem is that he had the Milo take, not that he wants age of consent to be abolished, right?
He's a pedophile. Haha, like 50 times. And
persecution well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to try to diagnose the guy or anything like that. But yeah, he does seem to have something going on with his conscience.
And in the end, it's like, okay, well, he is a racist, but like, that's it. I don't know. I do feel like you could get him on stream now. Not in a million years would he go on stream. Why edit a clip already edited out of context? I feel like it was edited like an additional time because I have no idea why all the clips in this video are so crispy.
Crispy? Wait. What does that mean?
FD is so dishonest? Yeah, for sure. It's so easy to find context. No, well, they don't want to find context, obviously. The goal of stuff like this, it's the exact same thing that Non-Compete did in my conversation with him, where he, like, randomly accused me of being a pedophile. And then I was like, okay, no, hold on. No, I have you here on a call with me. So
yeah, if anything, you're right, transgender. It's edited so he won't get demonetized.
Let's talk about why you're lying right now. And then I like explained why he was being dishonest, and he didn't want to engage, and he was running from that. And then like
Ian just expected FD to do free advertising and work for him during Black History Month. Like he's saying FD accused him of crimes, but FD never accused. FD exonerated him. I don't understand why he's so mad. This is so bizarre. I do find it revealing that he finds more upsetting that people think he's a racist than that people accuse him of being into kids.
was it like before or after? Like, I think he essentially admitted that it didn't matter whether or not the accusation was true. He just wanted to say it. Was it before or after the actual argument? The point of
crispy means he's accusing it as overbaked. As overbaked? Wait. So in other words, messed with, right? It's been edited. And yeah, like people are saying, it's edited to prevent demonetization.
Doing stuff like that. Like nobody will put up an out of context clip like thinking, well, if they just address this, then I will amend my statement and I will no longer do or say this. What they want to do is basically just like drop a shit on the conversation and then run. It's a well poisoning kind of thing, you know? And by providing out of context clips and not like finding or providing any of the incredibly easy to find contextualization, any of the really obvious stuff that you could find from my community where it's like, hey, if you...
Okay, so like I said, this is really weird. This is weird. This is some weird stuff here, okay? This is a weird way for Vaush to behave, but here's what I think it is. He's got logic trees for anything that could come up in a debate, including stuff about him, right? He doesn't have a logic tree for somebody who doesn't accuse him of this stuff. But he does have a logic tree for somebody who accuses him of this stuff. So what he's got to do is say, hey, chat, don't believe your lying eyes. FD thinks that I do all this stuff. FD believes this stuff. The stuff that he just exonerated me from, he thinks I did it, all right? So going from that premise, now here's what's wrong with that, right? He doesn't have the ability to engage with somebody who's not, you know, going down the logic, the train of logic that he is prepared to deal with, right? So he's like trying to shove a square peg through a round hole, right? This literally doesn't fit. This is the opposite of what FD is claiming, right? FD is being way good faith with you, way forgiving with you, way, you know, giving you the benefit of the doubt on this stuff, right? And you won't take it because you're not prepared for it. You don't have a logic tree for this.
Look at the before and after. This actually is completely sensical, and you would agree with it. The goal here is to just leave the audience with the impression that he's being charitable by not calling me a pedo, but actually he does think it, and they should think it too. You guys know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. I think you're full of shit, is what I think. You're a weasel. What a weasel.
Non-compete was so disgusting.
Oh my god, I need to just get that individual weasel as like a soundboard or something like that. I need to just be able to hit the button and have it say weasel.
In that. Yeah, it is genuinely disgusting. I really do feel like these are like remarkably bad people. And this is one of the reasons why I have a lot of faith in the stuff that I do. And it's because even though I have disagreements with lots of people online, for the most part, I'm still pretty conciliatory when it comes to like respecting their content.
He thinks that FD, well, I don't know if he really thinks that. He needs FD to be doing a backhanded condemnation. He needs FD to believe these things about him, right? Just like the Vaush fans that I argue with about that clip that FD just showed need for me to be claiming that Vaush is asking for the abolition of age of consent when he's not, right? They need for me to be doing that. They will not engage me on what is wrong with what he said is that he said that it is possibly not harmful for children to be CSA'd, right? I will never agree with that. I will never agree with that. That is my problem with Vaush's statement there. And they'll say again, that wasn't his argument. His argument was about age of consent laws. And yeah, but he gets there, like part of like his route there is to go through like, you know, it could be okay. It could be fine. You could imagine like that is totally possible. I don't think it's totally possible. And I think that the fact that Vaush thinks that that's totally possible is messed up. He thinks that violating the consent of a child isn't harmful in and of itself, and I disagree, right? And like half of the Vaush fans out there probably agree with me that he's wrong about that, but they won't say it because you're not allowed to say Vaush is wrong. And that's what's so frustrating with dealing with these people.
I think Xan is a piece of shit, but his videos are great. Contra did me dirty, despite having a previously friendly relationship with me, but I still think her videos are great. Basically, at this point, every person in
Contra only spoke up after you attacked another trans creator that she respected and accused her of sexual harassment after talking about her anatomy on stream. Yeah.
RedTube has at some point or another indicated they don't like me. But for those who I think their videos are great, you know, I'll still give them credit where it's due. But when people don't like me,
Have you seen Vaush's take on animal consent? I don't think so. Was that the lizard thing, Blazy?
All of a sudden, like, the gates are open and they're on a run for the most, like, insane denunciations in the universe. Like,
see, look,
disliking me can...
You've only got one script. You literally can't deal with FD's actual take. You can only deal with somebody making these over-the-top accusations at you, and you cherry pick and respond to those. You can't respond to what FD just said.
Never be a moderate position. You can never have a mild opinion on me. All negative opinions...
He just did, okay? Don't tell me that you could never have a moderate or mild opinion. That opinion on you was mild as fuck, Vaush. That opinion was mild as fuck, okay?
On me.
I gotta
Has to
stop
be the
saying
most,
that
like,
word.
exaggerated, cartoony bullshit imaginable. Which, considering the fact that I don't do that to other people, makes me feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm usually kind of the good guy in these interactions, even if you were to leave out, like, the objective rightness or wrongness of the positions involved. Yeah, Schizo posting Olympics. It's like crazy shit right out the gate.
Oh my god, Twitter's just blown up. I'm trying to respond
FD
to
has good
whoever I
videos
can.
when he's not being a dumb fuck about you. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think, like, there's something about me specifically that incites, like, the lowest IQ engagements imaginable. H-Bomb hasn't, I don't think. No, I think H-Bomb hasn't, but I don't know.
It was super mild, right? Yeah.
Anyway, let me...
Do me dirty. He thinks that ContraPoint owes him or something. Yeah.
Is there anything else here?
Look, ContraPoints is not relying on Whiteleaf, you know, for her income, okay? That's the difference between, like, ContraPoints and somebody else.
We have like 20 minutes before we have to jump on with Mary.
You don't have ContraPoints in your back pocket the way you do Demon Mama.
Oh shit, I know these people.
Yeah.
When
that really is so disturbing. Is it okay if I, like, just chime in on that?
Yeah.
That is something that really disturbed me because I had...
Yeah, his IQ obsession and the context that he says this IQ stuff. Like, notice the context. Like, notice how much, you know, lack of intelligence or IQ stuff comes up in the context of Vaush disagreeing with black creators. Notice that, okay? Because it's not for nothing.
Never talked
not
about
random
Landback in that debate, and just, like, the way that, like, that the clips blew up around Landback because people heard decolonization. It's just, like, the damage that did to talking about Landback was just...
Yeah, and Professor Flowers went out of her way to not address that, right? That was not the term. Those were not the terms of the debate. That was not what was being discussed. Vaush did try to kind of lead in that direction, but at every turn, Professor Flowers, like, you know, refused to engage on that because that's not what she, you know, came on to talk about.
Yeah.
Really disturbing.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of damage was done to the land back topic from Professor Flowers. I completely agree. Were you contacted to get your side of the discussion? What do you think?
The narrative is also that Professor Flowers is pro-genocide when, if you watch this 3-hour
I mean,
long...
this is the fortunate thing, V, about not being a streamer, right? The model of monetization that streamers use, we depend heavily on things like subs and memberships and stuff like that, right? Contra doesn't have to worry about that because she's a essayist, right? And so her model of monetization is through monetization itself, ads, and through Patreon, right? So she's doing fine. She doesn't need a Whiteleaf website. She cannot be tied down. And if she had one, if she decided to get one, say she went into streaming and she's like, yeah, I'm going to be a streamer. And then at some point she was like, ooh, you know, like, I don't like what Vaush said. She could say it. White Nervosa could pull the website out from her, and Contra could turn around and hire somebody else to do it, right? Contra's fine. Like it's only people that are in this precarious sort of, I'm there too. There's only the people that are in this precarious situation as streamers where, they're doing kind of long hours of work without that much, without that much of, without really getting paid very much for it. And a part of that is because when we rely on Twitch and YouTube for our subs, we're getting only like a partial cut of that. Whereas on Whiteleaf or a similar website, people that subscribe to you on that, they're giving their money to you rather than, giving the money to the website or to the platform and having the platform split it with you, right? So that's the way that they're able to do this stuff, right? That's the way that they're able to oh my god, thank you for the follow, Sarachi Ace.
Which I tried. I really did try.
Oh, Contra's model is through making videos on YouTube. Nebula, I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah, Nebula is something, is the closest thing as an alternative to Whiteleaf. Interesting. Yeah, I do know some people that are on Nebula. Maybe, maybe one of these days if I get around to doing more of that kind of content, I'll look into it.
I can only get through the first 90 minutes because
I watch more of this debate than Vaush has ever watched any of my content. Maybe. That might be true.
I think I got the picture, and it proves my point because within the first 5 minutes, it's Vaush who brings up genocide.
And yes, because, yeah.
Wait, he said the first 15 minutes, right?
Which I tried. I really did try. I can only get through the first 90 minutes because
I watch more of this debate than Vaush has ever watched any of my content. Maybe. That might be true.
I think I got the picture.
Did you say 5 minutes?
And it proves my point because within the first 5 minutes, it's Vaush who brings up genocide.
And yes, because, yeah, right? Yeah.
So obviously Vaush is going to use the fact that he's only watched part of the debate, a short part of I think it was like a 2-hour debate, right? But he's only watched part of it. He's going to use this to disqualify FD's opinion on the matter. But to FD's defense, this is not an easy thing to watch. And I don't actually know what it's like to watch a piece of attack content like this as a black person, right? I don't even know what that's like, but I can imagine it's not great. Okay, I mean, I can imagine that the part of the reason that I can get through the whole thing is because I don't have the same skin in the game as, oh my god, of all the fucking terms to use, I don't have the same the stakes aren't the same for me as they would be for a black creator watching this, right? But yeah, Vaush is gonna attack him over it. He said he watched 90 minutes. Wait a minute. He said 90 minutes. Okay, well that's most of the debate then. No, that's most of the debate. I don't know how I heard 5 minutes, but yeah. This is the thing. It's like Jordan Peterson's strategy, right? With Vaush, it's like Jordan Peterson's strategy, okay? Like the way that Jordan Peterson fans, if you have any problem with anything that Jordan Peterson said, their excuse is going to be, you do not know the entire context of it. Have you read Maps of Meaning? Have you read 10 Rules for Life? Have you read 10 More Rules? Have you watched 20 hours of Jordan Peterson content, right? Well, if no, then you have no business making any sort of claim whatsoever, right? So it's the same thing. It's Jordan Peterson, Rules of Engagement. Professor Flowers actually came in with goodwill. Yeah. And he used it to try to ruin her life. Yeah. I think what happened was that, I mean, she doesn't have a high opinion of Vaush, right? She understood more or less how pernicious he was. But in the very beginning, there was an inkling of what looked like maybe him actually listening to her. And I think that she was so wanting that to be the truth. So she was the idea that this could actually be a learning experience, which would would make his community better and less toxic and help them understand something that they're something vital that they're missing. Like, I think that's what he kind of like baited her and reeled her in. You know what I mean? Here goes Vaush reheating Lauren's son. Yeah, exactly. That, like, I mean, there's so much wrong with this debate. There's so many problems about places that Vaush went with this debate, including, yeah, like, you know, basically invoking the Great Replacement theory of Lauren Southern. If the Clout Network is trying to paint Professor Flowers, oh yeah, as a Hebrew Israelite, for saying that colonized people should be able to choose to have a space where colonizers aren't included. Vaush, Xan, and Keffals. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Vaush tried to pin her down on this issue and like make her bite a bullet of endorsing like endorsing like an armed response or something like that, right? And then he's going to turn around and he's going to take that endorsement and use and try to imply that that is her first, like, you know, like that is her first choice, right? Rather than like what she did was like engage with him in terms of his exact wording. And I can relate to that because I tend to get hung up on people's exact words too. And like when I had the debate with our Relevant, you know, like I tried to answer his questions with the exact wording. And because I parsed what he said so closely that it didn't allow him to run me down that train of logic in order to railroad me into like a win condition for him, you know, he basically called me a weasel based on that, right? And implied that I endorsed blackface, which, great, awesome. Super, super good faith there. But yeah, you know, it's like the same kind of thing. If I was in her shoes, like, okay, first of all, at this point, it's clear that going on Vaush's stream to debate him is a mistake. I would never do that. But let's say that I wake up and I'm in a debate with Vaush, right? There's no choice to not be in it. I think what I'd try to do is railroad him into biting the bullet in calling heroes villains, in talking about, you know, real world situations where you know there was a armed response to colonization, and make him say, okay, so you think that these people are this is like akin to, you know, whatever you know, kind of ethno nationalist, like right-wing, you know, Nazi bullshit you want to compare it to, right? So you think that these people, you know, for like liberating themselves are scumbags. Is that what you think? Because that's what his viewpoint implies, right? And it's just debate stuff, right? It doesn't really matter. Does it make like Professor Flowers wrong that she didn't know, you know, that's how they were engaging? No. In fact, in a lot of ways, it makes her like a better person than him. Because when you start to get into those kind of tactics, like I think you can do it honestly, but there's a lot pushing you towards being bad faith in these situations. And so the take that like, I just don't want to deal with this, I don't want to engage on this level, I don't want to engage with these people, that is perfectly acceptable, okay? That is perfectly acceptable, and you know, probably the best way to see this, because then you don't end up in this situation at all, even if you embarrass him, right? In fact, I would almost say especially if you embarrass him, especially if you make him look bad to his audience, right? You're going to get dogpiled. You're going to get harassed. It's not going to matter that you're right, just like it didn't matter that I was right against Dylan, right? It doesn't matter. The people aren't thinking with their brains. They're not thinking with logic and reason. They're thinking with their parasocial attachment to creators. And if I make Dylan look like the piece of shit that he actually is, then like I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person for taking their hero away from them.
If I was talking,
like the only way to win is not to play. That's my overall analysis, right? There were different like avenues that she could have pursued, but you know, like I only know this stuff because I've been around this debate. You know, I've kind of seen how this debate scene works, and like I don't know, it's not I don't actually think it's useful, right? The entire PF debate was a dialogue tree to a predetermined win condition. Going on Vaush is never going to have good outcomes. Professor Flowers was warned, and with his audience, that dogpile hatred and harassment won't end ever. True. Yeah, exactly. They turn you into a villain, and they use you, right? They use you as a content farm, and you never, just as Professor Flowers and DJ Mule, you never get away from that. It'll be years. Like I'm just like imagining some absurd situation where it's like 50 years in the future, and you're like, Professor Flowers or DJ Mule, and some Vaush fan comes up to you and you're like, remember that time that you endorsed genocide? You said that it was really cool, and it's like, no, because I never said that.
With a fascist, or like, I don't know, if I had like Ron DeSantis sitting down, like I might be the one to bring up the word genocide, but that's because I'm trying to.
I didn't make Dylan look bad. He did that to himself.
Pick at his views,
It seems
well,
like
even that they'll blame you for.
Fundamental bones are pretty similar, and then when you get into the logistics of creating an ethno-state, there's not really any way to do that without genocide, Like, take South Africa, right? I mean, it's all well and good to talk about...
Why are you taking my favorite streamer away from me? He helped me not be so far right. You're a hater.
Living free of...
You've got VDS.
Your oppressors, but when you break apartheid in South Africa, there are millions of white people living in that country. Like, what do? Do you just, like, ship them all out? Do you build camps? I mean, it seems like this logic always leads down a really bad road.
And Vaush...
Somebody pointed this out earlier. In fact, I think it was Zara. What he was just saying sounds scripted. Does it not? Can we roll that back for a second? Like, that sounded scripted. Like, as in, he wrote it down, he's got it on a teleprompter or a text file, and he's just reading it. Look at where his eyes are. Let's watch this again.
Get into the logistics of creating an ethno-state. There's not really any way...
I mean, like, now, she's on his screen too, so maybe he's looking at her. I don't know this for sure. I can't say with certainty that this is what's happening, but it really does sound scripted.
Way to do that without genocide, Like, take South Africa, right? I mean, it's all well and good to talk about living free of your oppressors, but when you break apartheid in South Africa...
What is he looking at right now? I think he's looking... Hey, what's up, Square Symbols? Good to see you. Good example of Vaush embarrassing himself in a debate is his convo with Andrewism. I didn't know that he talked to Andrewism. Wow. It looks scripted. He looks like he's looking at a... I can't tell you for sure, chat. There's no way I can ever prove this, all right? But this feels entirely scripted. Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm almost thinking that these, like, I talked about these logic trees, right? I talked about these win conditions that he's got. Like, he's got logic trees, they all lead to win conditions, and he's just looking for, like, which one of these, like, logic, routes am I going to push you down? And if you avoid one, he's going to push you towards another, right? But I almost think that, like, he's got literally a flow chart in front of him. No, maybe he doesn't, right? This is just my imagination, okay? But I think he's got, like, I think there's a good chance he's got, like, a flow chart. And, yeah, it's like logic, like, if then go over here, if this, then go over here, like, and then, like, at the end or in certain parts of the logic trees, I think he's got, like, a little script written down there. So if we get to this part, I get to read this script. If we get to this part, I get to read this script, right? And so it's like, it's not even a debate, really. It's just manipulation.
There are
manipulation of his opponent, manipulation of his audience.
Millions of white people living in that country.
Vaush and Keffals just made a stream very recently going after Mel. Wait, are you sure about that? I thought that it was Keffals watching Vaush's debate with Mel, right? And that was the debate that she came on my stream after, and then the infamous Shark showing up and wanting to debate Mel while I'm just stoned out of my mind eating rice cakes. Andrewism is really cool, yeah. He has a certain amount of editors on his Discord that feed him. Oh, okay. So yeah. Won't some people think of the poor architects of apartheid, right? you know, and it's all well and good, he never uses that language. That's what they always say to me. Why are you trying to take my favorite streamer away from me? Yeah, they use it to build a closer knit community and make money and strengthen ties. He gets angry when FD calls him a racist, but this is the shit he does. Also gotta say, as a New Zealander, people talking about decolonization like it's violence is such a neo-Nazi talking point.
Like, what do? Do you just like ship them all out? Do you build camps? I mean, it seems like this logic always leads down a really bad road.
And Vaush
that way, that was like totally reasonable. We had talked about
Hey, what's up, Woody Red?
Like ethno-states prior, so I was like, well, you can't really create an ethno-state without genocide unless you already have like a mono-ethnic or mono-racial country, which basically doesn't exist.
Okay, did you see that? He acts like Professor Flower, like that Vaush brought up ethno-states, and Professor Flowers was like, well, you know, ethno-states are, you know, they can be good sometimes, right? He like pushes her into that, right? That's his language. That is him like comparing decolonization to like Nazi ethno-states, right? That's all him, right? He's acting like, you know, this discussion, a lot of the elements of this discussion are less consensual than he makes them out to be. He didn't call Vaush a racist. He said he was a racist in his analysis. Like trying to end perpetual crown leases on Maori land is a decolonization related conversation. What's up, Dragon?
That was fine. I didn't come across as bad faith.
What's up, Ian DJ Cooper?
Or angry or whatever there. I was asking the question.
Keeps returning to it as Professor Flowers tries to over and over again explain the difference between genocide and anti-colonial violence.
Okay. He's doing it. The anti-colonial violence that she was defending South Africa's right to do was the deportation of 6 million white people.
No, you're acting like she proposed that as a solution. Like that she brought that up and she said this is a good idea. What you tried to do is pin her down and get her to say either like compelled decolonization, expropriation of stolen land and resources is always wrong, or, you know, I'm going to characterize you as endorsing whatever narrative of that I want to portray. And he portrays a narrative on purpose that's designed to get white people to feel sympathetic towards the South African colonizers, right? His narrative is like reaching out and trying to provoke empathy towards the colonizers, trying to put it to his community as if, you know, like imagine yourself being woke up early in the morning and told that you're living on stolen land, and you know, there's a gun in your face and you have to get out, and like, right, and like basically stuff that only happens to disempowered people, stuff that only happens to marginalized people, stuff that only happens to colonized people, right? He is putting you in those shoes, but then telling in the context of like South Africa, which is like, you know, I mean, like you should be thinking with some empathy. You should be putting yourself in those shoes and then realizing that this is what colonization does to people. But instead he turns that around and says, this is what decolonization will do to you if you let it go too far, if you don't oppose this stuff, if you don't stand up and say, you know, that this is anti-white racism with me, this is our future, right? He is basically taking white guilt and turning it into white fear, right? This is like an age-old tactic of racists. That's why when people call Vaush a racist, I mean, I don't know what he feels like in his heart of hearts. He's using racist rhetoric to railroad people into seeing Professor Flowers as some kind of monster, when in actuality, he's the monster. Power rarely moves from powerful to the oppressed unopposed. Yeah, and it's not, I don't know. It's so hypothetical, too. Like, he literally puts a hypothetical, okay, so let's say that, like, somewhere down the line, the shoe is completely on the other foot, right? Do you endorse kicking your own ass with that shoe? And most people are going to say no, right? But it's weird. It's such a far off hypothetical that it's useless in terms of real logic. It's useless in terms of thinking of the actual material conditions that are going on, right? And it's deceptive. Like, this is sophistry. If you want to know what sophistry looks like, it's this debate with Professor Flowers. This is a great example.
Which is unquestionably ethnic cleansing.
Oh, yeah, exactly. South Africa is a talking point amongst right-wingers because they don't understand that being the majority racial demographic isn't actually a mechanism for structural power.
So, yes, if she's like, well, I'm not in favor of genocide, but I do think that they should be able to deport all people because of their race, I will keep going back to that subject. That is true. I don't care whether it's being framed as anti-colonial or not.
Something she also did in several follow-up videos as she was being attacked by this community.
When I say that people don't have to live with their oppressors, that is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about ethno-states. Ian is. Many people.
So, people don't have to live with their oppressors, she said to me.
Smart mommy vibes. Thank you, nobody.
So what does that mean in terms of policy? Like,
see, but if I ever quote you, I have to say, like, you know, yada, yada, yada thing, you know, to blow up my ego. And then I gotta say, said nobody.
Getting rid of them? What does that mean? Well, it meant ethnic cleansing or genocide, depending on...
Why are we talking about options that are not just off the table, but that are, like, so far from the table that you almost have to conceptualize an alternate universe to even consider them, right?
I don't know how charitable she's feeling. I feel like the fact that she's willing to own up to the mass deportation thing kind of indicates that she personally, in her head, would be okay with just putting them in camps. Not just deportation. She said colonized people could do what they want. Yeah, she did. She did basically imply that if they, like, outright killed all the...
You asked her to, like, scold colonized people and tell them what they can and can't do. Not just for a general, like, specific instance, but writ large, all right? You asked her to make grand pronouncements that this mode of decolonization is always wrong in every situation. And just like me, Professor Flowers took you at your word, took you at your literal word, and gave you a real answer. That was her great crime, was being, you know, real with you. What was taking what you said, parsing the language, and giving you an actual answer instead of a prepared talking point like the ones that you're reading off your screen in this debate, right?
White people in South Africa, that would be their right. She didn't explicitly state it, but she kept saying, like, whatever they wanted to do, you know? I don't think violence should
Yeah,
happen.
exactly. Where is what he's saying based in any reality? Is he 5? Basically, I mean, in some ways.
But if that's what they want, like that kind of thing. She also does believe that definitionally all white people are colonizers based on their skin color. She does that weird online lefty thing where colonizer doesn't mean anything. It just means, like, white people. Like, it doesn't have any specific definition that refers to the extent to which you personally contribute to colonization. It literally just...
It's not about contribution to colonization. It's about benefit from colonization, Vaush.
Means you're white, which is weird. Because if we're going by, like, the definition of just, like, well, if you're white, so, like, white Europeans in countries that they would have come from ethnically, or, like, Like, nope, just all white people, colonizers, you know?
People believe that this sentiment is actually about white genocide or white ethnic cleansing. I believe that Ian brought up the concern for white genocide because I had mentioned Kenya.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, science scientist. I think he's so far away from understanding the concept of whiteness. And why is that? Because he refuses to listen to black people. Unless they're literally kissing his ass, he refuses to listen to black people.
Businesses. There are a number of African countries who did this after colonialism because
I mean, not literally, but you know,
wealth and power was still owned.
I'm misusing the word literally.
By the colonialists.
Guilty as charged.
Even the colonialism had.
So keep in mind, so first of all, these decolonial activities did often involve a lot of really bad behavior, okay? Decolonization as a whole is a good thing.
Bad behavior? Tell me more about the bad behavior of colonized people, Vaush. Make some specific claims, right? Who are you talking about? Are we talking about Toussaint Louverture? Who are we talking about? Who did bad behavior?
But lots of bad things happen during decolonization, much in the same way that generally good actions can still lead to, like, some bad things happening. Also, there is a huge...
Like, this pisses me off so bad.
Huge difference between reclaiming wealth systemically after you've decolonized your country and ethnically or racially deporting.
Yeah, what behavior is bad about removing colonialism?
Big difference between those things.
Ended in title, it still had ongoing effects in wealth, power, and resources.
I mean, but do you see how there's some inherent, like, pedantry to all this, right? Bad behavior. Yes, V, we are on the same wavelength right now. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Bad behavior, right? Actually, I don't know who the fuck is in Vaush's audience. Who's watching this? I mean, irony poisoned edgelords that are fundamentally, like, right wing in terms of their ideology, but also hate Trump. I don't know. That's
sources. So there are ways that the post-colonial governments took that power back.
This part was sussy as hell. Go to the 12-minute mark. What?
I
feel better.
I love, like, this part was sussy as fuck, right? As a beneficiary of colonization and racism, you're gonna say that Lua's take was sussy as fuck? Come on, aka Libs. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
As friends reached out to me and I talked to comrades, my friends, there is no amount of violence that colonized people can enact towards their colonizers that will ever compare to what colonizers have done to them. That compares to the millions of kidnapped and enslaved people, to the thousands of years of history and way of life that has been wiped out, to the languages that have been lost, to the entire caste system that has been created, to the relocation and murder of millions, to the subjugation of entire nations, and to the subjugation and profit of stolen land. And how dare you compare the removal of those who have colonized stolen land and who have subjugated indigenous people as to being the same as the Holocaust? Colonized people have every right to say, you have slaughtered and subjugated us for hundreds of years, and you can no longer stay on stolen land. And as Kimberly Jones said this for Black people, I'll say it for all colonized people as well. You should consider yourself lucky that colonized people are looking for equality and not revenge.
So what she's responding to is the fact that he is putting out this hypothetical of like a pure revenge situation. And making it like in his mind, like, this is the obvious path of things. This is the only possible path of decolonization. This is what it leads to, right? Vengeance. And what Professor Flowers is saying is that, like, that is not what anybody's talking about. That is not what anybody wants. That is not on the fucking table. That is not in the same universe as the table, okay? But horrible, monstrous shit has happened. And you still have this intransigence, not just from the right wing, but from people like Vaush as well. And given that state of affairs, Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with. I don't see what's wrong with what she's saying. Hey, what's up, Marcus Bell? Good to see you. Yeah, Professor Flowers is 100% right here. She's based as fuck.
You have no right to be a part of this conversation. No right.
Yeah, the Hitler particle emissions critical. I like how her response to the idea that, like, how dare you say that I want to ethnically cleanse white people. Frankly, Whitey, you should consider yourself lucky that I don't, because I could, and I would, and I want to, and I dream about it, and yeah, she's fucking insane.
Again, this doesn't have to do with retribution. It has to do with power imbalances.
Stop putting words in her mouth. Can you please stop putting words in her mouth for like 2 seconds? Like, where the... God, okay, I'm sorry. That, like... Okay, so if you want to watch me respond to this debate, there is a very old video, okay? It is just me responding to this debate, and I think I go on for 8 hours. Because this shit did my head in, okay? Honestly, like, this was such a frustrating debate to watch.
It doesn't have to do with retribution, that clip.
To move toward greater equity. In these instances, when a given state takes back businesses, at times the countries who colonize that area stop having access to resource extraction, and sometimes the colonists running these industries leave. However, the ongoing effects of colonialism...
I love how she corrects him immediately after he unpauses, and he just ignores it.
Massive issues in post-colonial African countries. My main point is that fixing these problems by way of expropriation is not an ethnic cleansing, as I've seen people argue.
This wasn't about accountability. This was a public shaming effort.
Yes, that is true. I was publicly shaming her for being an ethnic cleansing denier.
Yeah, you're right, Thorstar. The arrogance is what makes this like so frustrating and so enraging. He is a he's a weasel. He's a weasel, City of Doors. He is, yeah.
That is true. Or sorry, not denier. Defender.
Oh my God, McSecular, you just got a gift sub. Thank you, Woody Red. Thank you for the gift sub to McSecular.
Yes, I think that's okay. Anyway, so this is like a goalpost move. In the debate and in a bunch of follow-up videos, she was talking about like explicitly removing people from a country based on their race. Not just about the reappropriation of colonize.
I love him using words that he put in her mouth.
Her businesses, which I think is fine. Obviously, if your country has been basically like an apartheid-ridden, two-tiered society for decades and decades, or even centuries, and then you finally take back power from like the occupying force, like that's fine. Like the like Indians taking back stuff from the British Raj, of course that's fine. But I don't think you could then go, okay, like now that we've taken back businesses and political power from the British Raj, now we have the right to kill, enslave, or deport like millions of British people who live in India. Though
she never said this. She never said this.
I don't think millions of British people.
God damn.
India, after the fall of the Raj, I don't actually know how many did. A lot of white people do live in South Africa, though.
And really much worse than that. For half a year, Professor Flowers experienced nonstop harassment.
Yeah, exactly. She literally said she doesn't want retribution.
Leaving her in a deep suicidal depression, not just on the way she was treated, but also on how it affected,
Yeah, this began the 6-month-long campaign of me hearing nonstop that she was being bombarded with harassment and never being given any proof of it, no matter how much my moderators asked for it. I think I saw one screenshot, literally one in total, of a DM that she had gotten, which was from like...
Okay, so Vaush, walk through this logic with me, okay? Let's say that you say that anybody that's caught harassing somebody and gets reported back, there's their username, this is a person in your community, I recognize this username, right? And you say that person's going to be banned, okay? What do you think your user base is going to do? Do you think there's any chance that some of them might make other accounts and use those? Do you not know that this shit happens all the time, and the majority of harassment that I and a lot of other creators have experienced comes from these kind of anonymous burner accounts, comes from these kind of alts, right? And you don't know who's behind it, and there's no way to prove who's behind it. And so, like, if Professor Flowers, comes to you and says, here is a list of people that have harassed me from your community. And the first name on there is Racist McRacist Pants, right? And Vaush looks down his community list, you know, his list of all his community members, and he's like, I actually don't see Racist McRacist Pants on my community, and my fans aren't racist. So, that was a right-winger. That was somebody else. That person has nothing to do with me. And they're literally in her chat saying, like, Vaush rad, why do you like genocide? Why do you like genocide so much? Why do you like genocide, right? It's the same thing that Destiny's community says. It's the I think I heard actually Keffals say something like this recently. It's the same bullshit excuse that all these douchebags use.
Vaush fan 88 DMing saying the N-word, comma, we are Vaush Army, created like...
Yeah, and it makes it harder if you've deleted and blocked those people to get that information even.
3 days before the DM was sent or something.
And honestly, looking through your harassment is not a good thing psychologically for you. It's painful. It's tough. Not only that, yeah. The end goal is a cashless, classless society.
Something which, you know. Yeah, sure. No, I'm not joking. That's not a joke. Anyone in chat can attest to that? I showed
yeah, you're right, Zaktar. Keffals is definitely compromised.
Screenshot on stream at some point, I think. Yeah.
I guess we're going to get to that in a little bit.
Yeah, just... They literally had a Groiper profile picture. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, very sincere Vaush fan. Yes. Hello, I am big Vaush fan. Heil is, yeah. Incredible stuff. Oh, the picture's still there. Oh, even Professor Flowers said, I'm pretty sure this isn't a Vaush fan, as the hashtag Vaush Army isn't something I've seen them use. That is true. That does not exist. Oh, hold on. They don't have a Groiper profile pic. They have an anime girl profile pic. The only thing more racist than a Groiper profile pic. So this is the one piece of evidence we got. One where Professor Flowers admitted that it probably wasn't real.
Her work and worldview and the people around her. They took other white leftists, white male leftists, coming forward to stem the tide of harassment, which is incredibly sad. And I feel guilty that I wasn't one of those voices early on to participate in that. And this, of course, led to them being attacked and harassed for weeks and months on end. But again, just to illustrate the craziness, this debate happened.
It didn't happen. Well, the debate happened, not the harassment.
In September of 2021, and way later in February of 2022, I made a video on Black.
Like, it's really fucked up when you get dogpiled like this, the shit that happens to you. So you do get harassment. It's overwhelming. It's almost impossible to explain to people who haven't experienced this, right? You know, what that harassment is like. And, you know, if you do complain about it, not only are you going to get no help? Not only, like, because the response that you think you'd kind of like is for Vaush to be like, hey, everybody in my audience, I know I had this debate with Lua. I know we disagreed, but can you please, like, stop it? Just stop it, okay? Like, the harassment needs to stop. I don't endorse any of this shit. Stop it right now, okay? That's the response that you'd like to get. That's like a human response, right? Of somebody who disagreed with you in a debate and then sees that you're getting, like, harassed, like, that you're being, you know, that you're being harassed off the platform and says, I don't want this. If you support me, if you agreed with me, and you're doing this to Lua on my account, I Vaush want you to stop. That's what you'd expect. That's what you'd want. Now, you don't get that. Instead, what you get is, like, prove that it's my fans. Okay, well, you know, here, oh, nope, that's a lowly profile. Oh, nope, that's a, you know, that's like a Groiper profile, right? You know, and, you know, like, so it's not one of mine, okay? So you're full of shit. Or you made up that account. Maybe that's you. Maybe that's one of your fans. Maybe that's somebody doing it on your behalf, right? you will get accused of this. You will absolutely get accused of that. If you respond and say, hey, here's examples of my harassment, could we talk, and you maybe say something to your audience, just please ask them to stop this, right? That's what you'll get. Like, you're doing it to yourself. I've seen it happen so many times. You made it up. You falsified the screenshots. You're harassing yourself. That was an interesting one that I got. And I didn't even complain about the harassment. I didn't talk about the harassment because I've seen this shit before. I've seen it go down so many times. So when I got harassed, I knew that asking Dylan to please call his fucking parasocials off was not going to go anywhere, was not going to work. That all I do, was the same thing. They demand proof. You show them proof. They disagree with the proof. They accuse you of doing it to yourself. They accuse you of trying to curry pity, and they attack you even more. And they give their parasocials all the more reason to go after you even harder. So I didn't even say anything, and they still tried to throw the harassment that I experienced on me. Not only that, but the people that were harassing me, when they realized they couldn't get to me, right? Because I'm kind of a tough cookie, right? When they realized they couldn't get to me, they went to people like DJ Mule. They went to people like Sophie from Mars. They went to people either that had a reason to dislike me, had a reason to distrust me, or people that, in some cases, people that were my friends, and harassed them in a way trying to leave breadcrumbs that, oh, maybe it's NCC, I don't know, like this person says NCC fan for life. Maybe NCC is randomly, for no conceivable benefit of for her, she's sending these people at you, right? So you literally can't win. You literally, you can't say anything. You can't complain about it. You can't appeal to people, on the fact that you're being treated inhumanly. And even if you don't say anything, you're still going to be blamed for your own harassment, because if there's any further degree to which they can hurt you, they will hurt you. I know this from experience. The only person that can get to NCC is Cookie Monster. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. I'd probably break Cookie Monster's teeth, honestly. In a video game, of course. Vaush calls people he disagrees with subhuman and is a liability to the left. He is A-okay with harassment, no question about it. Like, this is so unfair on Lua, having to worry about violent Ian stans forever because of his channel. Yeah, he basically justified, he painted her as some kind of monster. He compared her to, murderous dictators. Like, right? He basically said all the things to get his, I gotta say that as bad as Dylan is, as many horrible things that Dylan has said about me, as much as Dylan has lied about me, like when he went to the hospital after, having a crisis of his own involving self-harm, he did come back and say, this is not due to anything on the internet. This is, family stuff that I've been dealing with for a long, long time. Please don't interpret this as being related to any conflicts that I have on the internet. And his fans still harassed me, right? In fact, some of the trolls gave that as the reason, the justification for their harassment about me, blaming, Dylan's, mental health issues on me, right? When he specifically said that was not the case. It was not, about me, and it was not about anybody that he's beefed with on the internet. He specifically said that, right? So I'll give credit where credit is due. Like, he said that. You'll never get something like that out of Vaush, though. Like, right? So as bad as Dylan is, yeah, Vaush is worse. Somehow.
Love. Not at all
Your cat
really
walked on the
connected to
keyboard?
leftist political ideas and issues. And I decided I would have Professor Flowers read one line in it. Do you know these motherfucking Vaush stans jumped in my comment section with the nerve to tell me that they were disappointed in me for associating with her? These people...
Sure. Okay. All right.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that Wick did that. I'm sorry.
All right.
Admitted her...
What's for dinner? Actually, I'm still working on breakfast here. This is oatmeal with berries and banana.
voice to memory. just so they could police her presence on my channel. Much like with DJ Mule, they were trying to hold me accountable to their community and their sensibilities.
Okay, so at the very least, all right, given how hard Vaush rails on cancel culture, does it sound like cancel culture? Does this sound like, now granted, like a lot of times when cancel culture is invoked, it's disingenuous. The person in question is in no danger of being canceled. They're not being silenced. They're not being, anything. They're facing criticism for something, fucked up that they did, right? In most cases. But like their description of cancel culture, policing someone's presence, not allowing them to engage with other creators, like harping on those other creators when they have them on for a voiceover, for a collaboration, for anything like that, right? That's how they describe cancel culture. What is this shit, Vaush? What is this shit? I would have slightly more respect for Vaush if after hearing this, he said, well, that is pretty messed up, and like nobody should police somebody's presence in other people's videos, and this is clearly wrong. If he just said that, if he just noticed this and said, this is what I'm talking about when I say cancel culture, and since I'm against it being done to me, I'm also against it being done to Lua. So stop it. I would have a slight bit more respect for Vaush if he just said that. I doubt he will though. I'll be super surprised if he does. Oh my god! That is messed up, Dragon Princess.
Which, of course, I didn't. But let's for a second imagine, right, that Professor Flowers did do some...
yeah, no, legit, Nina Bofina. He did tell people to bully ContraPoints into chat. It literally said that, yeah.
Real harm here. Let's imagine for a moment that we live...
She directly advocated for ethnostates at 640. I hate this dude.
Extreme. That there were always ways to address colonization without going as far as excluding an entire racial group.
First off, if Black Americans did go to Africa, to a place where there were no white people, this still wouldn't be an ethnostate.
There are white people in Africa.
I should have corrected this point during the debate. An ethnostate is made up of only one ethnicity.
Yes, Vaush. White people exist in Africa. What the fuck is your point? That's not what she was saying. She wasn't denying the existence of white people in Africa. What a disingenuous weasel. I'm gonna have to play the weasel thing again.
I don't say
What's
this
up, Mr. Cool Biscotti, with the cool username?
as a gotcha moment, but to point out that the way that people talk about Africa is as if it's made up of one ethnicity.
I was about to say, like, the one thing I like about my community, but, like, I mean, I don't know. There's so many things I like about my community, but one thing out of the many that I like about my community is y'all have some pretty inventive usernames out there.
Of Black people. This understanding is inaccurate. Africa is...
Somebody needs to explain the word if to Vaush. I think you're right, Marcus Bell. I think you're right.
The most genetically diverse continent in the world. There are over 2,000 languages. Even if there were a country with only Black Africans, it wouldn't be an ethnostate as it's made up of multiple ethnicities.
So obviously, like, ethnostate etymologically means one ethnicity, but in reality, what people mean is a race state. Like, we talk about white ethnostaters, but it's not like, oh yeah, they only want like German ancestral Americans, not Polish ancestral Americans or Italian.
Africa is probably the most diverse continent on Earth in terms of its population.
Ancestral Americans or whatever else. Like, they're...
Oh, hi to Neville too. Hi, Neville. He likes FD's voice, and he does not like Vaush's voice. Oh, sorry, Neville. Sorry, we're almost done with the Vaush. Oh, wait. Oh my god, do we have to watch Vaush talking about... Yeah, we do. I spoke too soon. Oh my god.
Not going to kick out all the Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish...
Does he know the history of the country he lives in? Doubtful.
So on and so forth.
Doubtful.
Because it's exclusively... Yeah, only Latvians... No, like, obviously, colloquially, it's used to mean, like, of a single race. Or, yeah, or you could say, like, a single national identity group. You could excise some ethnicities, but allow other ones in, depending on their relationship. Like, for example, the Iranian and Turkish hatred of Kurdish people, like, the attempts to sort of discriminate against them. It's not as though there are only two ethnicities in Iran, Kurdish and non-Kurdish Iranian. But you could still argue there's an ethnostatey tendency to saying stuff like, you know, Iran's not for Kurds.
Secondly, there are indigenous people who are isolationist, and this is a kind of ethno-state where they truly are a singular ethnicity and visitors aren't allowed. Well, I don't see black...
If the only examples you can think of an ethno-state are the fucking North Sentinel Island and...
I love how he's shoving this ethno-state thing down her throat. Like, she's like, yo, I fucking love ethno-states. Ethno-states are based, right? You know, it's
a kind of ethno-state where they truly are a singular ethnicity and visitors aren't allowed.
And the island of Niihau with indigenous Hawaiian people, then probably when people say ethno-state, they're not referring to literally like everyone here is related by blood. Like, oh yeah, we have real ethno-states, these uncontacted tribes.
Well, I don't see black
Wait, Vaush, a leftist who doesn't understand anything besides capitalism bad? I don't even know if he thinks that, like, right? He seems capitalism has benefited him pretty well, so...
wanting to live in isolation to this extreme. I don't think this would be wrong if it happened. I think Vaush truly wanting to live in isolation to this extreme. I don't think this would...
These Vaush tangents are so irrelevant to anything. And yeah. I don't know. My tangents are pretty bad too, but his are definitely worse. At least my tangents are about like real world things that you don't have to like hypothesize like an alternate universe to even conceive of. Vaush argued neo-Keynesian economics works. Oh my god. Okay, so FDR. Yeah, you're gonna call that? Oh my god. Imagine like the shit that passes for socialism, right? On these spaces.
Be wrong if it happened. I think Vaush truly believes that I'm advocating for violent separatism, and I'm simply not. There's a number of ideas I could think of separatism without violence.
Yeah, he's not even engaging with what PF is saying.
A plot of land off the grid and build your own community.
Actually...
Or move to places in Africa that already have an all-black or nearly all-black population.
Okay, you guys realize this is literally the race-swapped version of the black-pilled white nationalist Americans who are like, guys, we're never going to get those brown people out of our country. We need to find some like white community in Finland and just stay there. This is literally the same thing. It's like, listen, I'm not a racist, okay? I understand that I probably couldn't like genocide the 100 million non-white people in America. I simply want to go up and live in some like Russian village where everyone is white. Like white nationalists say this shit all the time.
There's a number of options where I can see black separatists.
Oh yeah, also critical point here. Black Americans and Black Africans, historically and contemporarily, are so not the same that the idea that a Black American could just go to Africa and just be there is fucking ridiculous. Black Americans are American. They're Westerners. Black Americans descend from a lineage that has been in the West, or at least in America, longer than a lot of the white people in America. The idea that they could just go to Africa and have something in common because of their...
no, he's reverse races. You know, reverse racism as an argument is literally this guy's specialty.
Skin tone is insane. It's ridiculous. Let her LARP, Vaush? I will not let her LARP, actually. The funny thing is that a lot of the tendencies that we associate with black culture here in the United States also, I'm pretty sure, would end up getting treated over in Africa, at least some parts of it, in a...
I'm not racist, citation needed.
...fashion similar to like the racist Fox News thug fear-mongering that we hear about. I've heard stories about like cultural...
The racists trying to move to Australia and New Zealand too.
Like conservative opposition in some African countries. And again, I'm being kind of general here because I'm not like an expert on like Africa as a continent or any of its individual countries. But like, they are more socially conservative than ours are by a huge margin. So the like, I haven't like, dog, can you imagine a bunch of black Americans moving over to Africa and then immediately getting treated like worse than black Americans do here in America because now they've compounded like cultural differences on top of like existing...
Oh my god, this is so reductionist.
Like,
yeah, expert in the African experience here with Vaush. Yeah, this not him grouping all Africans together. This is so racist.
Traveling and just the general difficulty of integrating to a new culture. Holy...
There's been waves of migration. Black people are not a monolith.
Shit. We don't want another Liberia situation. All right, whatever.
Did he learn about Africa from Matt Walsh's movie?
We're almost talking to Marianne.
live in a world where white South Africans have to worry about being ethnically cleansed and don't control 95% of the wealth in the nation they colonized, even after decolonization efforts that have happened in that nation, and that Professor Flowers was somehow irresponsible in her language. The ensuing harassment campaign was for what purpose? What lesson was to be learned there? What goal could people possibly
read an article about Monrovia
have been pursuing?
Stupid whining. And being done in bad faith.
All of his information about Africa comes from the Toto song called Africa
as well. Also, I hope everyone understands the only reason that we keep talking about Professor Flowers is because everybody else keeps bringing her up. My talk with her was the most unambiguous, objective L she could have possibly taken, and lefties will still, like, break every bone in their bodies so they can contort into the tiniest boxes to defend her further. Like, the convo happened literally, like, almost 3 years ago, and people are still constantly bringing her up.
So he gets corrected, but yeah, it was a year and a half ago.
As some evidence of, like, the mistreatment of my community. Mistreatment which just is never substantiated, I guess. After some...
Dorothy's dog had a song about Africa? Impressive dog. No wonder she liked him so much.
Heinous political positions fronted by her. But, like, they just keep bringing her up. The debate was September 2021.
Vaush is so ignorant on these topics. It must be impossible to argue with him because he has the knowledge. Yo, and if you think his knowledge is like shallow, his community's knowledge is even worse. That's why they buy this stuff, right? And yeah, it's impossible. Like, if what you're going on is going on Vaush's like platform, talking to his audience, right? That's the kind of ignorance you're dealing with.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals. Thank you, Joshua Lacour. Thank you for being a communist invading radical in my YouTube chat today. I swear Vaush gets on like every fucking nerve with his Beverly Hills sensibilities. Yeah. He's a trust fund kid who's a con artist on the side.
I think. Okay, so not 3 years then. I guess a year and a half? Here's her word for word defending genocide.
Oh, by the way, the rest of you communist invading radicals in YouTube, make sure to like the stream. That helps me out a lot. That's one of the main ways that YouTube gauges how much people are enjoying the stream. So if you show YouTube that you're enjoying the stream, YouTube will bring more people in, and that helps me out immensely and probably makes the conversation a lot more interesting for you as well. So
what exactly is genocide?
And like, as you can tell by the fact that I'm reading the YouTube chat right now, that even though you're not appearing on screen because of a problem with my streaming software, I am still, I'm trying to make a point of reading YouTube chat.
During the debate, I was genuinely unsure if removing colonizers is genocide. What I understood about genocide is that it can
remember that she literally defines colonizers as white people. So what she's saying right now is, I don't know if removing 6 million people by state force would count as genocide. The answer to that is kind of ambiguous depending on the definition of genocide used. It does meet the definition of ethnic cleansing. By my definition, it absolutely meets like genocide. Like if like Ron DeSantis took power and he was like, okay, yeah, we're literally just going to deport all black people, I think that calling that genocidal violence would be completely okay. I don't think anyone would like race forward with their finger up, outstretched going.
Vaush doesn't realize he lost that debate, and everyone brings it up because it was surprising how racist he is when his mask falls off.
Technically, actually, it's not genocide. It's actually...
Him being racist is a casual statement to make about Vaush. He is viciously racist. It's funny how this entire thing is him getting his panties in a bunch about such a known fact.
Just ethnic cleansing.
Be tricky.
The PF debate stays relevant because it was the point where he revealed himself as an unambiguous reactionary, Herrenvolk Democrat. You can determine if somebody is on the left based on how they view it. This is a lie. He said he needed to say that her usage of colonizer means all white people in order to dialogue tree. Yeah, he just shunts you right into that dialogue tree. Correct. So TLDR, Ian's position is that decolonization is white genocide. Basically, yeah, it's Lauren Southern. It's a warmed over Lauren Southern talking point here. Vaush loses all of his viewers after a bit. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. There were actually a decent number of people in the Vaush community whose stomachs were turned by this.
To determine. Much of my understanding of it came from the Rohingya genocide, where their oppression wasn't considered genocide by the UN until 2017. So is removing colonizers genocide? I really wasn't sure. I should have just said.
Well, if by colonizers you mean all white people, then yes. If by colonizers you mean the actual people who were in charge of or directly contributed to colonial power structures, then that can
or benefited from. Vaush, you're missing a vital point.
Be fine, depending on how it's done.
I'm not sure what the definitions of genocide are. Pause to look it up and discuss it from there, instead of me responding with,
yeah, he's absolutely putting words in her mouth.
Sure,
yes.
or I think that's okay. As any sense of uncertainty was seen as
Vaush doesn't understand how fucked his mind is by white colonialism. True.
Evidence of me being pro-genocide, and someone who was all too close to white nationalism, but
he enjoys people calling him racist, probably.
Naively couldn't see it. So after the debate, I looked up if violent decolonization is considered genocide. I didn't find a clear answer on that, but what I did find on the legal definition was this. Genocide is A, killing members of the group, B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group.
I would say forced deportation of millions of people would count as serious bodily or mental harm, in my opinion.
C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D,
oh wait, does that mean that Ariel Sharon committed quote-unquote genocide against his own people when Israel withdrew from Gaza?
I think that also counts.
E, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
Kind of like abstractly, because you're forcing the children of that group onto another country, out of your borders.
For the legal definition, the intent is a deciding factor, and there must be a proven intent on the part of perpetrators to physically destroy a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does an intention to simply disperse a group. Also, the victims of genocide must be deliberately targeted, not randomly, because of their real or perceived membership of one of the 4 groups protested under the convention, which again are national, ethnic, racial, and religious groups. After reading this, something that struck me as really frustrating was that the gotcha moment where my views were compared to genocide didn't constitute as a legal definition of genocide.
Can you imagine? Like, does it not feel like we're just watching a right-winger here?
Yes, it does, Vaush, but it's you, Garfield. It's you. That's the right winger it feels like we're watching. It's you, Vaush. It's you. God damn it. Like, wow.
Like, literally, I feel like I'm back in 2019.
Wow.
I'm arguing with some far-right guy. And he's like, technically...
Are you arguing with yourself? Are you facing a mirror? Then maybe so.
No,
maybe so.
Genocide. And then, like, looking at... Yeah, like...
oh, my God.
In every way. Okay, hold on. We have a conversation with a former presidential candidate in like 3 minutes. We're being very irresponsible here. And the
oh my God, we got to get to Marianne Williamson. Okay.
Smart, blah, blah.
Okay. So he's cutting out of that early. He had more to say. He was going to slime Professor Flowers even more, but he got distracted by Marianne Williamson. So he's got to talk about orbs, apparently, with Marianne Williamson. Anyway, chat. So on that note, I wanted to say something. Okay. So like I said, I have got a members only / subs only / Patreons only, right? So those 3 categories of people, and many of you fit in those categories, right? I want to do a premium stream, right? Because my subs, my donors, the people that keep me financially afloat, I appreciate you so much. You can't even imagine. I wouldn't have been able to fix my computer without you, right? I'd be streaming at you from my phone, okay, without people supporting me like that, right? Or not at all. So I cannot stress enough how much I appreciate everybody who helps me out in that regard, and I want to do something nice for you. It's not that I don't love all the other people and the people that don't have subs or memberships. Like, I love you too, but I got to do something special, and there's some reasons that I want to have this bit of content that I'm talking about here behind a paywall. I want to react to the whole FD Signifier video, all right? But I'm not trying to put out a video or a stream to compete with FD Signifier's video. And you know, like I said, there's some really good reasons to put this behind a paywall. Okay, so we have a lot to get through today. We gotta go over Vaush's take on Jessie gender. Oh my god, you know, I almost wanna go to wait. I mean, like, what we have Xanderhal talking about FD Signifier. We have Lonerbox talking about myself, Poly People, and Zara Xerex. Yeah, Lonerbox literally cannot have somebody tweet about him without like bringing them up on stream, and he brought all of us up on stream, right? And guess what? I didn't even say right, he wasn't bringing me up on screen for something that I said in a tweet. I've got him blocked, right? He was bringing me up for liking a tweet. Yeah. What did No Comment Chick do? She liked a tweet, right? But anyway, like I wanna I'm trying to decide when the best time to do this like members only stream is gonna be. I see that we're coming up on 4 hours here. We're a few minutes before the Super Bowl starts. I don't know if today is going to be the best time to do that. What do people think? Just like, let me know in chat. Lonerbox, more like Loserbox, right? Yeah, I was a fan of Lua's video before the whole Vaush thing. Lua holds himself to such a high standard. Yes, he does. This is today is good. Okay, so some people are good for today. I just like it's good. It's gonna be like I've got some more content to get through here today before we can start that. We'll see. I just want to make sure that there's lots of that most of the subs slash members and people that are, you know, contributing to me on a monthly basis. I'm parked here on your stream, not planning to go anywhere. Okay, cool. So we might be able to do this. Can do this anytime except Tuesday. The other time to do it would be tomorrow, right? But that's just gonna today is good. A lot of people are here for today, so I mean, like I can go long on a stream. I am trying to keep my streams under 6 hours. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to do that today. My mods I know will appreciate not having such long streams because it's a lot to ask for them to mod for such a long time, and especially, you know, with a streamer who gets as much harassment as I do. Like it's not an easy job to mod for NCC, but we appreciate our mods. Mods are gods. Let's make it happen today. Let's do that. Okay, so we got Vaush on Jessie gender. We got Keffals on Jessie gender. Yeah, Keffals goes after Jessie gender. I think Xanderhal goes after FD Signifier. I know, right, Jamie? Yeah, thank you to all the mods for keeping the streams safe for everyone. Yeah, for keeping them viewable. I mean, I don't know how many people... V, you've been here when, like, hate raids are going on, right? You've seen how bad it can... It's nasty. It's nasty, and, you know, there's a slander lol. Yeah. Okay, so, well, anyway, the only way for me to get through this and to be able to do the FD Signifier stream tonight is going to be for me to keep it moving. So I will do that. Okay, so there's Vaush on Jessie gender. Let's maybe watch Keffals on Jessie gender. Wait, no, or the Xanderhal. Well, I'm gonna try to keep this like 3 months ago. Oh, this is like no, God. Okay, so oh my God, I think we're gonna have to like go here. I don't think his video on FD Signifier's video is out yet. I think we're gonna have to go in and take a look at the VOD. Yep, there it is. Oh, good, it's a short one. We can probably find this. And who knows, maybe it's even time-stamped. Maybe his audience was nice enough to timestamp it for us. Let's see. Oh my God! Skywise! Thank you for the sub! Thank you for the sub. That's 2 months for you. Meow. And I love to hear the bubble sound. The bubble sound is great. Are we close to 100 subs? Yeah, we're like one off of 100 now. Do we have any timestamps? Oh my god. Like, look, I love this about my community. Look, this is Xanderhal. He's a pretty big streamer, but he doesn't get more comments on his VODs than I do. So that's good. Oh my god, thank you for the community sub to a special kind of normal. Maybe I need a drink for Xanderhal. You and me both. You and me both. I'm gonna have to get thankfully Twitch made the hate raids a little easier to control, right? Like we can just basically we can sequester people who don't sign up with an email or a phone number, and that helps keep the hate raids down. We can sequester people who have only had their account active for a few days, or in some cases a few hours or a few minutes, right? So Twitch has given us some more tools. Thank you, OG Prodigy, by the way. I think it was OG Prodigy's suggestions that finally got adopted by Twitch in terms of giving us some real tools to deal with the hate raiders. So yeah, we don't have OG Prodigy is a legend, true.
Giga Chad. Precedent. Didn't
okay,
want
so
to nuke.
There's a spy balloon. The weather balloon.
Thank you for reminding me of it. Nicole Arbor. Will hear me repeat something I said a while ago, just so the new people in chat know.
Okay. This is I don't know. Wait, I feel like I've heard of Nicole Arbor somewhere.
Right?
Drink that water, Xanderhal. Stay hydrated.
Oh my god, it's Hitler.
Oh no, fuck you! God
Screenshot of a Shark 300 tweet and tried to use it to claim that
fucking cursed! Did you see that? Did you see that the second we found the video? The second we found the video, it was a picture. Oh my god. 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 Okay, yeah, this is we're here. We're here. Okay. She's a right-wing comedian. Oh, okay. That's where I probably recognize her name from. All my you know, I'm a big fan of right-wing comedy. What's up, Gomez? 420. Yeah, like you wouldn't believe, right? I'm
that he is a pedo or like a sex offender.
So are we talking about Vaush here? That's gotta be Vaush. That's gotta be Vaush. I mean, he's definitely not a convicted. Hey, how about this? Since Xanderhal goes so hard on abuse, how about this, Xanderhal? You don't like abuse apologia. I heard you don't like abuse apologia. Your buddy Vaush is an abuser. He abused somebody on Destiny's subreddit. You fucking know about it, and you're okay with it. So you're a giant hypocrite. How about that?
Does anybody have a link to like a screenshot?
Gomez, like I have no idea. I have no idea how many people were involved in the harassment of me. It's like literally like you're talking about alt accounts. There's no way to know who's behind those, right?
Shot of the tweet because it's been taken down, I think.
Oh my god. Delicious banana. Banana Hall. Yes. I'm gonna eat my banana
Hot
too.
damn, 472 viewers. Welcome, everybody. So nice to have you all here. Hopefully you're enjoying your stay.
I mean, I'm about to enjoy this banana.
Oh, did Shark make a video about it? If Shark made a video about it, we'll watch a segment of it. I bet he has. His name doesn't come up if you just search Shark.
That's hilarious that Xanderhal thinks that like the top result for searching the word shark is going to be Shark 300.
There we go.
Banana Club, hell yeah. Okay, so chat saying I can highly recommend Shark's response to FD's first debate bro video. Wait, what? Also,
no, he hasn't.
I'm kind of enjoying Xanderhal's copyright-free music. This is mood Xanderhal.
Covered it. Interesting. Does anybody have a link to it?
Bananas. Yes, bananas.
Anyway, you guys will have to take my word for it, okay? Some complete, like, I think it was a turf actually, made a fake screenshot of like a Shark 300 tweet trying to claim that it was real, and it's like the fake tweet is him like admitting to being a pedo or some shit. Oh, here's another good example. We got TERFs doing the same shit to trans women. This.
Okay. So come on, FGC.
Uneducate our kids so they don't have the knowledge necessary for them to formulate valid political opinions. Like,
oh my god, that's some relaxing music.
The culmination and like the essential like.
Wow, he just sits here and talks to chat. I should do that. Chat, should I do that more? Should I just like sit there and talk to you with
mashed
like,
the records? It is doing very very. Probably watched hundreds of hours of his content. It is my go-to.
Okay, he's talking about the oh no.
Drop lots of likes and retweets.
Oh no.
It's now Hogwarts Legacy. They can't be taken away. So thank you, boy.
So he's watching J.K. Rowling. He's watching the Asmongold react to people in his audience being upset about him playing the turf game. Okay, well, what a fucking victim, yo, Asmongold. I mean, like that's when I think victim, I think Zach Rar on Twitch for sure. Wait, we gotta. I can't even find this. Oh wait, no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're getting to this before I thought we would. Wait, am I wrong about where this exists? I mean, that's the Jessie Jenner video
right now. All the hands are white. I feel like this would be like a better thumbnail for a video about how white people need to stop like asking and then sometimes not even asking and just doing it, touching black people's hair. I didn't realize how big of a thing that was till I got to middle school, and I had a friend who would just like constantly have that happen to him, specifically after he had haircuts, and he was like, dude, it's so fucking annoying. Everybody just like touches my hair or asks to touch my hair. It's so fucking annoying.
Something
and I was like, what? Why do they do it? Like, does it feel nice or something?
Wait,
and I was like, I'm not gonna touch your hair if that makes you feel better. But like, I didn't realize like that was a thing until I got older and I got to the internet and it was like, oh wait, that's a thing where like white people just be like, oh my god, can I touch your hair?
Wait
and grab at it. Hyper's in chat if you've heard of that.
By the way, but this drama was about how he, Hassan, wanted to play on his stream a certain.
I'm so confused, chat. I'm so confused. Wait, what is going on here? Does he just talk about the FD Signifier video and like not watch it or something? There's Nicole Arbor. Yeah, he watches this Nicole Arbor shit hardcore. Okay, and then he's like talking to chat. Wait, it's right here, right? This is where he talks about FD Signifier. Sorry for not being more organized. I didn't pre-watch this, though. That's a good thing, right?
Against me that I deal with while sick and recovering from COVID.
Now, did I tell you
that
this?
definitely was
because I feel like I told you
very
about
nice
this.
to wake up to.
Okay,
so for those of you
this?
guys that don't know, FD Signifier, this is him right here. FD Signifier, who I am subscribed to because I'm not a bitch, and I can sub to YouTube.
Oh yeah, so I thought you didn't like FD Signifier because he's not very intelligent. Remember when you talked about his intelligence and how lacking it was? Remember? I just based on that I assumed that you wouldn't talk about or you wouldn't sub FD Signifier. But good for you, Xanderhal. Subbing somebody that's not as smart as you are, right? Like, this is hilarious. This is like Xanderhal like calling somebody, and I'm not an educational elitist or anything like that. I don't hate on people, based on their like level of education. That's just, whatever. right? But like Xanderhal like flexes his like non-existent education in a way that's just kind of obscene. But here we go.
Who I think are pieces of shit, if sometimes I think their videos are cool. FD Signifier is, as I said a long time ago, a dumb fuck. I said he was a dumb fuck because, if I recall correctly, his defense...
Did he just appropriate AAVE white people? Yeah, probably.
Professor Flowers? Maybe it was because I know that he ended up defending Professor Flowers, but I think it's because he either made a dumb take on Debate Bros and live streaming
Thank you for the follow.
Format, or because he defended...
Yeah, it's not about lack of education, it's about unwillingness to learn. Good point, Transgender. I don't know why I keep on wanting to put deer in your name. It's der.
Professor Flowers. It might have been both. Regardless, he did end up defending Professor Flowers. Now, for those that are unaware, FD Signifier is friends with DJ Mule, also known as
known as Satan, also known as literal fucking Satan. This guy has nightmares about DJ Mule. Like honestly, he's obsessed with DJ Mule.
Man, who hates me a lot and made a hit piece video on me to try and pay his rent. He admitted this on Patreon that he only made the video to try to make money and boost his channel. Yikes. You know? He's also friends with Noah Samson, who also has done similar things to me and Vaush, I believe twice now. Noah Samson also directed his fans to hate raid my channel, and to this day, that video is still up, and I still get comments from his fans.
Noah Samson directed... Oh my god, Xanderhal. All I can do is shake my head. All I can do is shake my head because, oh my god. Yeah, I think Noah Samson said something like, you know, like, say like a random word in your, like, I think he said something like, don't go bother him, don't go harass him. But, you know, if you do make a comment on the video, say something about, what, was it Squid? No, the Squid thing was President Sunday. I don't remember what Noah Samson did, but it wasn't a hate raid. Noah Samson's not telling his audience to go hate raid people, okay? I'm pretty fucking sure about that.
Fans hate raiding that video.
He wanted them to say Squid Gang. I mean, that's kind of based. I love squids.
The message he told them to say, Squid Gang.
Welcome to the stream, special kind of normal.
Yeah, like, this guy.
For all of you who have subs, for all of you who have memberships now, know that we're gonna try to do something special. Like, I'm gonna get through this content as quickly as I can, and then we're gonna watch the FD Signifier video behind a paywall, right? And I told you about the reasons for that. One of these is that I'm not trying to compete with FD Signifier's video. Not that I could, but, you know, I'm not trying to put out like another you know, version of the content that he worked so hard on. And the other reason is it is a little bit controversial, and not even for any of the reasons that Vaush was talking about, right? There's some other people that are, you know, that have some questions about this video, right? And we're gonna look into that and see what we think. It's not what a hate raid is. Sending people to watch your video and comment something that doesn't have a special meaning is actually an algorithmic boost. Oh my god, Iron Orchids. Thank you for the follow. Those are some pretty strong flowers, by the way.
And the community that he fosters and is, like, taking up has been sort of antagonistic towards me and my friends for quite some time now. I assume he's also friends with Thought Slime as well. These are figures who are significantly larger than me.
Thought Slime and DJ Mule, that is what Xanderhal has nightmares about.
That because they have no genuine, like, path to attack me on a moral level, because I keep my nose pretty clean, try to make things up about me and lob insanely out of this world scandalous allegations at me that time and time again have been proven untrue, clearly fabricated lies beyond.
It's a properly Hawaiian moniker. I didn't know that. How could anyone hate on Noah Samson or Thought Slime? Ask Xanderhal. Oh, come on.
That time and time again have been proven untrue,
yeah, we gotta
clearly
watch out for the
fabricated
Eggman,
lies
right?
beyond even a shadow of a doubt.
He's
like,
coming.
it's happened over and over again,
He's
and
coming for
FD
all the
Signifier is in that
hedgehogs.
community, and he's friends with all of them, right? Now, a while ago, he did...
So, noted harassment community, FD Signifier's community, right?
make a video about Debate Bros where he does spread lies and misinformation about me and Vaush and basically the rest of the Debate Bro sphere. I believe he then went on to a debate with Shark300 because he said that
it wasn't a debate, it was a friendly conversation, right? I don't know, maybe Shark considered it a debate, but FD Signifier was not, I assure you, FD Signifier was not coming on to debate Shark.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did FD Signifier admit that he would only go on Shark300's stream because Shark is black? I'm gonna open my eyes and I'd like to see an answer.
Man, what is up with this anti-white racism? I'm telling you, this is so, like, white dudes have it tough, right? Xanderhal, right? It's like, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough.
He admitted it?
Like, Xanderhal, you and Vaush were discriminated against this day. When FD Signifier chose Shark300 to talk to instead of you or Vaush, that was just anti-white discrimination. I shaking my head. Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay. He went on Shark300's stream.
Won't somebody think about the white boys? Won't somebody think about the white boys? We need to protect the fragile white boys. I know, right? Right? What is there to admit? Yo, he thinks it's a gotcha. He thinks it's an own.
And Shark300 just basically... Shark300 did the most basic, like, just, you know, just asked him, like, okay, do you think this makes sense if this is true? Do you believe this? Okay, then how does this make sense? Like, come on, tell me how this makes sense. Like,
I don't think he's
FD
even gonna watch
Signifier walked
this.
back everything. Shark won the debate pretty unanimously, and yet FD Signifier, both on Twitter and on his channel, has continued to double and triple down on the things that he has said.
Oh my god.
Now, we are not going to be watching this video, and I'm going to be explaining why. And I'm going to be giving you guys a little bit more background in a minute, but I'm going to explain why we're not going to be watching this video.
Are we gonna boycott the video? Oh, this is...
it's going to be...
Isn't this delicious? Isn't this like... No, here's what I want to know, though. Here's what you remember when I was searching through, I was scrubbing through this whole thing trying to find this video, and I ran into Xanderhal like with Professor Flowers on screen, and he's like saying something about like literally Black Hitler or something like that, right? Like that's what we entered into. How did Professor Flowers come up if you're not gonna watch this video? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Why I have so little respect for these people, and why it upsets me, like why it enrages
unanimously. I mean, I guess that must mean I think that Shark won too.
Me so much when people in my community act as though I am overreacting to these people's behavior.
He's just gonna.
In this video, I watched Vaush's coverage of it live. I was sick, and I decided to just turn on the live stream and watch it live.
Oh, that's right. He had COVID.
In this video, FD Signifier defends DJ Mule. DJ Mule basically attempted to weaponize the already abusive situation that I was subjected to by my ex, where I was...
But never mind the abuse, the actual abuse, the unambiguous abuse enacted by Vaush against somebody on the Destiny subreddit, right? The verifiable receipts showing this person asking Vaush, can we please stop talking about sex? I don't want to talk to you about sex. I am here to debate you. I want to debate you. What's up, Portland is burning? What's going on? Pin tweet? Oh, are you talking about the... Oh, okay.
Taken advantage of...
Look what just landed in our chat. Drama. What's up, Drama?
Financially
How's
and
it going?
lied to. Took that situation and then tried to weaponize it against me by making up more non-existent allegations, similar to what Thought Slime did with the sex cult stuff, and made a massive hit piece video on me. One that was so bad and so horrible and so obviously bad faith that pretty much all of LeftTube, not this side of LeftTube, obviously, not FD Signifier, but all of, like, the reasonable people in LeftTube came down on that video like a goddamn atomic bomb. DJ Mule defends, or sorry, FD Signifier defends DJ Mule in this video. Now, I just want you guys to think for a moment. If a female...
Wait, are we doing Trump impressions? Very sad. Very, very sad. Very sad. Portland, just like whisper me or something.
Content creator had been in a you know, let's say Amaranth, because she was in a somewhat similar situation. She was financially abused and basically had a lot of her life controlled, and like taken and like manipulated, right? Not to the exact same way. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar. Like, can you imagine if some lefty figure made a video defending Amaranth's boyfriend and then and attacking Amaranth as an abuser for outing him and like breaking up with him, and then like Amaranth gets shit for having a problem with people being friends with that content creator? Because that's basically like what's happened here, where DJ Mule like tried to attack me defending my abuse of X. Now FD Signifier is defending that guy and is friends with him and is making a video in which he rehashes that, which is finally kind of like ended and gone away. He rehashes it and like does this maybe not it's true, and defends DJ Mule from like the criticism he's gotten for his lies. By the way,
can you hit me up in whispers, Portland, or on Discord?
He admitted to only making the video to make rent that month, so he wanted money. It really is despicable.
He wanted
Now, I'm not going to
money.
actually watch this video on stream because
what a weird thing, right? Now, you all know that, like, you know, I mean, like, most of you probably know that DJ Mule has some pretty weird ideas about me, right? And I am not trying to blow that up into drama, because DJ Mule was harassed legitimately, okay, by the same people that harassed me. And they left little breadcrumbs, and he picked them up and said, "It's no comment chick doing this. It's no comment chick. She controls all the hate raiders. She's using her marionette puppets to go after me," right? So, like, I'm not like a big DJ Mule defender. I didn't talk about DJ Mule when this shit went down, right? But like, he wants money. He wants to get paid for the content that he does. Xanderhal, what is that below there? Wait, like, look, a moving/quail fund. Xanderhal, it looks like you want to get paid too. Oh my god, scandal of scandals. You're not doing this for free? This is not just all out of the goodness of your heart? Oh my god, y'all, DJ Mule wants money. Holy shit, I've never heard of anybody wanting money before. What the fuck? Oh my god. Look, I'm not trying to, like, this is not like a DJ Mule defense stream or anything like that. Obviously, you know, like, I've pointed out, you know, some things that he did in his video that I would never touch, right? I don't like to talk about people's personal life. He went very personal in that. But holy shit, DJ Mule wants money. That is your criticism, right? DJ Mule wants money. Slender Lulk's community attacked and harassed FD over collaborating with DJ Mule before his hit piece on Slender Lul, but Slender Lul is the victim, because of course he is. His enemies are both overwhelmingly powerful and at the same time pathetically weak. President Bolsonaro. I love my community's usernames. Can I say that? You all have such awesome names. How dare you live under capitalism, right? Right? We know about making videos. We know making videos about Xanderhal is how you get the most. That's true. Yeah, that's the biggest name. They call it the Xan bump. The Xan bump. You get a Xan bump from that, right? DJ Mule set out to antagonize these guys. He knew he would be harassed. He wanted to draw attention away from Kira and Sophie and PF. Like Mule, he's good people, but he does fuck up. Based leftist Slenderlaw is shocked to learn that DJ Mule lives in a capitalist society. You mean the UK hasn't, like, converted to socialism or communism already? Oh my god. Is Slenderthal related to Slenderman? Possibly, YT channel? YouTube channel? Possibly. Xander Bump means something else in my... Oh no, it means something else. Oh no. NCC and her hate puppets, right? You know, yeah, she controls the fucking... He told me that personally on Twitter. Oh, DJ Mule did? Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, that's admirable. That's admirable, right? Like I said, I have respect for intersectional leftists, and I consider DJ Mule to be an intersectional leftist.
because it's 2 hours and 24 minutes long, and we don't have time for that. And frankly, it would be upsetting, right? It's literally just like, here, let me just like, listen, I don't want to say triggering.
By the way, what is that voice that I do? I feel like I turned into a Muppet. In CC's control. Like, I feel like I turned into a Muppet or something.
But like, it gives me a yucky feeling in that
yeah,
way.
Definitely.
You know what I mean?
Definitely. Slenderman is definitely from Ohio. That's got to be true. Mule is like one of those few people in the spaces that does real world organizing too. He's part of a tenants union that exists to defend people from landlords. It's a joke that he's only in this for the money.
It gives me that yucky feeling that you would get watching someone defend someone who personally like abused you. Like, yeah,
personally,
you guys know. Regardless, I will give you guys my take on what the video was, because I watched Vaush.
Ironically enough, if lying about someone in a video is abuse, then Xanderhal abused me, okay? Now, I would never think about calling it that. It's disingenuous, it's gross, it's like, you know, like it's horrible, but I would never even think to call that abuse. Like, that is a bad video on me. A bad stream on me. That's right, because he deleted the video, right? He tucked his tail under his legs when he found out that the stuff that he was putting out there was like had already been debunked, right? He just found some, like, you know, X mods that had an axe to grind with me, and he, you know, and he went to town, right? But then after the fact, like, all of these debate bozos backed off from them. They disappeared into the bushes like Homer Simpson. Right, they did all this. They left that, like Vaush just said, they dropped a stinky turd in the room and they just backed away from it. Right, nobody apologized. Nobody like, you know, corrected the record. There was no errata. There was no nothing. Right, it was just lies and then pretending that you never said them. Right, so whatever. Right, but I would never think to be like this abuse that Xanderhal, like, I would never think to call that abuse. Right, it's horrible. I mean, I guess you could make an argument that it's abusive. Right, I just would never think to, like, the massive cat tower in the background cannot be cheap. I mean, you know, from my understanding, Xanderhal grew up in a gated community, and you know, take that as you may. Are there actually cats? I don't think I've ever seen cat. I see that cat tower, but I never see cats on Xanderhal's stream. That I would like to see some cats. Stream errata, LMAO. Yeah, on a debate stream, right? Oh, you're right. I don't know about Lonnie's cat. I really don't know. Like I said, I like, even talking about like the gated community thing, I only say that because he's talked about that on his stream, okay? You know, and that's about as deep as I want to go. Is stuff that Xanderhal mentions on a stream about his real life. And in terms of the thing with, like, Lonnie, like, that never should have been content in the first place. Like, that was gross. We shouldn't talk about the cat situation? Okay, I didn't realize it was, wow. Okay.
Respond to it. It was without a doubt the most condescending attempt to make a hit piece look like a reasonable analysis I've ever seen. FD Signifier's goal with this video was basically to rehash every single potentially career-ending accusation that's been lobbed at, like, Debate Bro streamers, and then to say, well, maybe they aren't true, maybe not, you know, I don't think these are necessarily true, and then, like, say, but I do think slightly worse thing. There's literally a point in the video where FD Signifier says, yes,
oh my god.
I don't think Vaush is a pedophile, but I do think that he's very racist. Like, it's like, okay, you know, like, and you have tons of lefties acting like he's been super reasonable here because they heard him act like he changed his mind, and so he must be taking...
Now, we saw the thing about Merrick earlier, right? Remember, Xanderhal's burned the bridge with Merrick over Merrick just appearing on on FD Signifier's video. So not only are we gonna like disallow like FD Signifier for bringing like DJ Mule on, right? Because DJ Mule's an abuser, or he's an abuse apologist, or whatever he is, right? But we're also gonna burn Merrick because Merrick had the gall to go on FD Signifier's stream, right? How are any of these things career enders if he hasn't been affected in any single way? Good question, Campos. Good question. What the fuck is wrong with these people that they think that being called racist is worse than, oh my god, yeah. Worse than the PDF accusations. While the Merrick defended Vaush and Xan in that video and still got burned and still got the bridge burned, right?
Reasonable position here. He must not be acting in bad faith trying to destroy the livelihoods and reputations of content creators a fraction of his size, at least in my case. It really seems like disgusting behavior, right? I still can't believe Merrick fell for his mask of civility. I guess I should give you guys the reason for the Merrick bridge burning. Okay. I'm going to try to be... I do not hate Merrick, okay? And I don't want to like, be mean. So I'm just going to say what happened, okay?
Okay, what happened?
Basically, Merrick...
Tell me, Xan, what happened?
I guess was offered by FD Signifier to talk for, like, a recorded interview where they would, like, discuss cancel culture and, like, the canceling of creators in the left. My understanding is that she went on there to, like, argue in favor of like debate bros and all that stuff. However, the video ended up coming out and it just ended up being a segment of the video in passing that she essentially collaborated on, I guess you could say. And
the damage to these people's careers is self-inflicted. I don't even know if there's been damage to their careers. It feels like a lot of them just crying wolf. Half of this isn't even about internet drama.
You know, in a video that just ends up spreading lies.
He's in such bad faith because he presented a nuanced criticism of debate bro culture. If he was in good faith, he'd send out his fans to abuse and harass us the way that we do to him. There we go.
About me. In relation to you know, the abuse that I went through, right? And
okay, so what he's talking about there, like, he just said that Merrick saved his career, or he saved Merrick's career. Okay, so like I said, Merrick got, she got put on the map during the George Floyd uprisings. That she would go to protests, and you know, she was, I think the initial protest that she showed up at, she was supposed to be a combat medic. She shows up with like 5-inch acrylic nails, right? You can't do combat medic stuff with, you know, with that. So she was kind of like unprepared to do the job that she'd signed up to do. It looked like what she was doing really was like self-promotion there, and some of the people organizing the protest did not appreciate that, right? So she got in trouble for that. She got kind of a bad reputation for that, as well as what was it? She was staying in a hotel room with somebody else. She had, depending on who you ask, either had sex in that hotel room with the other person in there, or maybe she just made out. According to Merrick, she just made out with this other person. But regardless, that was you know, those were the things that got said about her in social media that were bad. And Xanderhal brought her on to, oh yeah, the other thing was that she made a tweet about a strike by farmers in India, and then like did some self-promotion at the end of it, right? So those are the things that she kind of got a bad rap for. Xanderhal brought her on and allowed her to give her version of events, and you know, her version of the story paints her in a lot better light. That's what he's talking about, saving Merrick's career. That's what he means by that, right?
It is very disconcerting, I would say.
She was officially there to learn or train under other protest medics.
To be friends with someone, and for them to, because they want to see the best in somebody who is friends and like has spread lies about your abusive situation, like it just feels so weird, right? And so basically, I just commented on her post talking about it because I'd woken up and I'd checked my phone. She'd said something along the lines of, I know some people are upset about my taking part in FD Signifier's new video, but I think his perspective on this is valid and should be allowed to have a platform, and I don't regret going on there, and I just replied, so he ended up collaborating with FD Signifier in a video that spread lies about me? And it was just, I didn't like get upset, I just asked her the question mark at the end. And then she replies upset, like getting very defensive, like, what do you mean? I've always been at your side. What do you mean? Why are you turning against me right now? Why are you getting pissed off at me? What do you mean? I was just like, I think it makes sense why I'd feel a little like upset that you want to see the best in somebody like that who's done that kind of stuff to me. And then she ended up calling me a dickhead. And so
the one thing I need to get, Sarah, do you know where I can get music like this? Like, I need this I want this for myself. Oh my god, Buffy Geek, thank you for sponsoring me on YouTube. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow.
So I blocked her.
What lies did FD spread? I mean, I guess he's talking about, well, remember how like he was like people say this about Vaush, but I don't think it's true. People say this about Vaush, I don't think it's true. Vaush interpreted that as FD spreading those lies, that like he says that FD does think it's true and he's putting it in the video so that more people will find out about it, right? That somehow there's some kind of wink and a nudge there. I didn't see any wink and a nudge. FD Signifier seemed to be serious. I think he's serious. I think if I talked to him, he'd say, no, I meant that. I don't think that those things are true about Vaush. And they are pretty hard to believe about Vaush. There is a nugget of truth behind those things, though. I kind of disagree with FD. I think there are truth to those allegations, although some of the allegations themselves are a bit overblown. They're exaggerated, right? But in a lot of there's enough like just really yikes stuff about Vaush. It's not just that he has bad takes, okay? He's done legitimately bad things to people using the power that he gained as a content creator, right? Like it's more than just, you know, in my mind, the rap against Vaush is more than just having racist takes. But FD Signifier was concentrating more on the racist takes than anything else. So, you know.
So yeah, I ended up burning the Merrick DeVille bridge. She hasn't apologized to me, and I don't think she plans to, but you know.
So it sounds like if she apologizes to Xanderhal for
a bunch of people in the comments on Twitter as well were like, "Oh, you're going too far, Xan. You're going too far." And then as soon as they figure out like the connection between Xan's abusive
exactly, FD didn't lie. He said what he thinks.
Situation, defending DJ Mule, FD Signifier defends DJ Mule. Oh, okay, I can understand why you'd have a problem with her wanting to like see the best in somebody like that and have
such
a
drama.
good
Indeed.
faith conversation with them would be like kind of a problem.
Meow.
Anyway, it really just sucks to see not only that, but like a lot of the clips that you'll see that are passed around that are meant to try to destroy the credibility of, mostly Vaush gets this. There's not a lot of clips that you'll really see of me that are meant to like try to fuck me over, because I generally watch what I say, but like for those that don't know, Vaush, who a lot of the video that FD Signifier made is also on, he debated a Nazi by the name of what was his fucking name? It was the guy with the fucking marble statue in his profile picture, massive LARPer. iHypocrite.
I'm sorry, I don't know Nazis as well as...
Debated iHypocrite, some Nazi YouTuber back in like 2020 or something like that, and just mopped the floor with them. It was a slaughter. Like legitimately, go watch the debate if you haven't already. If it's like before your time, like go watch that shit. It was a fucking slaughter. Vaush killed him alive on stream. The guy's final words, all he
in a video game
could muster in the end was "You're fat," and then left. Hey Demon Mama, what's up? Xanderhal, I don't think you were wrong to feel hurt.
Oh my god, Demon Mama in chat. Okay, why the ever-loving fuck are they even pretending to each other like going after FD is anything other than a future optics or credibility hazard? FD specifically criticized DJ Mule for the thing. Oh, true. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Adadak. for the thing that Xanderhal accuses him of, but he didn't attack him. So that makes FD beyond the pale and an enemy of the state. FD Signifier, yes, the #1 Sussy Baka in the Xanderhal cinematic universe, right? He talks about how he regrets defending Mule in the way that he did. Okay, so yeah, like he's conceding a lot, right? And some people had a problem with how much he conceded, right? On the other side of things. Even if FD did have a bad take, even if I was right-wing, even I would advise in the strongest possible terms to not engage with FD. He's too educated and too measured for it to be anything but opening yourself up to take a hit. Did Vaush sling around slurs during that debate? Oh, no. So, Cryptid Mage, you might be thinking of... I think what you're thinking of is the Killstream debate. Yeah? So there was a Killstream... Killstream is a... blood sports debate show run by Nazis, people like Flamenco, people like Ethan Ralph, right, are on the Killstream. Vaush thought it would be a clever idea when they were being kind of like low-key racist on that stream when he was talking to them, for him to say the N-word with the hard R to show these racists. So the racists didn't say the N-word. Vaush said the N-word to show the racists how tough he was and how he wasn't a soy cuck, right? You got to let the racists know that you're not a soy cuck, because then they'll respect you. And then if the racists respect you, then why are we going for the respect of the racists again? I don't know. Ask Vaush. Ask Vaush what the point of the tactical N-word, as he called it, was. Because he doesn't just do that. He does it, and then on the video he defends it in the comments, right? There's a screenshot of him in the comments defending, saying this was good and base, and I did the right thing, and I would do it again. He doubled, tripled, quadrupled down, right? He's 100% behind this tactical N-word, and yes, I mean the N-word with the hard R, not anything else. He wasn't singing along to rap lyrics or anything like that, right? It was straight up N-word hard R. And Vaush has no problem with it, right? It is not effective and it's not acceptable. Yeah, right? The ironic thing is Vaush does this to look tough. And it's like, by giving in to the sensibilities of Nazis, that's what you think makes you look tough? That's what tough is to you? Right? This guy calling everybody else cucked is unironically...
at all, but all I'll say is Merrick is one of the most consistently kind people I've ever met, and in the GC she literally did apologize for hurting you.
Yeah, no, this is wild, right? Because his chat loves Merrick. He's had Merrick on so much that his chat has somewhat of a social, a parasocial bond, like with Merrick. He's gonna have a tough time. This is actually gonna hurt him. Burning this bridge with Merrick was probably one of the worst things that he could have done, right? Also, singing slurs in lyric is wrong. Well, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I agree. I think that's wrong too. But what I'm saying is that this was just beyond, right? All of the things that people make excuses for, all of the things that people try to argue. Well, if right, Vaush was just straight up let me just say the N-word with the hard R and let these Nazis know that I'm not a soy cuck. Because it's important that the Nazis know that you're not a soy cuck if you wanna be on their platform for whatever reason.
Left the GC, and I don't think you read her message well. I am done. I left the GC.
Vaush wasn't even respected by the racist. Yeah, they made fun of him and made it even worse. Slurs. Not that surprising.
GC before she sent it. If she sent me an apology.
If you've got a question about something, probably other people have that question too.
Apology then, because I have not seen her apologize or demonstrate any form of understanding as to why I would be upset, which is very uncharacteristic for her, because you're right, she has always been so nice to me.
Okay, so that was Demon Mama saying that Merrick is really nice.
So bizarre that she just immediately got really upset at me being kind of skeeved out by her working with FD Signifier on a video that ended up, while I'm literally sick in bed with COVID trying to...
I love it when sussy bakas like Xanderhal call other people sus.
Recover, having to get, my abuse rehashed that I've finally managed to get over, Yeah. I can't agree with that, Xanderhal. I can't agree with that characterization.
Okay. So the abuse being the situation with his ex, that's what he's saying, not that he's calling DJ Mule, just for the record, he's calling DJ Mule an abuse apologist, right? And his ex an abuser. That's...
Like, okay.
It's like he thought he was joining oh my god! It's like he thought he was joining a prison gang. Yeah. I miss being a kid and having hope that the future was going to be great. Now I wonder if the polar bears... just hope the polar bears don't go extinct and expect nothing for myself, because that's what the government has given me my entire life.
I mean, hopefully she messages me an apology, I guess. Didn't she say on Twitter that Vaush was wrong about Professor Flowers? Merrick? I don't know, but like, yeah, basically,
I think what Merrick said is that she hasn't watched the debate, right? Am I wrong? I think that Merrick dodged giving an opinion about the Professor Flowers thing because she hasn't seen the entire debate.
I do think that FD Signifier, as I mentioned before, he also defended Professor Flowers in the whole Vaush thing. So for those of you guys that don't know, Professor Flowers, God, this debate happened so long ago. I feel like so many of you are, it's not even relevant.
That's where he brings up
It's not even that
Professor
relevant
Flowers.
anymore, but it's being
Okay.
kept relevant by people who are so mad about it and like the discourse it's generated. Basically, Vaush debated a black Nazi, okay? And that was the thing, okay? And her name was Professor Flowers, and it made the left mad, okay? And that's what happened. That's all you need to know, all right? Looking any further into it, and you will actively start losing brain cells, and you will actively start losing sex points.
It's almost like he doesn't want anyone to investigate his claims.
Points are basically how many times you've had sex since you were a virgin, right? So once you lose a certain amount of sex points, you become a virgin again. So there are certain things that make you lose sex points. One of these things is playing Fortnite. For
Absolute
the record.
Weasel B, you're right.
I remember the Noah Samson debate with Vaush. Like, these people always have to walk it all back when actually pushed on. Because most of the things these people are spreading about us to try and destroy our reputations, Demon Mama gets the same shit too, is all lies. Because if you have a larger audience, in this case, FD Signifier does.
Like, he's saying you're a fucking nerd if you actually watch the Professor like, just trust me, Professor Flowers is, you know, he's calling her a Nazi, but if you actually look into it to verify what I'm saying, you're a freaking nerd, and you're gonna become a virgin if you keep being a nerd like that. So stop being a nerd like that. Don't investigate. Don't look into it. Don't watch the video, okay? Because you're gonna lose sex points. All right. Thanks for looking out for us, Xanderhal. Thanks for looking out for us. Why is this stuff happening in Ohio getting more coverage than... Wait. Why isn't? Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, the stuff happening in Ohio getting more coverage than the sky balloon. I don't know. And the UFO thing and like all the other things that are like, right. And normally the like, so just so you know about, I mean, I'm trying not to derail too hard, right? But UFO means exactly that. Unidentified flying object. So it's in the air, it's flying. We don't know what it is. So in other words, like, I don't know, if I like hooked my bathtub up to some balloons and flew up into the air, you know, and the Air Force came by and they were like, what the fuck is that? You know, I'd be a UFO in my bathtub, right? Like, if they can't tell until they like get a better look at me, they're like, oh, it's just this chick in a bathtub with 2 balloons attached to it. Cool, right? I'm a UFO, right? So they shot down some objects that were not identified, and you know, then they press released you know, unidentified flying objects taken down by NORAD, and I guess that's all we know. I think that's all we know at this point, right? So people are going off about that. People are obsessed about that, and the Chinese balloons as well. I don't even know what's happening there, but yeah, the environmental catastrophe that happened in Ohio, that is just, it's hard to overstate the impact on the people in the area, right? And the my understanding is that they're gonna give $5, like they gave some kind of, they agreed to give like money to the people affected by it, but it amounts to like $5 per person, right? For something that's going to cause probably health effects for years to come. Don't go thinking for yourself now, or you'll never get laid. Exactly. He's highly incentivizing you not to look any deeper into this, right? Sex points. What kind of middle school garbage is this? The Ohio disaster is absolutely awful, right? And you're right. Nobody's talking about that. Everybody's talking about the UFOs and Cumtown, Alaska. They talk about being clipped out of context, but they don't want his audience to get more context. Yeah, exactly. Good point. Yeah, exactly. They could make it the new Roswell and get tourists. True. Yeah, Cumtown should be the new Roswell.
Mama's case, like Destiny did. Like, you're able to just...
What happened in Ohio? A train derailment and a chemical spill that is, gonna cause huge health effects for years and years and years. Yeah, like nasty stuff got spilled, and it's gonna absolutely affect the town where that happened.
Shit on somebody and spread half-truths and lies as well, and it can all be memes, and your audience is fine with it because you've got the bigger crowd behind you, right? And that's what happens.
That should be what we're talking about today. Yes,
the amount of lies that circulate about me is insane. I see it. I see that shit. I run chain blocks on the deranged post that get lots of likes about you, just to get out ahead of them before they get to me.
Is Xanderhal going raw? That's 2 bananas. Like, hey, what's up, Erica? Good to see you. Meow. What's going on with Xanderhal though? Like, what's he eating multiple? I thought, look, I did eat 2 bananas this morning. Okay, I will confess to this, like, right? But I think I'm a weirdo. I'm not like a raw vegan or anything. I'm putting them in oatmeal. Okay, so I'm eating some cooked food too. But I'm just like the only person I've ever seen sit there with a bunch of bananas, just eating them as a snack, are like raw vegans. So I don't know. That is definitely a self-report by me. Yeah, and they're right too. Yeah. Do you think? Wait, maybe Xanderhal's raw vegan. Does anybody know about this? Is Xanderhal on, like a fruitarian? Yeah. Do you think maybe he's raw till 4? Maybe he's raw till 4. Meow.
Like if I see a really deranged, hate post about Keffals, like 10,000 likes, or one about like Vaush or Demon Mama or Shark or something, I just run a chain block and everyone who liked and retweeted it.
I shouldn't think it's funny for him to eat a banana. It's not funny at all. It's great. I'm happy for him having a banana as his snack. I'm just curious what's going on here though. I really don't know. Wait, so like, yeah, I mean, like I've kind of done that too, right? There's some toxic people, one of whom admitted to doing hate raids on me. I'm talking about, ironically enough, it's Samantha that I'm talking about. Yeah, it's Samantha. That's who I'm talking about. She straight up admitted to doing hate raids on me, right? So I am trying to block at least some of the people that I found on my Twitter list that are following her. Now, I get that not everybody knows like what she's up to, and like Portland, probably that's what you got caught up in, right? So like I said, I'm not trying to, push away anybody. I just need to be like, have some healthy breathing room between myself and one of the most toxic people on Twitch is all I'm trying to kind of get. Most non-vegans eat vegan food. Yeah, but so much of it though. Bananas are looking really good. They're really good for leg cramps. True. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Lauren's mod. That's who I'm talking about, right? I kind of like just don't want to deal with her shit anymore. She's toxic. People say that she's connected to kiwi farms. I don't want to deal with it, right? Kiwis. Oh my god.
I'm not gonna argue with the dumb fucks on Twitter. So there's no point in not having them blocked. It just makes your like scrolling experience and your notification experience worse. So you just debate them on stream. Good question.
Why is this funny to me? He's just eating a banana. I'm not being like, it's not a gay joke. All right, Chad. I'm not like, it's not like that. All right. That's not what I'm not laughing at the phallic nature of the food. If you know, it's just. I don't know. It's just. If I saw somebody exit a grocery store with a cart full of banana, oh yeah. So some people do that. Like, right, there was a diet called 30 bananas a day, right? I don't know if I guess it still exists, but what they're saying with 30 bananas a day is that like if you wanted to eat all fruit and get a lot of calories, in other words, you're like some kind of athlete or something, and you need 3,000 calories, that would be 30 bananas, right? That you would eat if it was just bananas. Now, obviously, you shouldn't eat all of just one food, and I am definitely not like the banana. Wait, yeah, the banana girl, right? There's the banana girl too. Yeah, high carb, low fat. Yes, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. That's why this is funny, and also it's not easy to talk and eat a banana at the same time. That's the other thing that's funny. Anyway,
how do people hate on Shark of all people? I covered this recently. It got taken down, so if somebody could find me the link, I'd really appreciate it. Somebody created a fake screenshot of a Shark 300 tweet and tried to use it to claim that he is a pedo or like a sex offender.
Oh my god, chat knows exactly what I'm talking about. 30 bananas a day was something Freely and Durian Rider were promoting specific to them, right? So that's where I've seen this before. That's the only place I've seen people like just sit down and eat multiple bananas, was like in the context of like fruitarianism.
Does anybody have a link?
They're slightly radioactive.
Like a screenshot.
Yeah, that's right. Not just bananas, but all the potassium. Not all the potassium, but like a certain subset of potassium molecules in that exist on Earth are have like a certain amount of radioactiveness. They were like super active cyclists. Yeah, so if you're like a super cyclist, if you're like riding 100 miles a day or something like that, it makes sense to eat like 3,000 calories or more.
Of the tweet, because it's been taken down, I think.
Bananas are Neville's favorite berry.
Hot damn, 472 viewers. Welcome, everybody. So nice to have you all here. Hopefully you're enjoying your stay.
Oh my god. That's a tough situation, Gomez.
Oh, did Shark make a video about it? If Shark made a video about it, we'll watch a segment of it. Okay, I bet he has.
He's gonna watch the FD Signifier
his name
thing
doesn't
through
come up if you just search Shark.
What, Shark's video?
There we go. Okay.
Ooh, banana leathers.
No, he hasn't covered it. Interesting.
Okay, so they're not gonna...
Does anybody have a link to it? Anyway, you guys will have to take my word for it, okay? Some complete, like... I think it was a turf, actually. Made a fake screenshot of, like, a Shark 300 tweet trying to claim that it was real. And it's, like, the fake tweet is him, like, admitting to being a pedo or some shit. Oh, here's another good example. We got TERFs doing the same shit.
Yeah, this was when Shark and... I mean, I remember this came up when Shark and Bad Empanada went back and forth with accusations against each other. Shark straight up called Bad Empanada like a sex offender, right? And there was no receipts, there was no proof, but it was like this not confirmed, but worth taking into consideration. And then Bad Empanada brings up all these fake tweets by Shark, and it was just this. It was a shit show, and it actually the confrontation happened on my stream, right? We were talking about it. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I was pretty sure that from the moment I saw that tweet of Shark's that wasn't really his tweet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we've had our issues in the past, mainly with him signal boosting some stuff from everybody's favorite apartheid anime girl, Eris. Some dubious information about me, but you know, that was over a year ago, and I don't really want to dwell on stuff like that. But yeah, he's not. Shark does need to check his facts. I think. I think that Shark does. Well, I think that Shark needs to be a little bit more careful about stuff that he says. I didn't like Bad Empanada, you know, bringing up those obviously fake tweets by him and acting like they might be real, and I didn't like Shark accusing Bad Empanada of being a like sex offender, right, based on nothing, right? That was just a shit show, as far as I'm concerned.
To trans women. This is literally the same shit that TERFs do to trans women.
Oh my god, pretty
this
much
is a
only
TERF
bananas.
named on Twitter named Marie Magdalene.
Did you feel okay on Just Bananas?
Who's using Magdalene Burns as her profile picture. For those that don't know, Magdalene Burns is a TERF who would specifically send her fans to harass underage, like 13, 12, 14-year-old trans women.
Again, compared to like some of the debate bozos out there, right? Like Shark's not somebody that's super on my radar.
Online. Her goal was to specifically harass young underage trans girls. And she was a massive piece of shit, like very, very, very vitriolically hateful. She full on believed that like trans people need to be killed, that trans women are predators, and that they're all like subhuman. Like she was full on like TERF Hitler. Like she was Hitler if Hitler was a TERF, okay? She died of brain cancer back in 2019, so now she's Magdalene burning in hell. But TERFs kind of use her as like one of their OG sort of symbols. But yeah, this is not the person who's in the picture, by the way. Not a name of somebody else who fatally stabbed their... Because they're misgendering trans people here, as you can see. Stabbed...
Okay, we're gonna... That sounds like some demonetization.
Uneducate our kids, so they don't have the knowledge necessary for them to formulate valid political opinions. Like, we're actually fighting against real issues, and this guy's dropping like a fucking hit piece that comes out of nowhere.
We're fighting real issues, and meanwhile, FD Signifier just wants to revel in the drama. That's Xanderhal saying this. That is Xanderhal saying this. This is wild, right? It was pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't like the whole like reputation destruction thing, and I get that, like, you know, Bad Empanada, you know, was responding to somebody doing it to him, but it's just like, you know, I try to stick to the facts.
Like a goddamn car T-boning you while you're going down an intersection. Like, the left has a drama problem, by the way, and it's like, we were the ones talking about politics just now. You just dragged us out of the politics discussion to talk about drama. Xanderhal, at the end, FD Signifier films himself going to the hospital due to having a panic attack over a situation he had a huge hand in creating. Are you fucking kidding? I have to see that. No, I have to see it. I have to see this. I've had panic attacks before, but I've never had to go to the hospital. It's near the end.
We're fighting for real issues. Slander lol. 2 weeks after a hit piece on Polly. True.
I don't see it here. Why record it?
Wait, who did?
Okay, I don't see it.
Wait, who had a stroke? Xan didn't care about lying about me on his... Oh, he spread the lies about Zara too, yeah.
I don't see anything that looks hospital-esque, unless that was? Oh yeah, here it is. I think
Wait,
this
who went to the hospital? I don't know what he's like... Was it... Oh, this was FD Signifier. Oh my god. Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, FD said this in his video. Yeah.
might be it. Okay. Oh my god, it's Hitler. Holy shit. How the fuck did FD Signifier resurrect Hitler himself for a video? Jesus. Okay.
I don't ever get super big. I would just like to make content for people who
this, frankly, ignorant.
I'm loading right.
Wait, while filming this video, damn. He was poking fun at it? Oh, that's messed up.
Weird content creator in general, like a.
This is their interview. We're getting close.
Wait, is this from the FD Signifier like recent video that went up, or is this from something else? Oh my god, yeah, that is like a sign of
Okay, I think I should call an ambulance.
Oh, I didn't watch it to the end. Okay. Oh my god.
Yeah, when you have a panic attack, it's really bizarre. You start to feel really cold and like overwhelmingly tingly, and like it can almost feel like how a heart attack is described if it starts in the right arm. I can totally imagine that. Yeah, it makes you feel like it gives you those ants feeling. At least it gives me that. So I could totally see Googling stroke symptoms.
For me, panic attacks, like the one that I've had is like it was like an involuntary what it felt like was an involuntary contraction of like every muscle in my body, and it was just like, you know what I mean? It was just like contract, let go, contract, let go, contract, let go. Like, right, my muscles were just like right, and I didn't know what was happening. I really thought I was dying. Like, right, I didn't know what's going on. It's actually right after I had gender confirmation surgery. Like I thought it was 2, but I'm guessing, so that was, he thought it was a stroke too, but he finds out it is just a panic attack. Get paralyzed in my chest muscles, can't fully breathe. Ah, man, oh my god, that would scare me.
When having a panic attack. I'm not going to discount him saying he had a panic attack from this.
So,
like,
that's why, like, I've said before, like, I think if there was any mistake made in this video, it was that he was too good faith, right? And that's something I struggle with too, of wanting to be too nice to people that maybe I should have a little less faith in, right? But given that this is what he's been dealing with, I kind of understand him not wanting to deal with drama, right? That's totally understandable. Doesn't help relieve the panic attack considering my lung disease just makes me, oh my god, yeah.
But, God, like, why'd you make this? Never Google your symptoms? No, you probably should Google your symptoms and be on top of what's wrong with you. Don't listen to, like, the insane...
I would definitely lean towards call Ask a Nurse rather than Google your symptoms, right? Like, please understand that, like, there's a big difference between Googling your symptoms and, like, having a medical professional systematically go down a line of inquiry that's designed to find if there is something really concerning, or if this is like if this is a less than acute situation, right? Yeah, because sometimes, you know, stuff can seem really benign. Sometimes, you know, symptoms that are for something that's not that big of a deal can be the same for symptoms that something is a big deal, and it's better to err on the side of caution, right? It's way better to err on the side of caution. I understand why some people do that though, because like given, you know, medical, like so things like, you know, going in an ambulance can like be such a heavy medical debt, but
shit saying you're dying unless it seems likely. But, you know, if you see something wrong, don't fucking ignore it. Like, do a little basic research, and if that research leads you to believe you should go to the doctor, try to get to a doctor, you know? That ignoring stuff gets people killed or gets them stuck with lifelong, very regrettable, very preventable medical issues. So yeah, like, listen, I so badly wish the naive view of what LeftTube was going to be that I had when I was a little lad, I genuinely wish that was real. I so badly wish that at the very least, like, people like FD Signifier and whatnot could just do their own thing. Just make their videos, do their thing, have good political takes, fight against the right, fight against fascism, advocate for good progressive beliefs,
But Xanderhal, you gotta understand that things like the Vaush Clout network that you're a part of make that actively harder. All right? You gotta understand that at some point, like, when somebody like Vaush has got, you know, rhetorical, you know, weapons pointed at every other creator in the space that doesn't bow to his whims, like, people are going to have their rhetorical weapons out too. All right? People are going to have their, you know, like, in other words, you were unfortunate enough, and I do believe that Xanderhal came to this space somewhat naive. That matches that, like, the person that I know, right? Like, I know a little bit about Xanderhal, and that makes sense. But yeah, it just sucks that you had to link up with somebody like Vaush, right? Because there are people that are just doing their own thing. Like, look at Cavernacle. Can you imagine if Xanderhal had just been like a Cavernacle instead of getting, like, all sucked up into these clout networks? I don't know. BreadTube is white only? Is that what he's trying to say? Oh my god. End of FD's video talks specifically about what BreadTube is and what it means. It's really good.
And all that good stuff. And
Yeah,
stop
FD did not start
trying
anything.
to snipe other people who you think you can look more morally pure than by attacking. It is so goddamn frustrating to just constantly want to go up against these people who are the worst, just the absolute worst. The right online is just, they're the worst people. They really, really are. And to constantly feel as though you have to hold back in order not to offend the sensibilities of other people on the left. It is so frustrating.
To hold back what? Your slurs, your racism, your fragility?
How rich is he to be able to afford a hospital visit? I mean, definitely richer than me. If I had to go to the hospital right now, I would have to delay my move to Seattle a couple months. Let me just say that. Anyway, yeah, that's my...
I would have to delay my move to major metropolitan area, you know, with an incredibly high cost of living for several months. Okay.
My thought on all this. I think it's really despicable, and I'm sad that it just has to keep on, getting brought up. You know, they'll literally play like, "Oh, we hate drama. Why does drama keep happening?" As they're the ones bringing up the drama, and it's always that case. It really is always that case. Anyway, guys, thank you for watching.
Okay.
What do you guys think of that segment? Did you enjoy it?
Did I enjoy that nothing burger where you talked about FD Signifier's video, but you're too afraid to watch it, I guess? I don't know.
Hell yeah. How many segments have we done so far? I think I want to do 2 more segments today. Three segments.
Oh my yeah. My dude you're literally comparing black people to Hitler. What do you think? Yeah, what is he
I'm
thinking?
missing something. I thought we'd done 4. Interesting. What did I miss? Oh, the Hogwarts Culture Wars stuff. Ah, yes.
I got the key, chat. I hate to leave you here with Xanderhal, but because I'm afraid White Nervous is gonna like take down my stream while I'm gone, but do you need a chat reader? Yes.
Oh. Alright.
Do you want a chat read, Sarah? I missed a lot of chat too.
I deleted the lo-fi. There we go.
I mean, I love the lo-fi. Yeah, it does feel pretty sussy. I agree, Cryptid Mage.
Okay. Really fast.
Meow.
It is fucking hot in here, so I'm going to...
Oh, is he doing...
Hopefully
taking
not
off
have
his
my
pants?
fucking leg caught like in a net. This chair is so shit.
Oh,
like
I
every
guess he
time
is.
my leg, like I try to get my legs out.
What are we watching? Is this going to be a DSP situation here? What are we dealing with here? How's it going, Sarah?
It's going pretty good.
Everybody, this is Sarah from chat.
I am still trying to get my voice back after being sick for 5 days.
Oh my god, that's tough. That's really tough.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in.
Well, I mean, if
and
you're
reach
okay to
out.
do this, yeah, I mean, it'll
Oh
be
yeah,
a short
no.
bathroom.
I'm just
tea
saying.
break,
I'm
but-
just saying, like, warning, my voice is not where it normally is.
I
So,
think your voice is
um,
incredibly cute.
thank you. Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, so I am here
Sarah's
to
here.
read what chat has to
I'm
say.
gonna go pee while Zara reads chat. Let's see, where's the best? Like,
I
we'll
love
just
chat.
leave it here
Chat is so
without
great.
Xanderhal. Yeah, with the jellies. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'll be back as
Perfect.
quick as I can.
All right,
Meow,
so we're
see
here
you
with the
in just a
jellies.
bit.
All right, and so let's jump up real quick. Sarah's awesome. I love her voice. Oh, thank you, Adadak. That's really sweet. Cryptid Mage says 5 days. Ouch. Well, yeah, it's just being sick. I got really unlucky this time. He's taking off his jeggings. I wish he was wearing jeggings. Let's see. It's funny how streamers just talk about drama 24/7 and then they accuse video essays of creating drama when because of a handful of videos from a few of the dozens of content creators. Lol, Xanderhal complaining he can't call Candace Owens the N-word. I know, it's his biggest dream. If only Xanderhal was as chill as the music he's playing. There's a major, major discrepancy between how chill the music on his stream is and how awful he can be. His career literally wouldn't exist without drama. Exactly, exactly. Um, meow. Hello, Jules. See, he's holding back, but he doesn't mind comparing black people to Hitler. It is a really unfortunate thing. Meow meow back. Um, we've actually had some very very interesting videos to cover so far. It's kind of mind blowing, like just how wild some of these takes are. Um, to me, it aside from the rampant racism and like really disingenuous kind of rhetoric, it is surprising to me how people who complain harder than Jordan Peterson fans about context and dealing with the complete body of work are unwilling to engage with the content that they are claiming is criticism or slander or smear piece. It's very interesting. Um, Also, if anybody is enjoying YouTube and has not yet had a chance, please feel free to gently caress that like button. You can smooch it if you're feeling so. So, so what's the word? Anyway, please like the stream if you are enjoying yourself, and also if you haven't followed yet, please feel free to. So inclined. Thank you so much, Skywise8. Ah, inclined? Yeah, everybody knew it. Only my brain couldn't think of it. Meow. Also, if you are on Twitch and you have not yet followed, feel free to give a follow. That way you can always see when Irene is streaming and doing content. Um, I know, right? Xanderhal only has to just like delay a month or two before moving to Seattle. I'm sure, like, his rent must be really reasonable where he is now. Um, Everyone knows that city is absolutely just, a dream, not costly at all. Um, aw, love you, V. I will be feeling more healthful soon. Um, I'm just gonna give it time and rest, and as soon as I finish like a couple more videos, I will have a little bit more like time to take a load off. So hopefully my voice comes back most of the way. I can always just kind of like coax something better out with a little bit of tea, but that is not a problem at all. I'll just roll with the punches. Um, and then I'll be able to, get back to talking all the time. Let's go back up a little bit and see if there's anything that we miss here. I haven't felt like I need to hold anything back for fear of offending my comrades. Feels pretty sussy. I think that's sussy too. Um, he's holding back, but he doesn't mind. Oh, we already touched on that one. Let's see. If this freak is holding back to avoid offending the left, then I don't want to know what he wants to say. Um, Xanderlal is part of the controlled opposition. Oh yeah, yeah. I think that matches up pretty succinctly to like one of the points I definitely agree with in FD's video. Also, I just want to touch on it for a second while Irene is yeah, Jules, I am editing videos. Uh-huh. Um I think it's oh, thank you so much. Uh I don't know how to pronounce QU0_33A. Um but my brain will learn one day. Um Hey, Cryptid Mage saw you from YouTube chat and wanted to come say hi. Oh my god. Hi, Eric. I'm so glad that you saw Cryptid Mage and you're seeing people you know. Yay. I love it when chat is all getting along and everybody is seeing people